Do you have a 2-minute delay? 3-minute delay, okay. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, you're all good.
Perfecto. Perfecto. Well, thank you everybody and your patience with me getting the stream situated. We are now live. We are here for the firstblood.io Social Sunday. This is the second one. This today is on the top right corner. Gonna have a fun night, fun day, etc. for you ahead of you. I am Reach for Sky. I am joined with Mr. Corncob Bob. We're gonna be bringing you a fun day of casting and amateur Dota excitement. Waiting on one more player from Salty Splatoon, and we will be starting off with this match. There's two group stages that are going for this tournament. We've got a Group A and a Group B. Maybe I'll see if I can drop them in on this overlay in some sort of fancy way, but we're only going to be able to cover a mixture of the games, so I'm hoping that I can do a game from Group A, then a game from Group B, and another game from Group A prior to us going into the final stages of the tournament later tonight. So that's at least the initial plan from now. We'll see how it kind of pans out from here, but until then, we're just kind of waiting on this last guy. So we should be starting relatively shortly, guys. But appreciate you all being here, and we've got a fun day of Dota ahead of us.
Apparently there's a Dota 2 update.
For real?
Yeah, someone just said there was one.
To Reddit.
Just not thick. They need to be like double layered gloves, I think. Yeah. Well, they're really nice. They're really nice little knit gloves, and the knit is
Yep, 20 minutes ago.
It's like a second layer of the liner. Where
Alright, let's restart.
well, my coworker has a little attachment for the leash that's like a belt, so you put it around the body. Okay. Oh no, you were doing trouble with me.
God, sorry for the hold up. Yeah, this yeah, it's like herding cats.
No problem.
Yeah, Salty Splatoon is almost done. They just a bunch of them just got an update pushed or something, and now they're all three.
Oh, I just had the update myself as well. It was within the last 20 minutes, and I've been sitting in the lobby for the last 20 minutes, I guess.
Yeah, that's happened to these guys. So they had all 5 of them, and then all of a sudden 3 of them dropped. All right.
I decided instead of having a countdown timer of when the game was starting, I'd have a count up timer of how long they've been waiting.
Well, that one's gonna be way more accurate because we have no idea when we're gonna start. Alright, let's see,
No, seriously, they are the car of the future. They're the big game changers. I think they're revolutionized the world of cars, honestly.
alright.
That's some bullshit also, because I think it's gonna rain instead of
Here, can you rejoin the broadcast channel?
I'm really pissed off.
Rejoin it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would gotten off before.
Why is it doing that?
Putting me
Alright.
above you.
Yeah. Now, leave it and join it again.
I think that happens again.
Alright,
Another week.
join.
I don't understand that.
How about you try join now?
I
It's
did.
me
And
Oh,
it
that's
put me
weird.
underneath you.
That is...
Do you think it's
Mia.
alphabetical? I don't think it should be.
Let me see if I put like an @ sign in front of my name, if it changes at all.
Nah, I wouldn't worry about it. We're gonna be starting in a Sioux. We're starting it up. We're starting it up.
No, it's like a 15.
All right, everybody, here we go into game 1 of the Group A from the First Blood Social Sunday Dota 2 Community Tournament. My name is Sky. Find me at Reach for Sky. I am joined here with Mr. Corncob, Bob. How you doing,
How you
Bob?
doing? I'm doing very well today. How are you?
I am doing super splendid, and we've got some Dota in front of us, and I am pretty hyped for that. I don't know about you, sir.
I love watching Dota. I do it before I go to bed every night.
Ooh, how exciting. Well
I
then,
wake up.
you just wake up and play Dota?
I wake up, play Dota. I wake up and I'm still watching Dota.
Just in your brain all day long, all day, every day?
All day, every day. It's an addicting game.
Oh boy, oh boy. Well, we've got a little bit of fun here in front of us. I don't know everybody up in here, but we've got some memes as far as I know. Salty Splatoon versus +6 Treants. +6 Treants being a meme so short-lived in Dota because of them quickly reworking that talent to not being an additional Treants, but being stronger trees instead, which I think was a better change as a whole. But we've got Juggernaut and Slark both banned out in this game. I don't really know much of what sort of things to expect here from these players, but any sort of heroes you'd like to see in the game?
I love team fights. I love big wombo combos, maybe like a Magnus ult, you know, those long-lived, let's see, void ults, just something that will cause teams to come together and like just mid lane, just blow each other up.
Ooh, so you want those wombo combo, 6-man craziness, everybody fighting, death, murder, chaos, etc. You don't want these little picks and pushing. You want
Oh yeah,
all
I
five
love
going
Enigma.
into all five, and everybody hating everything going on.
See, right now they're banning all these single pick off characters. I just love like Enigma, just those big black hole ults, just so satisfying.
Oh yeah, for sure. I can
Maybe a
definitely
little Earth Shaker in there too.
I can definitely relate with that. So we're just going to kind of keep progressing on in here. We've got Faceless Void being banned out, no Shadow Demon either. And I know Luna has been a big player in a lot of these games, and with Shadow Demon in it too, definitely you can understand how that would be something that we want to get rid of. Rubik is the first pick. Keeps it really open. I think Rubik was one of the supports that really benefited a lot from 7.0 and 7.01. Just with how they reworked so many characters in the game, the loss of attribute bonus and things of that nature, and just the talent tree with all these skills getting reworked and augmented. I think Rubik is probably one of the big all-stars as a whole. The jungle's been reworked to his benefit too, for allowing him to be able to pull. And we might have a full range draft coming out of Salty Splatoon. Drow and Venge as the first two pickups. All ranged chaos. How you feeling on this? How are you feeling?
I want them to pick a Nature's Prophet against +6. That would be a perfect kind of like in their face. Like we just got your character, and it works perfect with Drow.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's pretty good with it, and I guess you could run it as an offlaner too. Salty Splatoon is definitely going to benefit if they try to pull out all 5 characters being ranged. Now, of course, that isn't always going to be something that you can do, but it really comes down to 6+6 Trance having a good initiator consistently for them, being able to close the space on the Drow Ranger and shut her down so that the team isn't able to follow up on there. They're going to lose that benefit of the aura, and that's inherently where she's kind of weak fundamentally, because she's kind of squishy and she can get initiated on. But that was good for Salty Splatoon to preemptively have the Venge, and they're basically just double downing on the damage that you get there too.
Yeah, that safe lane's gonna be really tough to deal with early game, with just the range pokes constantly on their offlaner.
This is pretty fun. We've got an Underlord now. This is new for Underlord to be in Captain's mode now. How do you think the Underlord being in the 7.0 Captain's mode meta changes things up?
His ult is gonna be a big tower pusher, getting into different lanes. You know, coming back from fights. If they're ever behind, they can push out. Honestly, I think it'd be really good. That Pit of Malice is a great route.
Yeah, it's interesting how they reworked the Pit of Malice for the better, I would say, because when they have it so he's able to get... Oh, what the hell? Is my mic cutting out? It's showing me that it's muted. With how it roots over time, like on numerous instances, rather just being like the one-time sort of deal as the previous sort of set, it really is good. I'm going to agree with you a lot.
It really promotes longer team fights and trying to keep them inside that pit.
Yeah, for sure. And Rubik will be able to help him out a lot with that, being able to pick them up and put them down. You know, like a bodybuilder. So no OD, no Omni Knight, and no Medusa either. I do like that they banned out Medusa because she can get very tanky and durable, which helps with the Drow Ranger to get the plus damage. So that was a good call on their part. Slardar ban out from them is a little bit interesting. Makes me think that they may want to go in the invisibility sort of direction. Although, you know, is a good, reliable sort of initiation, and the amp damage is just good as an asset. You think they could be scared of negative armor or like a Dazzle sort of pickup from Salty Splatoon?
At this point, it's a long shot. I really don't know. They have two kind of just basic general picks right now. You don't really know what direction they're going.
Well, they're banned out the OD, they banned out the Omni. So they don't want them to have the team fight capabilities that an Omni Knight has, and they don't want the pure damage coming out of OD or the magic damage either. So this to me is trying to tell me that they don't want the Radiant, they don't want +6 Treants to be able to take advantage of the 5-man Death Ball so much more so. And that is why. We've got a Tidehunter pickup. And that is going to be a super strong initiator, great offlaner for them, but at the same time, +6 Treants already has a Rubik, which is probably one of the most fun preemptive counters that you could be playing up against a Tidehunter.
Yeah, Rubik's just going to have to kind of stay in the back line and wait for that Tidehunter to come in and ult and try to steal it, turn the fight around.
Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby, it's going to be exciting. I am just waiting for some Ravage whiffs, Ravage stole, Ravage blast-offs, and, you know, as far as I'm concerned, everybody can have a tentacle today, okay? Why should only one team get tentacles? You know, everybody should be allowed to have them. I'm an equal tentacle opportunist. I think that's really what I want to say here.
Yeah, luckily Rubik allows everyone to have fun.
Is that the word choice we're going with? All right, we're going to go with it. What the fuck is going on with my microphone? My microphone is confusing to me. I don't know why it's showing me that it's not getting picked up in Dota when it certainly should be. Oh, maybe it's because I clicked off to the side. God damn it, Dota. You Dota. Whatever. But they did get the Dazzle pickup as I kind of was anticipating them doing earlier with the negative armor. And maybe that was why they banned out the Slardar. The Warlock is going to definitely back them up for that team fight sort of prospect. So there's going to be the Ravage, but then they're going to have the Warlock on to hopefully try to counter-initiate. Maybe the Rubik will be able to steal the Ravage at that point too, and they'll be able to move from there. But we don't really have any damage coming out from +6 Treants right now. We've got an interesting amount of lockdown, control, and team fight. It could be a core Warlock. That's kind of where my head is going, unless they pull out some serious players that make me change my mind here.
I would love to see a mid-Warlock. Mid-Warlock's just, I don't know, every time I've played with one, they just seem to go way out of hand and just start dominating everything.
Absolutely ridiculous. What pickup do you think Radiant is going to go with here? We need to get some more aggressive characters from them.
I'd like to see a Storm Spirit, to be honest.
Storm Spirit would be pretty fun for jumping in on the Drow Ranger, but they're going in a different direction. They're going for tankiness and almost like an ultra carry, I guess. I would put Spectre kind of in that category of you give it enough time, it'll just win the game.
That's probably why they banned out the Medusa, because they wanted to go for that late game, and they didn't want them to have that hyper carry.
Well, sure. I mean, if they had a Medusa who is that exact same type of give me enough time and I'll just win, then why would both teams want to have it? You know? But I guess Drow Ranger can end up pulling out some really interesting builds these days with the Aghanims on her and the Tesla coil and stuff like that. So a lot of fun things, but no Tinker for +6 Treants. They're going to have to do a different mid, if they're looking at a mid right now. Just with how the game has been changed up with the map changes, it's not going to be as consistent as a, one off laner, one mid, 3 safe lane, or 2 safe lane with a roamer, or things of that nature. The game's been so much more fluid that it's moving almost like in a 2-1-2, a 3, an aggressive tri-lane sort of direction, even doing a dual mid with your supports roaming around a lot. So we really don't know what we're going to see here from these players. 15 seconds left on reserve time, last pick, and they're going with a Queen of Pain. So they're going to probably have that Queen of Pain in the mid lane with that Spectre safe lane carry. Now, they could do a few different things with how they would have the Rubik, Underlord, and the Warlock, so it'll really kind of come down to the game for what they think the laning is going to be for Salty Splatoon, aside from this Tidehunter, because a Spectre versus Tidehunter is not a Spectre that's going to farm. That Anchor Smash is going to do a great job at keeping Spectre's base damage down. It's going to become incredibly difficult. And our solo Rubik won't be able to zone a Tidehunter. They would need Rubik and Warlock to zone out a Tidehunter. So then that would make it so that Salty Splatoon with Avenge Dazzle, Drow, should be able to zone out an Underlord relatively easy too. So if they're already going with that thought process in mind, then I'm going to anticipate these laning phases to be much more different than what I just said. "20 seconds left for Salty Splatoon. They're going to need to really pick up the pace here. They've got some good durable outside off-lane supports, and it's going to come down to their mid, and I suspect that they want their mid to be a ranged character, probably with some good aspects of initiation or disengage as well. And it's a Huskar, so yeah, we're going to have more initiation, and the Dazzle Huskar meme is alive.
Some more added range on that Drow Ranger passive as well, which really helps.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm going to have to agree with you, sir. But we're going to go right on into it. Salty Splatoon versus +6 Treants in the Dota 2 Social Sunday tournament for firstblood.io. Ooh, it's going to be so much fun. We got Dota. I didn't realize that it was like so long here on this page, waiting for people to like pick their characters or whatever. Oh, maybe it's at like the planning phase and shit. I don't really know.
Yeah, they have the purchasing items, and then after they all pick, they have the delay. Like, I think it's like 20-30 seconds of planning phase.
Fancy, fancy, fancy. All right. Well, let's hope everything of mine is still set up properly. And yes, it is. Into the game we go.
Gotta pause.
That's okay. I'm not going to hold it against them. Oh, they had a crash. Okay, well, wait. They're bad? Oh, okay, they're unpausing again. Okay, well, that's cool. Well, that definitely doesn't want to be there. So, how about we talk about the world and Dota and how they influence each other.
The world in Dota.
Yeah, esports and Dota.
Well, it was definitely like one of the first games to have the largest prize pool in a tournament. Back in, I believe, TI3.
TI1 and 2 and 3 and every TI? How about that?
They just kept increasing and increasing.
How about every single TI has been the world record-breaking prize pool in esports?
It's pretty crazy, especially for how little, not little, but like how less of a following it has over another game that is exactly like it practically.
Well, a lot of that has to do with some of the influences of when it launched in Asia, but that's a far more complex story to really, kind of break down into. But we've got Dota, and that's fine. I'm sure our Asian overlords will eventually have it in full throttle, and we'll never be able to win a game ever again. But until then, they're in StarCraft. But we are into the game. Let's give a quick rundown and roll out of these teams. I will read off the +6 chance, I think, which is rating it. It's weird, like none of the assets are like in the game, like the
yeah, +6
like the
is
banners
rated.
and shit. Oh wait, no. Okay, Salty Splatoons are in. I guess just +6 Trant was lazy. Regardless, we've got TDDD on the Spectre, Mr. Yolk Soup on Warlock, Always Striving Proper on Rubik, Sophie Turner, aka Thanatos, on the Queen of Pain, and Gax on the Underlord. But it appears as if we've got a 6-man smoke already from the Dire here. Boss on the Vengeful Spirit leading them out with 448 on Huskar right behind, DV on the Tidehunter, reviewing Llama on the Dazzle, and Clev on the Drow all the way in the back. Postured up pretty aggressively here. Smoke has broken here. Boss is the one to lead it off. There's the Vengeful Spirit stun. We've got to follow up with the Gush here. He throws out the spike, and he's going to try to go into the tree line. Tree line won't be enough for him there. 448 will be able to get him down with the fire, and Boss will get the last hit on him. They're able to jump on into their jungle, secured the aggressive rune. So they're going to be able to get not only the bottom in the Radiant jungle, but they're going to be able to get their Dire one too. But comparatively, Gax recognizing the opportunity, able to go top as Underlord and get theirs. Pretty interesting development for how these games have started out from here, and they are the lanes that I thought that they were going to be. So we do have Rubik and Warlock in the bottom with Spectre, Underlord in the off lane, and right now it's...
Dazzle mid.
Yeah, see, they had that curveball with the Dazzle Huskar pick, so it's going to be pretty tricky here for Sophie Turner to find some farm consistently in the lane. Really what we're going to see is the Underlord getting the biggest benefit out of it, because he should be able to take down that Drow Ranger and Venge. Because if that Drow Ranger is left alone versus an Underlord, I would see the Underlord winning that matchup just on the perpetuity of him having solo experience versus her and not getting zoned out. But we'll see what happens. So what are some lanes you think that we're going to have some early fights breaking out? What are some factors that are going to be big players for, you know, these teams kind of taking advantage and pushing out in the game?
I definitely think around level 6 Huskar is going to just start going bot and trying to stop that Spectre from farming, because that's going to be a real problem with them later in the game. As for plus 6, they're just going to have to hold off on the top, because they have a lot of CC up there. They had a silence, a stun, a slow.
Yeah, so Underlord is already in a really bad spot. He's actually off in the jungle here. I hope he doesn't die to this creep. Probably just going to do an early Sanctuary to try and farm up and catch up just a little bit. So he's having a little bit of difficulty in the lane because they have the tri-lane. So like I said, it's the tri-lane versus tri-lane, and the Tidehunter's able to stand in the lane, but the Underlord can't. So how the Radiant react to this is going to be whether or not they're going to be able to overcome this game, because you can see this Warlock really isn't zoning out this Tidehunter. You know, Tidehunter has some great regeneration, and he's poking away at him, but it really isn't doing much because of the durability that he has with the Iron Skin, or Kraken Shell, excuse me.
Yeah, Kraken Shell plus that early Ring of Protection, he's just not going to be taking auto damage.
Sophie Turner is going to be okay for now, but every time 448 gets 1 or 2 Burning Spears on him, he has to back, he has to heal, and that's really the hard part for him because of the HP pool difference that he has here. Now, I would expect Sophie Turner as soon as to hit 6, if he hit 6 before Huskar, to win the lane just because of the pure damage of Sonic Wave. As he would get lower HP, he wouldn't have to worry about the resistances as much. But prior to that phase where he gets that spike, it might be a little bit tricky for them to really secure a kill on each other at all. And I think we would want to be worried about how well this Drow Ranger is farming right now. He's got 18 last hits versus, you know, the Spectre at 11. So as a whole, the Dire are doing much better.
Even if Radiant wanted to switch lanes and rotate to help with the off lane, it's not going to do them any good, because they're just going to outpoke the Spectre.
We've got a rotation here from Reviewing Llama and Boss. They've smoked up his 2, rotating on mid. They're outside of range, and Sophie Turner, he's on the low ground, but he is off to the right a little bit, hugging the trees. He has a haste bottled up too, so this will be easy for him to try and disengage, and Boss does break smoke. There comes the stun. It will connect on him. One more blink. The fire does not come out from the Huskar. He'll be able to proc the haste and be able to get off into the tree line, and now it's 4 minutes. He's got this haste already procced. He's running to the bottom rune. He'll be able to grab that double damage, and this is really good for him. He might be able to come down to the bottom and then pick off this Tidehunter now. But Tide sniffs it out, and he's already backing up. Couple pokes down. He's trying to really go in for it. The double damage is there if he really wants to try and secure it, but in comes the rotation from Boss. He TP's in, but he doesn't have enough mana to really do anything here. He does have the Mango if he wants to switch it off, but now Sophie Turner just on the retreat, and Boss is going to have to disengage. If Boss just used that Mango and did the stun, I think they could have actually killed Sophie if he baited it out.
Yeah, I had 100 damage on it. Sophie was really low.
It was close. It would have been close. Top lane, Underlord, still kind of getting zoned out a bit by Clev and Reviewing Llama. Not really getting as much out of this lane as I was hoping for him in terms of farming, because the fire, the rain of fire, the firestorm is going to do so much damage, and he really needs to do stuff like contesting this pull right here. He can drop that Firestorm down on that, take all that last hits, get all of the Atrophy Aura, and then just start running a train on Dazzle. And maybe Dazzle will be into it, who knows, but him being passive in the jungle, off trying to do these jungle creeps safe, isn't the way you do it with Underlord. You have to be in their face, you have to use Atrophy Aura to its benefit, and you have to pressure him. So this Drow is just going to get so much the longer this game goes.
Yeah, he's actually under leveled too compared to their Drow Ranger, who actually has had two supports in her lane. So he's not even getting any experience. He's just going to be shut down from now on unless Radiance does something to help him out. He's teleporting out. Let's see if he can get it.
Yeah, he'll be A-okay. Look at that. But Huskar just shrined up. He's coming into the top lane now, too. Here we go. He's just sitting in the trees doing nothing. Well, we're in a pretty passive state right now. Tidehunter's in the bottom lane. He's level 4. We've got the Drow Ranger here, too. She's here under the premise of Night. She could follow up with a stun. I don't think they would be able to get a kill on the Spectre, though. Having a lot of rotations come out from both teams, but nothing actually surmounting from it. It's kind of interesting. It's like both teams are anticipating rotations, rotating off and rotating around to try and do something. Sophie Turner doing a little bit more damage here on Huskar. Does have the ultimate to follow up. It won't do enough damage if she chooses to do it now. Dazzle's nearby. He could come up and do some big plays. He has a shallow grave, and although it's only level 1, he needs to be pretty close to get it off. That's really what I'm saying here. 550 range is unfortunately the cause of many deaths of early level Dazzles, because their positioning just isn't good enough for him to get off it in these fights. Looks like they're shrining up top. Are they going to smoke up and move out? They do have a smoke purchased on the Rubik, and there they go. Smoked up as 4 top. They're going to try and infiltrate the jungle. And they are in the jungle. And they're smelling out for blood. There is a ward freshly dropped, and the smoke breaks. Great ward placement from Boss. Able to see that smoke coming out in perfect timing. That smoke gank is ruined. And if he didn't drop that Observer ward, they would have died. That would have been a dead Vengeful Spirit. So great game sense coming out of Boss there with that rotation coming. And now it's going to come back to them just kind of switching up the rotations across the map. You can see that everyone from the Dire has now gone bottom, and they're pushing this tower.
Yeah, Dire had a ward up here by Ancients in the upper jungle. They probably saw the smoke happen. That's why Drow just immediately TP'd out of there. Vengeful set up a ward.
Well, down goes the bottom tower. Sad days if that was yours. If it wasn't, then no big deal. You got gold. But they really got to kind of take some pressure and apply it to the top lane, because they're 3 up here, and this Vengeful Spirit's just sitting, no big deal. Now Huskar's rotating in, and they're going to be able to switch the Failed up because he's level 7. He has Life Break. Dazzle's up here too now. Their Tidehunter has Ravage, and he hasn't even used it yet. And this ward is going to immediately get countered because they dropped it under a sentry. Ugh. Feels bad, man. Now, we would like to see a little bit more aggressive play coming out from the Radiant, because the Queen of Pain is such a great ganker, but they're relying on team fight plays here. They've got a Spectre who's going to be trying to farm forever and get up as much farm as possible. They've got a Warlock who needs a level 6, and they've got a Rubik who, like, frankly, right now at level 3 isn't going to be able to do much to them because, again, level 6 is really where Rubik's going to come online and become a big player. And right now, it's kind of sad, because Yokesup's only level 4 too, so when this 10 minutes strikes, and they're going to be able to buy that Tome of Knowledge. That's not going to escalate anyone to level 6, which is generally the premise that you want. And here comes some big stuns and initiation out here on Gax, and with him silenced out, he might go down from the Burning Spears, but I think he'll actually be okay in the end. He can TP out and try and disengage. They did follow up on Boss. They did a ton of damage, but not to any sort of success thanks to Dazzle in the Shallow Grave.
I don't think I've seen one player use their ult yet.
Well, look at this. It's 0-1 at 10 minutes. There's only been first blood. They're playing so defensively around these cores. And, you know, we've got Warlock getting this Tome of Knowledge, but what's this going to put him up to, 5.5?
Right now they got Spectre just free farming bot lane. So really going to help out Radiance in the late game if they make it there.
Well, once upon a time, there was a Radiant team, and they were grouped up as 4 in the top, but then they changed to 3, and then Sophia went back to farm middle, and Spectre continued to farm in the bottom lane, where actually has interesting assortment of items. Has both the Blades of Attack, which would be for phase boots, as you can imagine, the Ring of Health, which would, of course, keep you alive in the lane, maybe for a Vanguard, Crimson Guard, or anything of the sort. But okay, he does have the phase boot coming out to him now, so we don't know if he's going to build that out into like a Vanguard or some sort of different direction just yet. Could just be for the casual regeneration. And this is actually really good for the Radiant right now. With the Dire being grouped up as 5 in the top and them only grouped up as 3 with the Queen of Pain just kind of flexibly farming between middle and defending top. This is really advantageous for the Spectre. He's going to be able to kind of get a little bit more out of this because he had such a bad early game phase. Because if you're looking at the net worth, Drow's at 4,600, but the Spectre's at 42. So this is actually trading really nicely for them in terms of their cores getting farm. Naturally, you're going to have some sort of problems for like Rubik or Warlock, though, because they're having to stay grouped up with the team, so they're going to suffer in net worth and GPM.
Yeah, definitely Spectre has caught up in those last hits, only 10 behind Drow.
Great deny on the tower. Warlock drops a rock on top. Here comes the Ravage out on 3. I don't think they're going to get anything up there, but Spectre's trying to go ham. He does get Clev, so they're able to take out the core, but now the lift's coming off on DV. They're going to be able to keep going on him. He tries to TP out, not able to do anything there, but now TDD has smelled out Boss. He's going to keep on going for blood. Sophie Turner rotating in on the side, and then they've got the root in. They're going to be able to scream and take her down. She's going to go down. That's going to be a 3-for-0 exchange, and that's going to be oh so in Radiant's favor, and they're going to be able to continue their pressure off from here. 4-4-8 rotating out of there. He doesn't want any of that. He does have his armlet, though. They're going to be able to take this tower and continue up the pressure from there. Absolutely tremendous team fight. So if you look at that team fight, they went from it being 500 net worth in favor of the Salty Splatoon to going 1,500 2K in favor of the Radiant. And now we've got Underlord grouping up and TPing in mid with her squad, and boom, they've denied a second tower. This is absolutely tremendous performance that we're seeing coming out of +6 Treants right now. And we're trying to see a response come out from Salty Splatoon. They're grouped up in the jungle. They might find Gax. They've got the stun coming out on him. Clev following up. There will be the gust. He's going to be able to get killed by Reviewing Llama, actually getting the last hit on that one.
Double damage on that Drow is scary at this early in the game.
Oh my god. Yeah, look at that. Because he's getting plus 42 damage from Precision Aura. Then the DD is plus 100% base damage. That's 342 damage base. That is scary. And then you look at this Huskar that's hitting for 186 with the armlet. Like, whoo, baby. But these last couple fights have been really good for the Radiant, and they're taking these fights perfectly. They're very patient, and they were able to take him on their terms. They got the Tidehunter separated out to a point where when he ravaged, the team didn't really have any follow-up because the Spectre was already hitting him with his ult, and he was split off from the team. And those are the sorts of things that they were able to really capitalize on, so they really outplayed them with some really strong calls. Looks like Quap's getting a Veil. That'll be pretty good for them to kind of counteract the Huskar's passive resistances, and then also amplify the damage that they're going to be see coming out of the Warlock, with the Fatal Bonds, with the Underlord, from the Firestorm, from the Spectre Radiance. Ooh. This is getting exciting. Now the Dire is recognizing that they're in a pretty big of a rough spot, so they've opted to go for the Roshan, which I think was a good call from them, but it looks like that Sophie Turner was able to kind of smell it out, though. They're going off with the Ravage there on 1. Sophie is able to blink away. Yogg-Sooth again with the huge ult coming down on 3. Oh my god, everybody's down the Scream of Pain, the Fatal Bomb, triple kill, 4-man down now. TDD coming in on Claire, there's a Scream, one more hit, 5-man wipe. What a turn! Now they're going to be able to steal the Roshan too! This fight recap, absolutely ridiculous. We've got a 1,600 gold swing in favor of the Radiant, 700 deficit for the Dire. That XP swing is huge. I don't even want to look at this net worth anymore.
Spectre just swung around. It's now 1,100 net worth on top of their Drow.
Whoa! What a play!
This game is taking too many U-turns.
See, Dire's looking at these fights. They're thinking that they can take them, and it's looking really opportunistic for them. And then they've got a Venge swap and a Golem drop, and then a Speckle, and all of these things that they're able to use to counter-initiate, rather than initiate themselves. Now, granted, Yogg-Sooth could always just take advantage of them being out of position and drop a Golem on his own terms, but it's really been the Dire overextending consistently after a swap has happened, and then Yogg-Sooth being able to drop a good Golem, a Scream, a Fatal Bond coming out, and Spectre able to get these supports split off from their team, and then everybody dies alone. And isn't that how we come into the world anyway? I'm joking. Oh my god, that went dark real fast.
Just trying to watch a game of Dota here.
That's what you get for not cutting me off. But now we've got a stun out on Yogg-Sooth, and he's going to get taken out. That's a nice kill for them, and whoo baby. They've come into some dangerous territories here, and luckily Sophie Turner will be able to TP out of there.
Spectre just wants to free farm in peace. Just lane swapping left and right. Has his ult up right now, so he can join any fight.
Oh, what did Rubik take? Rubik took Inner Vitality. Fun. But we do have the Ravage ready on the Tidehunter, and we could see another initiation or counter initiation coming out of him. He has the mech as well, but not having mana boots with a mech on a Tidehunter is a really big problem, and I'm sure you can imagine why. It's because you don't have any mana. That's it.
Yeah,
that's it. It's a long story short. Yeah, because he's gonna use 250 mana or 225, then another 150 for a Ravage. No, you're not. No, you're not. It's just not going to be how these fights are going to come out. So I would have really liked to see a mana boot on DV prior to the mechanism, because that would have just helped him out so much more. Realistically speaking, for mana management, because you're not going to get that mech off too.
Or even just go for that early blink dagger instead of the mech would have been helpful too for that.
I mean, I guess transitively he could just be relying on his teammates for mana, since both the Dazzle and Venge have mana boots. But I'm just speaking pragmatically.
He is looking to buy that arcane boots, but he's still short 300 gold. He keeps dying just as he gets to it.
It's a sad day sometimes. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, look at the Spectre. He's got a Radiance now, and they're just going to be able to group up as 5 and take every single fight, because Spectre has a Radiance now.
Late game has come early.
Yeah, we've got a sub 20-minute Radiance, and he's going to be able to finish up on this Vanguard in a second, and then he's going to be extremely durable. And Strive and Prosper has found the Huskar. He's just dropping him to tease him. He's like, hey, buddy, I'm just going to give you my telekinetic grip, if you know what I mean.
They did drop the weave on the Radiance, so they're gonna fall back a little bit.
Yeah, but they just need to wait for a few seconds. That's not that long. We've got a 24-second duration, and they're actually looking to split off and push. So good de-escalation from the Dire here, and the Radiant are just going to kind of break off and farm at this point. But they're still grouped up as 5.
There's
So-
the Vanguard on Spectre.
Yeah, he's just going to get scarier. So the Radiant are in a great spot, as you can imagine. Even though they don't have the best vision up, you can see right now by me switching back and forth that Radiant vision is going to be kind of right here. We got a little bit over here, and then they've got the safety over here, and then just as recently, the countered vision right there. And then, the Dire, they've only got this one deep ward here, so they're kind of running a little blind because this one is just kind of helping them from, like, deep lane initiations in the top. But both teams are doing well in terms of their game knowledge of where each team is to know where they can farm. So they know that, for the most part, that the enemy is going to be over here, but now TDD might actually get caught out here. That smoke in from the team is 5. Are they going to have the smoke? No, they're not going to have anything to do anything. Ravage is going to go off. They don't have the Venge swap. They don't have anything to really help them out there. And he's just going to go down. They're going to be able to get 2 in the end, actually. So really good for the Dire to get that nice smoke kill, a little bit of a return there. I don't think that's going to do a ton of damage overall, but that's going to be a good morale boost to the Dire. They need to get any sort of pick they can at this point.
We have Sophie Turner up in the top lane, split pushing. Probably should return soon so you can get that 5-man ult.
Well, I think they need to wait for that Spectre regardless, so he needs to get as much damage off on that tower top, rotate back, defend the high ground. That bottom tower is gone anyway. But I think he kind of lollygagged with that a little bit, and always looking to snipe the courier. He saw the courier coming up. He's coming in. Boop, boo-doop, 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 boo-doop. Now you can ult to kill the courier too as a Queen of Pain. Just to let you know, because it's pure damage, so you can kill the courier. I don't know if he's going to go to that extreme. He's not.
Almost.
I would have loved to see him ult for the courier. I would have loved it. I would have fucking loved it.
Smack talking.
Get a drow on your team. Oh, man. So Underlord has a mech and a arcane boot. I don't know if we made a call out on that mech that he picked up, but that'll be really good for him. And if he gets Guardian Greaves too, then he'll be able to break that silence that's been coming out consistently in these fights and making it difficult for him. How's our Rubik doing? Actually, let's look at everybody's items as a whole right now, guys. No, not the scoreboard. Well, yeah, that is what we want. No, yeah, that's what we want. Shared, no, not... Oh, no, that is it. That's weird. It's weird how it looks like that now. I don't like how they changed it. I'm not a fan of this. Yeah, it takes too long. Well, we can see Mr. Moy is working up to the Ags on the Warlock. Not too much has changed. Sophie Turner's going to have the Orchid relatively soon, and, Drow Ranger has a Shadow Blade. We didn't make mention of that, but she's kind of putting it to use now. Vengeful Spirit does have a Blink Dagger. That's new, too. All in all, everything else is kind of relatively standard for what we've kind of been seeing develop across the game. Oh, yep, there goes Underlord. He's got his Greaves. Sweet. And TDD knows that he can just safely farm the bottom because everyone's grouped up in top. So the Spectre's just casually getting out of control at 10k net worth.
Drow has zeroed in though on that net worth, getting really close to him.
Oh yeah, for sure, but it's at the like I was trying to look for a fancy word, but I don't have a fancy word for it. It's at like at the team's failure. I don't really know how I wanted to word this, but her team's not getting anything aside from being safety safety guards here, though, you know? Like, Dazzle's not increasing his gold, neither is Venge, neither is Tide. They're just kind of hanging around the Drow Ranger who's farming. So, although the Drow may be equalizing in net worth, the team members aren't. So, like, although the Spectre is staying... Oh, they didn't get the deny. That would have been clutch if they got 3 denies. Alright, well, Huskar's gone bottom with the Dazzle, and they're just kind of having a little game of patty cake. That's what I think. Okay, so Drow Ranger has his Hurricane Pike picked up in the stash, so Clev will be able to do some fun stuff there. Force Staff or Hurricane Pike sort of proxy both be helpful. Did you just counter ward there? Looks like they did. What do you think the play is for the Dire?
They need their supports to get some gold. They need items. They need to get levels. Right now, they're a little behind.
How do they get it?
Spectre will just ult and just kill the supports with the ghosts.
Oh, Radiant scanning the Roche pit, thinking that they could be out there, but they're actually grouped up around the shrine. And you see their positioning here? This is actually really smart with how they're spread out. So they're not getting hit by the Warlock Golem. The Spectre is going to be kind of like split up as well, as would be like a Quap or an Underlord sort of positioning. Venge is always split off from the Dazzle, so neither of them can get hit simultaneously. And that way, you know, Venge can always swap one out or the latter. So like Dazzle could always Shallow Grave someone, or Venge could always swap someone. That's kind of the defensive sort of posture that both of those supports should be looking to take in these team fights. Tidehunter naturally wants to be up in the front, but because he has the Blink Dagger, he could be in the back too. Really doesn't matter for him. He's just a Ravage. After he hits his R and his mech, he really doesn't matter. He just needs to keep smashing on Anchor Smash to keep spewing out the damage reduction, and then ideally put Gush on whatever target they're going to focus because of the additional negative armor proc. And looks like Sophie Turner is just going to get devastated up here with a Clev initiation and everybody else right behind him. So, Bible Thump. But he does get the tower. So at the cost of the tower, they get the hero. And Gax is just going to continue to push out the middle lane.
Tidehunter is starting to build a Pipe of Insight. That'll help a lot with those team fights against that Warlock.
So Radiant do see all of these rotations here from the Dire, of them moving around here. Even though they've dropped Vision here, they haven't countered this just yet. So they know that they're going for Roshan, and I would expect them to do something about it, even though Sophie Turner is down. They can rotate in here with a Warlock Golem and drop that down, but you see how they're postured here, right? They're grouped up as 4, and they would get the Ravage off because he's staying out of the seam. But, oh, they're trying to flip it on them, and they decided to just go bottom as 4, as Underlord, and just split push him instead. What? Okay, so this is going to be a little bit of a fun play out of them here. They've already got Tidehunter rotating back here too. Dazzle has already dropped his ult too. Yolksoup is the most out of position, and this is not good for him since his ult is going to be the one to counter-initiate on the Tidehunter. He blinks forward, he gets the Ravage off. Ravage immediately stolen by Rubik! Ho ho ho, this is not good, but he's going to get silenced off immediately. Spectre is there. Yolksoup able to drop the rock immediately after the fact. Mech going to be coming out from there. Fatal Bomb out onto Yolksoup. He's probably going to go down. One more right click from him. Sophie Turner coming out with the scream on everybody. There goes 448 jumping in on Gax. Gax trying to get as much damage out as possible. Rainstorm down. Gax is going to go down as well. Sophie Turner dropped in the backside. 448 trying to heal himself with Inner Vitality. There goes TDD in with the Blade Mail, and he's going to drop 2. And there goes Boss, able to blink away in the end in the fight. What a fight coming out there, and TDD is trying to continue the pursuit there. Sophie Turner going forward, has the Orchid to try and follow up on them there. He doesn't go in. He was... he should have gone. He should have jumped. But the damage is there. One more tick of the Shadow Strike. One more before the well. Nope. He gets in. He's good. Boss is fine. He's safe.
Got a buyback.
Big ol' buyback coming from Reviewing Llama. Here comes the boss. He's just going to stun that out. There goes the Golem. So they get the tier 3. They don't get the racks. They get some good damage out on the ranged barracks. They're going to back up from there and just look to farm. Now let's check out what that graph is looking like. Net worth is kind of stabilized for the Radiant. It'll be about 5k plus off the Dire. Experience, though, a little bit around like the 8,000 sort of mark. So clear advantage going for the Radiant right now. Looking at the items as a whole for this team, Spectre with the Blade Mail has proven to be pretty helpful in that last fight. And I would like to see Sophie Turner probably get like a BKB, to be honest. Because I think that would help her in these final stages to just overcome a couple of those things that are keeping her a little bit more locked down in these fights. Or maybe even like a Lincoln's, you know? BKB or a Lincoln's. I think BKB would be a little bit better because of Ravage and all that other sort of stuff, but just even a Lincoln's would be good. I think BKB would be better.
BKB is always great when there's just so much CC coming out from the Dire. You got the silence, you got the vengeful stun, you got the big Ravage.
And you know, once upon a time, this Drow Ranger used to be able to kill people. I'd like to see that happen again, wouldn't you?
I would, however, they do have 2 Blade Mails on the Radiant now, both on Underlord and Spectre. It's going to be hard for her to take out those. She'll just be focusing on the squishy targets like the Warlock or the Rubik.
So here goes Clove. Clove is grouped up behind his squad. Everybody's split off relatively okay. DV does have the Blink Dagger still. Mech is off cooldown. Everything is ready for the Dire here, as is Radiant. So all cooldowns are off. Everything is ready. Are they going to look to try to catch TTDD here? And I think they're going to try. Boss does blink forward, Force Staff as well. Still a little bit further out. TTDD still running away. And Sophie Turner split pushing top. You know, I would like to see Queen of Pain get a Desolator or an AC in this game. Not now, just like as a whole. But, Spectre ult is going to go off, and they're going to be able to catch a couple people out of position here. Huskar is immediately going to get silenced out. He doesn't have the BKB yet. Stun is going to go out, and there's a great scream on everybody. They're going to be able to take out 2 here. Are they going to be able to continue the pursuit? I don't think so. And these lanes are pushed in for them so well. Oh, Underlord tried to ult top, and it just barely whiffed. Went off on a creep. If that creep didn't die, they would have been able to go top, immediately take that tower, and continue pushing from there. But it doesn't really matter. They're just going to push this mid lane in now. They're going to take this tier 2. They'll be able to take out both of the shrines, and they'll just be able to continue the pressure from there. They don't have the Huskar or the Venge for another 20 seconds. They got to try and take advantage of this. Even though the weave has gone down, I don't think that's going to be enough for them to really follow up and do any significant damage to them as a whole. Drow maybe get 1 kill at most, but they'll be able to kill buildings and probably a couple other heroes too, but this is a good move for them to just back up and kill the shrines.
They don't have a lot of AoE wave clear. Mostly they're single targets, so it's going to be hard for them to protect that upper ground.
Down goes the shrine. I like that there's so many blade mails coming out from the Radiant. It's kind of hilarious for me. Because Spectre has one, Underlord has one. I just want like a casual Warlock blade mail, just for the lulz, but I guess the Ags beforehand would probably be better.
Definitely, but yeah, Radiant, bunch of right-click heroes right now. That Huskar and Drow together kill themselves on a blade mail.
Radiant continuing to be grouped up right now, so ooh, baby, ooh, baby. Oh, baby. I don't know what's going on up here. They're grouped up as 5. This is a good opportunity for them to continue pushing on the tower. The Dire trying to posture here. The Huskar is in the front. Dazzle's behind him. He accidentally procced the shrine. Rip shrine. Rip. 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 So no shrine for... Oh, and there goes the other one! That one's gone too! Double rip. Rip again! No shrines near that top tower for the fight, so... Oh, God.
What a string of bad luck right there.
Oh, God. Oh, God. That's so terrible.
Don't think these guys are used to the 7.0 patches just quite yet with the new map and the new shrines.
Yeah, I would anticipate so, but oh, Some stuff's happening mid. No stuns. Okay, no kills.
Warlock is very close to his Aghanims.
Yeah, that's going to be really exciting. Mr. Moy's going to just go out of control. Out of control.
Just need 600 more gold and team fights are going to be blowing up.
Well, it looks like Underlord's going to go for a Crimson Guard too, so he's just going to get like super duper tanky, durable, aura type stuff, because he has the Vlads finished out now also. So, woo!
Oh,
This is kind of silly. The creeps are pushing in the bottom. Dire's a little bit split off. The Radiant are nearby. They're looking like... Oh, that's another rip! Rip! Rip shrine.
3 out of the 4 shrines.
3 out of the 4 shrines in the base have been misclicked on. No, there's 5 in the base.
Right. There's one
There's
there.
5 in the base, yeah, because we still got 2 more. We still got 2 more.
Dazzle looks like he wants to push it. He wants to click it. Dazzle
I
click it.
know.
Let me want to.
Do it, Dazzle! Okay, well, alright. They're farming off. Yolk Soup is pretty close to this Blade of Alacrity. He'll be able to finish out that Ags. Gax is on the front line. And, you know, it really is just kind of coming down to when they look to try and push in. They've got all the waves pushed out. They could try to get a Roshan or something like that, but the Dire are going to be smoked up as a squad. They're going out. They're ignoring those illusions there. They're trying to wrap around on Sophie. Are they going to be able to get the gank? I don't know. Reveling Llama, he's on the front. There's Clev and Boss on the side. He blinks in. Stun is going to go off. A follow-up with the stun. There's going to be the jump. BKB popped. He'll be able to jump off in the side. He's going to be able to TP out too. Great for Sophie Turner to be able to get out of that. He does have the BKB online, and that's going to be the second use of it. Down to 8 seconds now. And there goes Gax, just flushing out the middle, and here comes DV, throwing out the gush, doing an anchor smash, and I think they're going to try and follow up in on here, but with Yoksup throwing the heal down on him too, he should be okay. And the Radiant are just kind of split out around everything here. They're trying to push in all these lanes. Rubik might be in a bit of problems here. He does get the Glimmer off. Is he going to be okay? Yes, he will be. And here we go. Clev is out of position. He pops the BKB. Really doesn't matter, though. Ravage has been popped by Tidehunter now. Everybody has been rooted or stunned. Down goes nobody except the Rollock Golem. Yolksup going to be trying to do some damage here. Fatal Bonds is out on there. All 4 of them hit with that. Gax is on the front line. Big Scream able to take out 3 of them. Shadow Grave going to be on the 448 to try and keep him preserved. DV trying to do anything he can to stay on live. Clev is going to buy back. So will Dazzle. Down goes Tidehunter. Buyback on Huskar too. And there's, oh my god, 5-man buyback on them. He throws out the big old weave on the entire team there. The Golem's still chipping away at the tower. Gax is trying to relocate his entire team. And down they go all the way back to the base. They force out a 5-man buyback, go back to the base and heal. The weave was used on them. They're just going to heal up, go right in, and fight again, because all of the Dire's ults are on cooldown. Now, granted, the Radiants are too, but if they're able to get any picks prior to that fight in the base, the Radiant win, because of that cooldown on all their buybacks and the time of respawn that's going to be associated with it.
Got a huge level discrepancy too. 3 main carries on the Radiants are just dominating above the 3 of the Gyres.
Absolutely
close to her
devastating.
25 talent tree.
Uh-oh, there goes the initiation. Oh my god, you see that perfect Manta dodge of the stun. What an initiation. Here goes in the stun in on Cleb. He's going to be able to get swapped out, and there goes Boss in the lieu of that. But that BKB isn't going to be enough to keep him alive, and he's going to be able to go down too. There goes Strive and Pepper. He stole out the Gust there. There goes the GG from Boss. 448 jumping in for the lulls, and there's the GGs. What a fight.
What a game.
What a game. +6 Treants taking it in this best of 1 in the group stages of the Firstblood.io Social Sunday Tournament. It's pretty exciting. stuff here. We don't really have like an analyst desk or anything like that, but congrats to Plus 6 Chance on a ridiculous victory. I don't know what we're going to do in terms of like a between game chat, but thank you for Mr. Corn Cob for casting with me here. We've got a lot of more fun games in front of us today, so looking forward to some fun games and series after the fact. Fun in a bun. So I don't know what we're doing for the next, like, game and the timing for it or any of that. So let's see what happens, guys. Hello, sir.
Sorry about the. It's mayhem today.
Whatever. I've got a count. I've got a next game count up timer, and I just have it saying next team's being decided.
All right, cool. So the next two games, are. Alright, so we've either got Salty Splatoon and WoW, or we've got chat setting, or the other game would be
Snackdown and Dream Curls.
yes, I think so.
Yeah, so I figured I would do +6 Trans versus Salty Splatoon. Then I would do Snackdown and Dream Carls. And then I would do WoW and 6 Trance maybe, just to kind of get a mix of both of them. And then there's like the final bracket after that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so then like I'm going to end up getting every team at least once anyway, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You will be getting Mango Bay if they don't make it to the final stage.
Okay.
Who won that first game?
Mango Bay's winning a game right now anyway, so they'll make it through.
Okay, so they yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so I want to... All right, so then let's do it that way, I guess, because I want to at least make it so that everyone
Make
gets
sure
a game
everyone's
cast.
in once.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll do Snackdown and Dream Carls next, and then we'll do WoW and +6 Trance as the last one that we'll cover for the group stages.
Okay, cool.
So I'll update that. Snackdown and Dream Carls. How much time do we want to give Snackdown after their game 1? I'm sure they're going to want to chill for like a second.
Yeah, just give them a few. They're playing right now, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Just Mango Bay. Give them a few minutes, I guess. Maybe that we would do better off doing Salty Splatoons and WoW then. But
And then we would do Dream Carls and Mango Bay, but then we would miss out on Snackdown.
okay, yeah, either way.
I don't really know how far the other game is from. Looks like they have 2 racks down. No, just one.
If you guys want to jump in and spectate the last, the tail end of that game, you can. I'm not sure what the idea is though.
I think there's just like a 2-minute delay.
Yeah, I just need to be able to like click the thing. Alright, so I just gotta be able to obs these people, right? I don't have anyone on my list of these people that are playing in this in order to obs it, I think. Oh, I'm in here by myself. I don't know what's going on then.
Alright, I'm back.
Yeah, I don't know if we have any sort of time frame for the next game though.
So, are you muted on your stream right now, or?
No.
Oh, okay.
I just have the music like really fucking loud, so like it might be louder than us talking. I don't know if it is or not.
Alright. Yeah, it's gotta get more comfortable. Oh wow.
Oh wow, what?
Mango Bay came back and won. That's interesting. Yeah, Mango Bay looked like they were gonna lose, and they were down like 10 kills. They had like all their racks down, and they came back in 5-man push to win. Oh, they went for racks, or what do you call it, ancient race.
could swear it's been 700 degrees in here since you came in. I could swear that this room has been running out of air, and now it's starting to spin. You make me feel kind of bad, kind of good, kind of everything, yet it doesn't feel like it should. You make me feel kind of wrong, kind of right, kind of anything, and I would change it if I could. I could swear that I'm fainting, I think I'm losing my sight, I swear I'm hitting the floor. I could swear that my stomach just sunk a meter, I'll be dead if I take any more. You make me feel kind of bad, kind of good, kind of everything, yet it doesn't feel like it should. You make me feel kind of wrong, kind of right, kind of anything, and I would change it if I could.
Hey, Sky. So I didn't realize that I was on stream before. So what I'm going to do next time, if I need to talk to you guys like between games, I'll drag you over into general, and then we can drag you back into casters. Nope, that won't work either.
Oh wait, I'm here. Sorry, I was muted too. I'll let him know when he gets back. Oh, I think he went AFK.
Yeah. Yeah, it was totally messed up logic anyway. I was saying I would drag you guys over into general rather than doing any casters between games, but then I realized that would make a difference. So I was saying that we should try to not have these discussions on stream. We should just leave it as the music, so I'll show you how we can make that happen if we can.
What?
You're saying just mute the mics when the stream's on downtime.
Yeah, I don't know how to, because you're coming through as an audio feed to me, so you're being output as an audio feed to the stream.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't have a mixer.
Yeah, no drama.
So like I can mute my mic pretty easily and seamlessly, but I can't like, now if I change the output source of Discord to a different audio output source and then only listen to you guys off there, then I could do that as a workaround.
Yeah, okay, no worries. If it happens, it happens. Not the end of the world. Alright, I'll put you guys back into classes.
Yo, Cop, you gotta move into the channel, dude. There we go. All right, guys, we are going to be starting this pretty soon. I think we're just readying up on the teams. You ready, Corncob?
I am good to go.
I don't know what we're waiting on.
I don't know. Either we have the teams are full. Who's starting?
I am not the. This is not. I don't own the lobby. I don't know who the lobby leader is. Oh, there it goes.
Apparently it was me.
You were the lobby leader?
I didn't know. It
Oh
just
my
said
God.
Start game. I was like, all right, I'll press it. All right.
Yeah, well, here we go then, guys, into game one, best of one, I guess, for the group stages of the First Blood IO tournament. We've got Dream Carls here versus Snackdown. So I don't know anything about Snackdown's previous game. I think they just had one, but I hear it was pretty crazy ending from it, but unfortunately don't have any direct stats that I could help convey to the viewers. But we'll just kind of take it ad hoc as we go here. But some interesting bans are initially. We've already got Shadow Demon and Underlord banned out, and Tinker as well. Much different than some of the other ones that we've seen in the meta being banned out, although I guess Shadow Demon would still prove to be a persistent trend. Any heroes you'd like to see in this game?
I honestly, I would like to see just what we saw last game. I love those big team fights. That Warlock was really good that we saw there. Tidehunter, sadly, was the only one on his team that had a real big team fight attribute to him. But it looks like we're gonna have some sort of sneaky ganking play with this Nyx Assassin here.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting rollout for both Snackdown and Dream Carls because, I mean, Invoker, definitely strong hero still. Reworked for the 7.0 meta is a little bit interesting. And then Nyx also, the Mana Burn, the Invis Roaming Presence. Are they trying to bait some sort of invisible detection from Snackdown too? Nope. There's a Slardar, so I guess they're kind of be holding those cards on their hand.
I don't know if it would have been better just to ban the Slardar or if they have other plans with picking the Slardar, but definitely Slardar is a big counter to those invisible heroes.
Well, I think picking up the Slardar counters out the Bounty Hunter a little bit better too, because if they were to have a Bounty Hunter, like that's good against other Invis heroes while being an Invis hero. So that's like an extra layer of scariness, I'd say. And Slardar kind of prevents that. Necrophos being banned out is pretty interesting. I did hear, I mean, statistically speaking for 7.0 and 7.1 that Necrophos is really high up there in terms of success rate, and you're definitely going to have another big team fighting sort of game on your hands, or at least Snackdown's going to give you that. I don't know what Dream Carls is going to have to say to it, but Snackdown has already definitely got that there for you. We've got the Faceless Void Chronosphere, and we've got the Invoker Wombo combo. What more could you want? What more could you want?
Meatball coming down on those people that are in the Faceless Void ult, or just like nice little disarm. Just it's gonna be so good.
Oh yeah, baby! It's gonna be all sorts of meatballs up in here. All of the most delicious and tasty, tasty meatballs. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, whatever, man. I'm a fan of any food-related iterations, so you just got to tread lightly with any sort of food things. I don't know. Anyway, so any big heroes you want to see in here that would add to the mix that Dream Carl has? We've got this Nyx that could be offlane, could just be support. Same sort of deal with Slardar too. Could be offlane, just could be a support. I mean, I guess he could be a core too. Just kind of depends on how you want to posture it.
I think Dream Carls, their picks are going to be up in the air. Again, these two are just kind of very just basic heroes on their own. They kind of do their solo thing. They don't really add to really big team combos, really. Maybe Snackdown picks up maybe like a Magnus. I don't know. I don't know if they would want a Faceless Void as their main safe lane carry.
So Rubik banned out from Snackdown. Elder Titan banned out from Dream Carl. Now that's interesting because I think Elder Titan could be a pretty strong counter to the Faceless Void, but of course a good synergy too.
10 seconds remaining.
So I guess they would be concerned with like the magic damage, resistance that the Elder Titan would have been able to throw out in a fight, and the added layer of control since the Faceless Void Chronosphere is such immense lockdown. So, I mean, like, what more could you want? I don't know. What more would you want?
Just looking at this Rubik saying maybe Snackdown's gonna pick up some big ults.
You think so?
Or I feel like they would. Only reason I'm gonna ban a Rubik is if I'm going for some big ults, and then banning that Lifestealers. Another thing, the Lifestealer has that magic immune. Maybe they just ban Rubik so they don't get the Faceless Void ult.
Okay. I could see where you're saying. But we know that we're going to have a little bit of a different game going on here because we've got the Lifestealer banned out and the Juggernaut banned out. Two really prominent cores, and I guess I like the Lifestealer ban because Rage against Invoker, definitely. Not something that you really want to deal with. And then Juggernaut having the potential to really kind of cause a bad day. Just a bad day. I don't know.
Juggernaut's just one of those heroes that just sticks on you and won't leave you alone until you're dead.
See, I feel like he lost so many stats with the 7.0 update that he lost a lot of value, yet you're still seeing him played so much more, but you just have to compensate with alternative item builds and stats and stuff, so I don't know. I'm not sold on it entirely.
Yeah, definitely with the pre-7, you know, those stat options that he always chose stats in the middle of his build just to get ahead, but they removed those and definitely hurt him.
Skywrath Mage being picked up is a pretty interesting pick for them. I think he's going to be good as an overall because he's going to be able to throw down a Mystic Flare on whoever Faceless Void decides to commit on in the Chronosphere. So it's kind of like a little bit of a eclectic sort of disengage, if you want to look at it that way.
Yeah, so long Skywrath doesn't get caught in that. Also,
yeah, for sure.
He can try to help out. Problem with Faceless Voids, though, for sure, are definitely they always seem to capture at least one teammate in there. Unless this one's a good one, then I'm hoping he doesn't.
Sure, for sure. I like the Ogre pickup with the Void and the Invoker. I think I've seen this a lot in like more professional games where they'll tend to put favor on an Ogre because of just the benefits of him. He's just really durable. He can just kind of run at people, really high armor, and then there's Bloodlust for your cores. So he's kind of sacrificial.
Doesn't Alacrity and Bloodlust stack?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, so I definitely think that's a great choice for them.
They definitely do. They definitely do. Well, interestingly enough, we've got a Dragon Knight as the return pickup from Dreamcarl. Now, he's got really high armor. He's going to be really durable. He's going to be great at pushing towers. And I think he would be strong enough to survive a Chronosphere, too. He's going to be a type of hero that would be very consistent on picking up a BKB. So he's going to be already looking to counteract the sort of capabilities that you have from an Invoker and an Ogre. And because of him being relatively armor benefit, he's going to be strong against the Void.
Yeah,
I just don't really know how Dreamcarls is going to kind of like roll out the laning and all that sort of stuff because it might be hard for them.
That's definitely going to be different. Best way to kill Dragon Knight is with magic, and they picked up that Luna, which has a lot of magic damage on top of herself just having a ton of AD.
Bingo. So they're definitely paying attention to what the teams are doing, and they're kind of picking to the strengths and weaknesses. And I think this Luna is going to be pretty dangerous to the Skywrath Mage, too, because, I mean, think about it. Skywrath Mage doesn't have armor. Like, he's one of the only heroes in the game that has basically negative base armor.
He's just flying meat.
Just think about that for a second. His armor is so low in Dota 2. It's a joke. It really is. He has negative 0.18 armor at level 1. How about that? At level 15, he has 1 armor. There you go.
Wow.
Look at that. Moving up in the world.
That's like blocking.
He gets 0.8 agility per level. It's like, oh god, just any sort of physical damage against Skywrath is just going to make him cry. Which is just, like, the Luna bounce is really just going to do well there. I guess that's really what I'm just trying to get to.
Yeah, Faceless just ults a group of them. Luna, if she's on the outside, bouncing through them all. Faceless just smacking them. That Skywrath is not going to last in there at all.
Oh boy. Mirana banned out, Animage banned out. I mean, if they ran an Animage, that would have been pretty interesting cores, because they would have had to end up having all those melee, you know, they'd have to have Nyx as a support, but, I mean, they could be looking at, like a roaming dual lane or something. I don't know. There's all sorts of weird ways that Dreamcarls could look to approach this. I think that they might want to have Skywrath roam around with this Nyx. That's a possibility. They could also be babysitting a core in the lane.
I've definitely seen a lot of Nyx assassins just play solid offlane. Like, they just sit there till they're 6 and then start roaming.
Sure, exactly.
Offlane, also seen him as a hyper carry. I don't know if they want to leave him as a hyper carry. Maybe leave
You don't
him
want to
as a
have
support.
Slardar as a carry against
Yeah.
a Void or a Luna, because Luna's going to have more move speed, or more flexibility to juke you because of being ranged. And, I mean,
Yep.
Faceless Void for obvious reasons, Chronosphere and the like.
That Slardar is definitely not going to scale as well as their carries right now. They definitely need one of those hyper late game carries. Maybe a Medusa that a lot of defense on her. Oh, they went with a Morphling.
Morphling's pretty fun. He can switch through the Chrono, assuming that he gets it off before he gets Chronoed. So, yeah.
Kind of has to see the Faceless Void coming. Can definitely start getting a lot of strength.
But then this also mixes up what Dream Carls could do for laning. It could be a DK or a Morphling mid.
Yeah,
You want to get clowny? Let's say it's a support Morphling.
I have seen support Morphlings. I have a
But,
friend
I mean,
that loves
I just
support
want to
Morphling.
say that we don't know what we're going to see here because this is a Dota 2 community in-house tournament. We could see something very conventional, or we could see something completely out of the realm of reason. But without further ado, let's just kind of wander on into the game. And they've had issues with loading in, so they're pausing, so that's fine.
Let's talk about that last pick that Snackdown had. They picked up a Witch Doctor. That ult's going to be crucial with Faceless Void ults. They seem like they really want to wrap everything around that one Faceless Void ult.
Yeah, well, they've got a little bit of extra stuff, extra oomph to go in with that Faceless Void ult, and I think that's kind of what they were looking for with the Witch Doctor, because Skywrath would really be a good setup and proponent for them. I forget which TI it was, either 2 or 3, where it was basically Faceless Void Skywrath, and the entire tournament was Faceless Void Skywrath. And it just dominated the entire tournament. And then people pulled out the Witch Doctor. At that point in time, you could cast the Death Ward in the Chronosphere. Later on, you couldn't, but you know, all sorts of different things that you would want to consider from a different time frame. But they are all TPing bottom to the bottom shrine, and smoked up, and off they go. All right, well, let's give a quick rundown here. We've got Kun Chun on the Invoker, EM Wu on the Ogre, Sensei Society on the Witch Doctor, Samich on the Faceless Void, and Pegasus on the Luna. From the Dire, we've got Yagerty on the Dragon Knight, High Horse on the Skywrath Mage, Kinto Un on the Slardar, Chosen on the Nyx, and LMAO on the Dragon Knight. But here comes some chaos. Yagerty is already going to get whacked to all sorts of oblivion here. Samus is going to try and follow up in on here, and he's just going to go down, and I don't think they're going to die for anything further than there, but that's with the super quick, fast, easy first blood. They're going to be able to secure this rune here. They're going to probably drop back and grab their other rune in their jungle, but they might end up actually losing their top rune in that jungle by proxy. I've noticed that a few times with those first bloods, but
Yeah, Faceless Void getting that first blood is really going to help him out in his lane. Because I think it looks like he's going off lane. I don't know what the Slardar is doing, but if you look at his items, I think it's a support.
The battle begins.
yeah, it certainly could be a support Slardar, and it looks like an offlane Nyx. So very, very likely that they're doing that this game. And they did actually end up getting the Radiance Bounty Rune in the top. And then they also blocked out that camp from spawning, so good merit on them. So initially, as we're progressing through this game, I think we're going to have the most danger on whatever lane the Slardar rotates to. So if this is going to be a dual lane with a Nyx Slardar bottom, that could be a little weird because they can just kind of run at them. Although it doesn't really appear to be that way, and if it's just a solo Nyx, I would kind of expect him to get zoned out pretty easily, especially since he didn't get a stout shield and he doesn't have any mangoes to assist with his base regeneration, but Nyx does have pretty OP base regen. I think it's like 4 or something like that.
Yeah, starting with the Wind Lance is definitely a different idea to do. I'm not sure if it's going to benefit him too much this early on because they have too many stuns. I mean, they have 3 stuns in that bot lane.
Yeah, that would make it kind of hard for a team to follow up, wouldn't it, you know? Dead. So Sandwich is taking a lot of damage up top, and it looks like he's not using the Time Walk as effectively to be able to undo some of this damage. But Skywrath also, with a 5-second cooldown on the Arcane Bolt, can get a couple of them off while his Time Walk is down too. So they're probably just doing a good job at balancing out the sort of things that they can do to, harass him. But Skywrath actually down really low, 150 HP already.
He took a ton of damage from that minion wave. He pulled it all the way around through their jungle, aggroed right onto him.
Whack. I don't think there's any sort of lane necessarily that's going to have a higher impact of kill or death right now, but the top lane certainly has some interesting things going on.
If this Nyx Assassin overextends just a little bit, there's just 3 stuns right down there. Ogre Magi got his stun finally on his level 2.
Yeah, I think Ignite level 1 is really good for zoning people out, which is really what he wanted to do initially. And Nyx is level 3, so he's getting what he wants out of this lane because he's close enough and he's not really getting zoned right now.
The bottom lane right now on the Radiant, they really need to start stack and pulling those, trying to deny the creeps, because they're pushing that lane too close to him. He's just getting free experience, which is all he really cares about.
You're right, the creep equilibrium is really bad for them, and the Nyx is able to capitalize on that by getting all these levels. The Witch Doctor certainly could be pulling the small, chaining it into the large, or even maybe just pulling the large camp directly into the creep wave. So those would be good things that he could employ to deny experience to the Nyx Assassin, and allowing the Luna to farm a little bit more safely. But mid lane, EMW rotating in on Yaghrdi here. They get an impressive amount of damage off with that Sunstrike, Stun, Ignite, and everything else. They're able to finish him up in the end, but we kind of missed the initial on that. Now, I wonder if we're going to see any drastic rotations come out of this Skywrath Mage. It looks like he decided to commit his gold into a Null Talisman first, rather than getting like some conventional support items like Regeneration and the like. So that would kind of make him suffer as a support early on, just because you have so much dependency on having expendable HP and mana at the same time.
Yeah, this Skywrath needs to kind of just almost babysit this Dragon Knight right now and just throw out some Qs. He could have done it earlier, but he kind of seemed like he backed off.
Yeah, I could definitely see that, but I don't think it's going to go entirely that way. Top lane, a lot of pressure that they're doing on them.
Ogre Magi rotated top to help out with the Void. Seems like it's doing pretty well. Lane's pushed out more.
A lot of damage going off on top. The Slardar's going to get a great crush off on two, and then there goes Sandwich. He's actually going to go down in the end. EMW still taking plenty of harassment here. He's going to be able to try and follow up on here. There goes one more blast from the Skywrath Mage. There's a crush, and he's going to go down. Double kill, actually both going in favor of the High Horse.
Yeah, that waveform, level 2, level 3, 175, 250 damage this early on. That's crazy. He hit both of those guys with it. That turned the fight like crazy.
And back in the bottom lane, we've got Pegasus here, farming away against the Nyx Assassin. Nyx Assassin level 5 now, so he'll actually be able to bully out this Luna if he chooses to. Interesting that he isn't really doing anything in that sort of regard, though. I think this Nyx could kind of take over the lane a little bit.
Witch Doctor trying to deny creeps, but actually if you pull them to
Uh-oh, good stun from Nyx. He's going to try and follow up in on here. Good mana drain. He's just being a bully. So much mana. Witch Doctor stacking mangoes. He's practically got a mango shop. I mean, they're on sale. Maybe it's a good time to invest in mangoes. They're on sale, guys. Wasn't that what it said in the patch notes initially? Mangoes on sale?
I think so, because they dropped... How much did they drop the
Like
price?
5. It's like something
Oh, I think
nominal.
it was like 40 or something. Wasn't there like 150? Now they're like
15. They were dropped 15. They were 125.
Yeah, okay.
But here we go. We got a stun off on the Dragon Knight. They're going to follow up on here on him. Kun trying to do plenty of damage here with Ogre Magi. A couple more hits coming out from him, and he'll be able to take him down. High Horse here trying to do something here with the Arcane Bolt, but the 1-1-1 build not really doing it for him in the end. Slardar using the sprint, following up in here. Chosen is here too. There's a crush. He's going to be able to connect on here. Invoker not getting hit with the stun. He will get silenced out, though. He's not able to help his friend. EMW going to be able to back on up out of here. He has a mango if he wants to eat it and get off a stun as well. He will eat the mango. No more follow-up really going to be there. Woof, taking a good chunk of damage from that Fire Blast, though. And they're just going to group up in Sanctuary away and turn this go off from there.
Dragon Knight did just hit level 6, so he's got Dragon Form now. Little poison damage. Not too great, but still better than just himself smacking people.
Hey, he'll be able to push that tower with that poison damage, because that poison damage is a dower over time on towers, too. So don't forget that. But now Yagurdi is actually under pressure yet again, and they're going to dive the tower. His supports have abandoned him, and he's going to go down. EMWU going to take the tower a bit. Just TP home.
Oh, Courier's getting hit by a tower.
Bottom lane, down goes Pegasus. Nyx following up in with the Invis. Carl coming up in with the Crush. And High Horse just blasting them away.
What I'm hoping to see is this Slardar rushes a Blink Dagger after he finishes these boot power treads.
That would be nice.
For Slardar, that he's really just used for his stun and his ult, reduce that armor.
Sure. Top lane though, we haven't paid much attention to this lately. We've got the Void and the Morphling going toe to toe here, and Morphling definitely has a dramatic advantage. And he's pretty much just kind of zoning and pressuring out this Faceless Void as he wants. But back in mid, they're going to look to try and pressure the Invoker. They've got a sentry down for funsies and for carefuls. And, yeah, they're just kind of zoning out the Invoker a little bit here. Ogre might wander himself into a bad situation. They do have vision on him. Chosen's going to go up here. He drops a sentry. He knows it a little bit too late. Here comes the stun. There's going to be a Slardar crush too. Down he goes. EMW. He's going to get silenced out. Another stun coming out from Yagurdi. And there he goes in the end. He is going to fall. Hashtag sensitive.
Definitely a good decision by Nyx to sacrificing his Vendetta ult just to impale him, able to get closer and get the extra stuns on him as well.
But like timing-wise, that was really good on when he put down the sentry. If it was just a couple seconds earlier, he would have lived. Because he would have seen the vision, and he would have seen that it was a bad idea to be there. But alas, the Nyx definitely had it out for him, and he was able to get him in the end.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
That was kind of silly. He just kind of like plopped down. Where'd he go?
Sinking to the ground.
Yeah, he's just like gone. And so it began. Into the earth. Into the earth. What is EMW doing over here? He's trying to zone out this Dragon Knight. I feel like he's just burning out mana. Chosen actually killed the Witch Doctor. Sad days.
Down bot lane, he was just waiting on top of him. Went to the shop. Luna was separated. He just went for it and killed him.
That's a sad day. That is a sad day. Well, we're going to see from Pegasus here a little bit more of aggressive nature, I would feel, since up at 54 last hits now. Let's check over the net worth.
Support right in the mid lane.
Dyer's middle tower is under
Oh,
attack.
here comes the
Boop! He hit it. Nice. Kunchan hitting that Sunstrike in the end with the assistance of EMW. But here is Yagurdi. He's looking to cut off EMW. I'm just going to call him MW. And he's just going to tickle him away a little bit. Grab the DD. He'll be able to push the tower with that if he wants to. 30 seconds for his next Dragon Form. They might want to look to group up as a team at this point. I don't really know if they've done anything to really do any pressure on any enemy cores or anything like that, but Morphling is just kind of sitting up here willy-nilly. Oh, Jesus. There goes Pegasus. Yeah.
Spoke too soon.
Right, and down goes the Luna. alone and sad by herself in the bottom lane. They need to have sentry coverage down a little bit more consistently because that Nyx just keeps running in and doing the exact same thing over and over again. And unfortunately, this could be dead. We don't know. It may die.
I don't know
They've
if
got the
they've seen it
coverage
yet.
on it.
They
Exactly.
keep running into the river from right there, and they never go right up there, so I don't think they've ever seen it. Hopefully, Skyrath, no, he's gonna go up, he probably's gonna find it. No? Oh, yeah, there he goes.
Yep, there it goes. Bum, bum, bum.
Slaughter coming into the bottom jungle.
Radiant's middle
And I think they might be into a bit of a mix here.
Oh,
Team
yeah.
Dream Carls is trying to respond, and here comes the Luna ult and the Sunstrike. It's going to connect. The Witch Doctor did his dance of the dances, and down goes 2. That's awesome. Don't you
However,
just
they
love
got
it when
the
a
ward,
plan like
They
all
got
comes
the ward.
together? Yeah, I guess so. So let's see what we're looking like on the net worth, and actually only a little bit in Snacker favor, 1K in their favor right now. Experience-wise, a little bit more slighted, but still a pretty early game, still pretty close. Once we start seeing some towers drop, I think it'll be a little bit more significant.
radiant structures are fortified.
Soldier's fortune.
Now, what do you think the exact next move is for Team Snackdown? Because as far as
Snackdown.
I see it,
Dyer's middle
I think Snackdown are in a pretty interesting spot.
Snackdown, I definitely think has the upper hand right now. I've heard some really good things about this Kunshin on Invoker. He's apparently really good with them. They just caught the Slaughter out. Ward placement seems to be all right at the moment. They don't. And they got what is it? One ward.
And
think
they've
Dyer's
got
been
the
better
vision
on
down
the
for Chosen, but they're going to be able to try and go in here anyway. There's the silence. A couple more blasts going to be going out on here. Dream Carl's trying to come in here. He's sprinting away. The salve will be going off. And luckily, EMW coming in from the other side with an easy ignite, but Pegasus still in under the retreat. Dream Carl's Slardar is treating forward. Kintogun trying to get him there, but Chosen now on the retreat as well. Geez, there's everything going on anywhere there, and now here comes the Chronosphere down on the 2, but both of them go down. Both goes the Nyx and goes the Pegasus too. And now they're looking to try and change their efforts here onto High Horse, and I think they would be his best option. They're not going to get Kintogun. He is already gone, and he's going to just try and TP away, and he doesn't.
Oh, we got him.
The last second, he got him. Congratulations. Well memed. Meanwhile, top lane, Kunchun pushing away at the top tower.
Dyer's
Down it goes.
has fallen.
What a sad day if you're a tower. Lived a glorious life.
Tower is under attack.
But Invoker is definitely getting himself into a pretty sexy spot. 7.6k net worth. What do you think he's looking at for his next big item? Straight to Ags. So he's got Midas bots and right into the Ags. He's trying to team fight and team fight hard. Interesting that he maxed out the Exhort already if he's going for Ags, since doesn't Ags give you like +1 on all your stats, or did they change it up? I forget.
I believe the Ags makes it so your Deafening Blast is an AoE.
No, that's your level 25 talent.
I'm sorry, it's the what do you call it? It makes it so you can change spells faster. I think there's like a 0 cooldown or something, or like a 1 second cooldown.
I feel like it did more than that.
Dyer's bottom tower has fallen.
Why does it keep looking off of him? I don't like that. Click. Ags.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
It doesn't say exactly if I have it up. That's sad. Alright, well, I don't remember how it got changed, guys. Sorry.
Alright, here we go. Ags decreases the cooldown and removes mana costs from Invoke. Adds 1 level to the stats provided by Quas, Wex, and Exhort on all invoked spells.
But since they moved stats... Alright, so it's basically the same as previous. But there's no
Correct, yeah.
attributes anymore. Okay.
There's no attributes, so they just made it
So
it
big team
adds
fight coming out here.
yeah.
Pegasus is getting a great ultimate off here. Witch Doctor uses his ult for just a second because the next stun from the Carapace comes out, but they're able to get 2 in the end. A lot of ultimates used there too. MW suffering heavy blows, but he'll be actually live in the end, so 2 for no exchange. More fights just going way for Team Snackdown.
Skyrath luckily got out with just 50 health.
But Invoker doing heavy damage here still on the Morphling in mid, and Morphling opting for a Dragonlance, what looks like Lincoln's build. to try and have a mixture of survivability and kill flexibility. Slardar is opting for a blink as his next item, according to QuickBuy at least.
I do like how on Morphling they add that little kind of meter between his agility and strength just to show you how much he has.
Yeah, it makes it a lot easier, especially since they moved the attributes away from being easy to seed.
They kind of hid everything away in that little drop-down menu.
I mean, you realistically don't need to know what your attributes are. You need to know what they give you, which is your life, your mana, your attack speed, your damage, your armor, your magic resistance, right? Your movement speed. You don't need to know actually what those numbers are, realistically, unless you're trying to do number crunching for ultimates and stuff like that. So.
And usually you don't do that in a game. You kind of do that on your own practice.
I mean, like if you're OD or Silencer, you might want to be like, oh, well, if I do a but anyway, we got a little bit of aggressive posturing here from both teams here. Sandwich getting a one-hit bash here on Yagerty, and they're just going to try and disengage that with a quick silence, and Sandwich is definitely going to go in there. He's going to get a great Chronos Fire off on 2. There's a Sunstrike to follow up. Not needed, though. And Society GG throwing out the Ord. He's going to get stunned out immediately by the Carapace, and they're going to try to continue on Chosen. And they're going to be able to take him down, but now Pegasus under heavy fire here from the tower tier. Yagerty trying to back up as well. Chosen will fall on the back line, but Carls tries to get the stun out, not going to connect on anybody, and there goes the Dragon Knight. He's going to get hit by the Cold Snap and the hits from the Invoker and the Ogre, and everybody's dying on both sides. Glad we were able to get both of those in there. They should be able to get both these towers now, and it's just Skywrath Mage off in the base. Morphling away, free farming still. So Morphling's at 7.4k net worth roughly, so it's really going to come down to what sort of impact he's going to have once he's ready to start fighting, because he's kind of avoiding fights. He's really just trying to farm, and I don't know how well that or effective that's going to be when he's going up against a Midas Invoker that is like roughly 2.5k ahead of you.
Yeah, sadly Morphling doesn't have any real damage items just quite yet, so he's not very useful, but definitely that Invoker is just going to keep outscaling him no matter how much Morphling farms. Well, especially if we're lking at on a mid-tier to mid-tier basis, where I guess we would compare Invoker to Dragon Knight, then like that's absolute domination, because in an ideological sense it would be the roll 1 versus 1 being Morphling and Luna that we would be comparing in this sort of composition, but like the mid just got in a point where he just got so far behind because Invoker was able to pressure him, and they just didn't rotate appropriately to support him in the early game to make it so that he had a better outcome. Just rough days. It's rough days. But right now, if we're looking at these teams, we've got Dragon Knight pushing out the bottom lane. We've got High Horse following up on him. And the rest of the Dire, they're just kind of farming up. They're trying to do what they can to try to catch up, to try and stay the course. But all advantages are going Team Radiant. Dragon Knight did pick up an armlet, which should help with a little more health on his ult and in his normal form.
More armor,
damage,
more
attack speed.
damage. Yeah, all
a little bit of everything.
Yeah, all speed ahead if you're Dragon Knight. Proc that armlet with your ultimate, start melting some towers, and that would be a good way to approach it. But Skywrath actually TP'd back to the base to grab TP's wards and smoke.
Might need to see some Glimmer Capes or even a Pipe of Insight, 'cause that's a lot of magic damage on the Radiance team right now.
Absolutely, but Ogre Magi stuck in a bad position. Morphling and Chosen. LMAO! Taking him down. There goes that killing spree. Slardar? No, he's just crushing some creeps. I was like, what did Slardar get himself into? That rascally little guy when I heard that.
He is close to his blink, just 200 short of it right now. Once he gets that, it's going to be some easy pickings.
Yeah, well, Invoker's only 250 away from his blink, so...
Oh.
Yeah, I know. Ow. But top lane, Sandwich might be in a bad spot. Oh, the stun does miss. He throws out the Carapace immediately. Sandwich just waits it out, throws out the stuns. Oh my god, they're both going to go down. Luna! Oh, damage overwhelming. One is unstoppable, the other on a killing spree from across the map. Oh boy. And they're just going to continue to pressure up the top lane. Ogre's coming in to help support that. Witch Doctor as well, putting in aggressive vision. This top tower is going to go down. And now it's Invoker versus a Morphling in the bottom lane.
What would be fun to see is Luna picking up that Agadams. Then they just
Yeah.
have global coverage
That'd be
at all
pretty
times.
clowny. Well, Invoker got it. Invoker picked up his Blink Dagger from the side shop. Boots of Travel top, and now he's pushing with the team, and they're just going to be able to continue applying pressure here.
Is under attack.
You know, interestingly enough, he didn't put in his level 15 from his talent tree, if you look at that. So he's level 16, about to hit 17. He might get the +1 Forge Spirit at this point, I would expect, but I guess he put a little bit of priority in getting his Quas and Wex up to 4.
Yeah, he's definitely the highest level in the game right now, so the XP gain
Radiant's middle tower
could be nice, but definitely
He
that
doesn't need the
extra
XP
Forge
gain. He's
Spirit.
going to cap out.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
the
that
Forge
is
Spirit.
going to be so much more useful, especially since he maxed X-Door first, pushing those towers. And
When I
barracks
think
is gonna
of
be
getting
huge.
XP gain on Invoker is generally in a situation where you're not going to have a Midas and you're behind. I don't think you're going to want to typically get it in games where you're ahead.
Yeah, maybe if you go like a Quaswex support Invoker.
Bump, 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 bump. Bump, 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 bump.
Skyrath does have enough gold for the arcane boots. Kind of seems confused on where to go.
Well, I mean, if you don't have someone on your team acting as the clear focal point of reason for what you should be doing, that's where you're going to kind of have those sorts of issues. And, uh-oh, we've got a little bit of craziness going out on Ogre. Looks like he was trying to put down some vision and probably not in good favor. Sneaking around in enemy territory very, very deep. Not usually the thing you want to do. It's just my 4.5 cents. What do you think?
They kind of seem a little jumbled up there right now.
Okay, I'll
Kinda
take
just
it.
walking around.
I'll take it.
Nyx Assassin looks like he wants to go on, but it's a terrible idea. Does have a little bit of support in the back, but they're a little too far away. Oh,
Ben, oh geez, there's the zap on the Witch Doctor, and they throw out the Chronosphere. That's going to hit with everything else behind it. And nope, down goes the Witch Doctor. One more strike, he's going to go down, but now the Dragon Knight is going to take the full brunt of force coming out from that Luna Axe, but LMAO, he's going ham and a half. Pegasus is going to go down from there. He's going to throw out the Tornado, and down comes the EMP. That's going to do tons of damage to the Morphling, and now he's going to be in a worse situation for trying to phase shift out. But Dragon Knight's definitely going to fall at this point. Here comes Sandwich. He'll have his blink. He'll be able to continue the pursuit. A couple more seconds away. What is he going to choose to do? There comes a double blink. The Deafening Blast is able to knock on 2, and I think we're going to have a dead Slardar on our hands. Boom! Sunstrike! But it's not going to be enough in the end. 60 HP, which he's going to regenerate up pretty quick. Uh-oh. Oh, he's going deep. He's going deep. The Tornado, it hits, but it doesn't do enough. The strength gain, able to do just enough for him in the end. Oh, that Invoker was being cheeky. He
good
wanted it.
invokers are definitely scary.
And back they go.
Definitely right around the end of that fight, he got that blink.
Does this look like a dead ogre to you? Because this looks like a dead ogre to me.
Definitely.
Or is he going to go on the Void?
No.
Is he going to go for Greed? I think he's going for Greed is good. 999. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pack, whack, 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 whack. Oh, and he gets crushed. The misses off, but there goes the Faceless Void. He's going to be blasted off on the side. Yaghardu will be able to take the kill on that one. And there goes the bounce from the Chosen, able to do good amount of damage, and nice ultimate from the Witch Doctor, able to take out that. I think they're looking to continue the pursuit on here. Pegasus charging forward, able to kill him out in basically 2 hits. No armor is a pretty unfortunate thing to have, and now Slardar hiding in the tree line. He does have a Quelling Blade. Is he going to try to cut the trees, go for anything crazy here? But no, he's going to just get the stun off, continue running around, but now there's the EMW on the approach, and Pegasus will be able to get the kill in the end. Sunstrike on the opposite side, able to kill down Yaghardu, and he boots the travels right into the fray, and now he's ready to go battle toe-to-toe with the Morphling. Double Forge Spirits are out. They're pressuring the high tier. Pegasus is hitting for 484 damage per hit. That DD is off now, so unfortunately only 335 now. But this is
a lot of damage.
This is absolutely ridiculous, the amount of damage that is coming out of Pegasus here. And this might end up being the end final push, and we're only 26 minutes into the game. Pegasus is able to actually retreat here. He's trying to still continue to do fight. Glimmer Cape is going to be there. The Sunstrike does connect with the Maledict. Is it going to be enough? The Maledict is trying. I don't think it'll be A, though.
One more
But
Maledict? No.
more stuns are happening. I don't think they're going to be able to finish anyone off here. But now Ogre Magi, he's getting stunned out. Witch Doctor is with him. There is a glimmer amongst the two. And I think they're just going to go and back to each of their respective bases. But down goes the bottom racks thanks to those Forge Spirits. And those range racks have taken some heavy fire as well, down to 170 HP at this point.
Now, I feel like Dragon Knight could have kind of turned that fight around. He did have a long death cooldown, and he had buyback. He had his ult up. He could have came back. So many of them got so low on health. I feel like he could have picked up a couple more kills.
You know, the way that I kind of look at it, everybody's going to have murder. And the type of murder I'm seeing is the murder of Roshan. Uh-oh, Chosen knows about it, though. Uh-oh. It isn't good. He's got a level 2 Dagon. He wants it. You think he's going to try and steal Roshan, or you think he's just going to try and kill and...
He's going to have to pop that spell block, though, before he can.
Unless he's just going to try and go just for the Vendetta kill.
Or just try to, yeah, steal it, yeah.
Uh-oh, but more people are showing up. There's the Witch Doctor to break it for him. And he feels like something's amiss. Yeah, other people on the team postured there. So like, maybe if people from like Dream Carls didn't like posture around the Roshan pit, it would have been easier for him to do something there. But they're still going to look to try and go back into it.
Too confident. They definitely got a little too confident. The Invoker must have known, hey, they can see me in here. Nick's still ulted up, going back in.
Faceless Void's just sitting on the high ground. He has a blink. He has the chrono. He's ready for action if something does go amiss, because he can always chrono his team and the enemy team to secure the Aegis. Like, you know, last sort of situation sort of thing. But it looks like everybody's just kind of going down. That was an intense kill, and everybody just died.
Nick stole the Aegis.
Aegis was
He almost
stolen.
died right before it too, and then
And there he goes. There's a Chronosphere out on Yagerty, but I don't really think he's going to die at this point. Sandwich is really the one that's in a rough situation because he's just going to get stunned out. And now it's 3 down. LMAO dominating at this point. He's going to continue approaching in on this. Ogre Magi taking so many right clicks at this point. He's got a haste. He's just going to keep whacking away at him. Whack, 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 whack. Down he goes.
Morphling is getting there. He's getting a little more scary.
Invoker's just going to push
Ghost
stop.
Scepter. He's close. He has his Eagle Song ready.
Boom,
There it is.
E-Blade. We got the shotgun. Shotgun initiated, gentlemen.
That's gonna be a lot of damage, burst damage coming out.
Well, just wait until he gets even more damage coming out of him from like his next item, because he's got a
Going for
butterfly on his quick
next,
buy.
Yeah.
So the way that I'm looking at this game in terms of how the vision is postured up right now, Team Snackers really doesn't have any vision right now at all.
Getting a little too confident with their killings.
Yeah, and Dream Carl right now has some good counter vision down, but as a whole, the only vision they really have is like what, up here?
Mostly blue wards, just kind of.
Yeah, they've got like some,
around.
yeah, nothing like too decisive.
They got 5 blue wards, 2 in theirs, 3 in their own jungle.
I'm looking forward to the next team fight because it's going to be looking kind of crazy here, you know?
Definitely, they got some new finished items up. Anything else other than that E-Blade popping up?
Nothing that I can really, make of note, to be quite candid.
Ogre's gotten Aether Ends. That's definitely good for staying in the backline, getting those good stuns off.
Yeah, he's had that for quite a bit.
Yeah, Nick's level 3 Dagon. Got that recently. That'll help a lot. Other than that, same old, same old.
Yeah, we're kind of in this weird stagnant period where both teams are just kind of trying to get farm across the map. No one's really looking for a fight. Maybe someone will try and have a decision made after the next Roshan. So I think that could be like the next sort of big fight that could break out. I mean, the Radiant did take down the racks in the bottom, so they don't really have to worry about the bottom lane so much anymore. So now they're just kind of looking to try and secure the next Aegis, maybe look to try and secure out something in terms of vision in the enemy jungle, and then look to try and just like go for the win, for like pressuring in the mid or the top lane.
Yeah, the Dyer's been just super on the de-warding. Slardar always has blue wards with him. He's just blinking on top of the typical ward spots, looking for wards. Not so much having observer wards though. They definitely need a little bit more of those.
Middle tower
They
is
do
under
have 3 up, but a couple of them are about to expire soon.
So I hear an E-Blade pop, and down goes Ogre. He just got destroyed, and he has a replicate for safeties if he wants to do something, but Slardar blinking in. Crush is going to be just off the mark, and what? That's a big old tornado. It's going to be able to hit 3. Whoa, that distance of the tornado. My entire screen. Holy. Did he get the thing? No. I was about to say, he's not level 25. I was going to be like, did he get
No,
15 second off his tornado cooldown? I mean, nuts.
Honestly, with that 25 talent, it could go either way. There's definitely a lot of team fights where the AoE would be great. There's also some times where just taking people out of the fight for 15 seconds is huge.
Oh, yeah. That's definitely like one of the most preferable things that you could really do in this sort of situation.
They actually don't have a lot of right clicks. They have 1, maybe 2 strong right clicks, but not necessarily hyper carries that the Deafening Blast would be that great. You can still just use 1 and shoot it right at the Morphling and be fine. So definitely the 15-second tornado would be a lot better.
Yeah, I think he actually might be opting to get like his spells maxed out prior to like getting his talents out there. But whoa, he got destroyed. That was like a second. Boop. E-Blade hit. There was the wave strike, and down he went. Adaptive strike doing also Dutch damage. Impressive, you know. And it looks like Chosen just kind of wants more blood. He's got this level 3 Dagon at this point, and I love this E-Blade and then the Dagon following up after it, because they're going to be able to take out anybody soon once they start to build those out even further. And Ogre really can't be by himself. They've got vision on him. There goes the stun. They're going to try and go in on this. Yes, there comes the Dragon Knight. The sun's going to be able to connect on 2, and they're going to continue to take progress on here. That's big ol' hit on here, and LMAO, he's going to go down as well. EMW, he is A-OK. They're going to continue to try and do something here. That's a giant tornado going to be able to take out 1. High Horse is going to fall. Pegasus continuing up the front. Slardar definitely needs to back on out of this. He's not in a good spot. 3 down. I think they're going to be able to take this mid tower, and they may be able to do some serious damage to the racks, because this Morphling, no buyback. This Dragon Knight, no buyback. Only buyback that we would see would be coming from the Skywrath Mage. So realistically, it's the Dire trying to minimize losses at this point.
Yeah, that Morphling's really close to his buyback too. Just 36 gold.
dire structures.
So he'll hit his buyback before his respawn time, but I don't know if it's gonna be worth it at this point. They seem like they're just gonna take these and run.
Well, down he goes. How unfortunate.
Middle tower has fallen.
Well, with Luna applying so much pressure against the rack, still has Manta off cooldown that she can use. Chosen's just kind of lingering off on the side, waiting to try and do something here. And in terms of minimizing losses, I don't know what they can do. The Witch Doctor dies, but that doesn't even matter because Pegasus is all they really need. This core, this bounce, the Luna, it's going nuts. Look at everything just getting absolutely shredded up top. The Forge Spirits aren't actually attacking. If they were attacking, they would have already had that melee barracks. But that's probably just a little bit of missed micro on their point. Unfortunate that the Luna died in the end, but they probably could have had it if those Forge Spirits were microed to hit the tower too. Some minor misplay from a really outstandingly performing Invoker in this game. So again, to give perspective of this community of people that are playing with us right now, from people from Team Snackdown and from Team, oh my God, everybody's just keep dying. From Team, oh jeez. Okay, so MW Sculpt, these pop too. Damn it.
Dream Carls.
It's just like word vomit at this point. Everybody's just like dying. So I know the players on this tournament were ranging like from like 1 to 5K as a whole. I don't know where any of these people are on the spectrum. I think games average out to like 3.6-ish. But fun performances that we can see amidst the types of players in these games. I like that our Slardar has a Blink and a Force Staff. Added layer of disengagement or engagement. And oh baby, Invoker just got Octarine and the Ogre just got Blink. 2 big pickups that I could certainly get myself behind. I don't know about you.
Honestly, I love Ogre Magi with the Blink Dagger. It's just, you close in on people, especially with the Aether Lens. He almost can get anyone in any team fight whenever he wants, especially if he's not the one that initiates the fight. Because hopefully we get a nice little Faceless Void to initiate fights for him.
Yeah, that would definitely be a goal that you could have for him in these fights. And down goes the Shrine. Nice set, Invoker. Yeah, I think that's like a $60 set, 70. I don't know. It's a pretty pricey set.
Which set?
It's the Dark Artistry one.
Oh, yeah. It's a nice one. It looks really good.
It's pretty.
Roshan's not going to be up for just another minute and a half, it looks like. Got a Forward Spirit there to camp it out. Sadly, that Forward Spirit is going to die before it gets there.
Have we talked about this Dragon Knight picking up the Mjolnir?
I was actually about to say something. It looks like he was picking up because they might get Megas, and the only good thing against Megas is...
You need Mjolnirs. Yeah, you need Mjolnirs, basically.
I can see maybe Morphling picking up one if they get to that point.
You'd hope you don't have to spend that kind of money on that, but this
you don't
chip
even really
damage
need a
is
Mjolnir,
just
you
doing
at
so
least get
much.
the, yeah.
Sunstrike hits on 2. If it was only 1, that would have probably taken him out.
Even just getting just a Maelstrom is still miles better than single auto attacking everything.
Delicious.
Looks like popped a Shrine in the middle.
Bump, bump, ba bump, ba.
Luna's gonna BKB and take out the rest of the racks.
Yeah, there isn't really anything they can do to stop it. He uses his ult just at the end of Morphling's BKB to zone him out. Oh wait, never mind, he's BKBing now. I guess I was talking about the E-Blade, whatever. Anyway, he's taking out everything, and down it goes. He's going to be able to probably take out High Horse as well, thanks to that Hurricane Pike. And down goes everybody except the Morphling. There's the buyback on the Nyx. Whoa, there's High Horse too, but now it's only going to be a 3 versus 5 exchange at this point. And I don't think this is going to be something that they can really take
Carries versus
anything
supports.
further. Yeah, man, let's go. Take that, E-Blade to the face. Sandwich is just going to kind of shrug it off. There's a Tornado out on everybody. Sunstrike's going to connect on 2. Not going to be enough to take him out. He tries to smoke at his seat. Lol. There goes LMAO. He's going to take a little bit of damage. So, guys, there's a GG. Yeah. It was just, yeah. There's a GG.
What a game.
Chosen's
Nyx
just
trying
going to
to
try
do
and... Oh, he gets it!
Yes.
He got it.
Skywrath ending that game with 7.5 armor. Woo!
Team Snackdown taking it in this game 1, best of 1 group stage against Team Dream Carl. Awesome freaking game. Let's see what we have ahead of us tonight. I know there's a lot more Dota in front of us because yay Dota. So thank you again for being with us for this second game that we've casted tonight, guys. We'll have a third game coming up shortly. So stay tuned and yeah.
I believe that third game will be WoW versus +6 Trents.
Yeah, I did hear that that may be what is occurring.
'cause we are trying to find a way to feel. If I could sleep, I'd dream of what we'd be, but I can feel you slip further from me. Oh, it makes it hard to be when you are all that I want, but don't have. And I'll run into the sea, follow this heart that escapes me. It escapes me, and I'm lost. Forget me, all I was and become. Everything, all I although it feels like heaven, I can't wait forever. Old habits are hard to break. I'm losing faith. Maybe we're better off this way.
Radiant Team Ban.
All right, everyone, here we go into the third game of the evening that we will be broadcasting for the First Blood Social Sunday Dota 2 Community Tournament. We've got Salty Splatoon here versus WoW, and I am joined here again with Mr. Corncob Man. Mr. Corncob, you hyped for more Dota? Because we got more Dota.
Oh yeah, I just love more Dota every day.
Oh yeah, bae. That's how we got to do it. So I have not seen Team WoW play yet. We did actually have the opportunity of seeing Salty Splatoon play earlier. So this will be pretty exciting going into this game. I have no knowledge of Team WoW, but I hear they've got some magnificent players on their team that should be a fun sight to see. Interesting that they're banning out the Centaur as one of their first choices here, since, like, I haven't seen anything for Centaur at all.
Oh, looks
previously.
like WoW won.
Wait, what the hell?
Good game, guys.
Looks like there was a DC or something, I'm guessing, so we'll be starting up again. Burr, 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 burr. Yeah, they had DC. Hilarious. 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 Technical difficulties. That was clowny.
Alright.
Sorry I kept you waiting forever and a day. But now we're out here together
Looks like the lobby is back up.
with nothing standing in our way.
All right, I think we're ready to go. Here we go.
Okay, try number 2. We got it this time, though, I think. Exciting enough. We've got the Salty Splatoon versus Team WoW. Are you wowed? Did I make that joke the last
Wow.
time? I think I did. I like that I did
No,
again.
no, I think that was a different joke, but I do like how Team WoW chose to change their ban.
Seconds remaining.
Okay. I could see it.
Dire team ban.
Well, no Tinker, no Warlock, no Ember Spirit. To what do we can expect in this game? I don't know. If only we had a
they don't
stats
like,
man.
They really don't like global presence, that's for sure.
Well,
Ban it.
I mean, no Tinker, no Ember. I mean, they both definitely have global presences to them, for sure.
Reserve time.
But as a whole, I don't know.
Nah, too soon. Too soon to tell.
You would say that. It's okay.
I would say it.
And you did. Which I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
One day, you'll say something else. And then on that day... But we've got Shadow Demon banned out. He's been a pretty consistent ban in every series we've cast today. So no illusion spam, even though we still are getting illusion spam happening. But I like this Underlord pickup. The global presence we've seen to great benefit in a few games today. And by a few, I mean one. And the group pushing potential, the split rat ability, like that's really where we're seeing the shine on the Underlord. Allowing his team to just split push as a group and the things that kind of come with it.
Definitely why they probably banned Tinker, because they wanted to get that Underlord team fight, team push, split push, just everything, so they couldn't have that Tinker get in their way.
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree with you in that regard, sir. But Ogre Magi, first pickup for the Salty Splatoon, could leave us susceptible to another Faceless Void sort of shenanigan game. I don't know. Do you think Salty Splatoon will pick up an Invoker? I know I'm projecting my feelings of the other game, but I want to. It's fine.
An Invoker, probably not very likely. They're probably gonna want to have to go with a lot of CC. Right now, I think the WoW seems like they want to go for that team fight, split push. So
Team
guys have to
fight,
think of
split push. Ooh. Well, Faceless Void.
There's that face.
Called it. Well, there's a Necrophos, though. So I like the Necrophos. Very strong healing to kind of complement the whole team pushing sort of idea. And I think it's a good counter to Faceless Void. Just because you can throw the Reaper Slice on him to hold him down for like a second, but called it on the Faceless Void.
I definitely want to see a Storm Spirit in one of these games.
Dire team
I just want to see an Ag Storm Spirit. Basically, I always want to. I think Storm Spirit Ags is the silliest and best thing ever.
5 seconds remaining.
What do you think is going to be the... What? Terrorblade ban? Is that a thing that we've been worried about in this tournament?
I believe the
Radiant team ban.
yeah no Terrorblade was played in one game that we did not cast, but it had nothing to do with these teams.
Dire team
So I don't. It's interesting ban.
You know, I would
Keyblade
say
isn't
that.
high rate of a pick. They did ban the Invoker though.
I'm gonna have to agree with you.
10 seconds.
They banned out the Invoker. I was expecting the Invoker with that Faceless Void. I wanted it to happen.
remaining.
I think it would have been glorious. And I think that's also why they went for the OD ban. But Luna pick up with an Ogre. This looks kind of reminiscent. What do you think?
It's almost the same exact team that we just saw. Two different teams, three of the same pick.
Pretty exciting, right?
10 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Picking up that Lion adds more CC to them. They definitely needed a stun. They didn't really. They only had a root.
Well, Lion's going to be good with the illusions that that Luna's going to have eventually, and they're, like you said, they're going to need to stack as many lockdowns as possible to try and deal with the capabilities that a Faceless Void, Luna, and an Ogre are going to have. Because that's Ogre's pretty durable. He's a good frontliner. Void and Luna, not as much. So I'm going to be interested if Salty Splatoon are going to get any sort of reliable initiator, because right now I don't really see it, and it's going to have to come from their mid. The stars might be aligning for you to get your Storm Spirit, my friend.
I'm hoping. I'm really hoping.
I mean, look at the setup. Does that not look like a good Storm Spirit opportunity for Salty Splatoon?
It does. I mean, especially if they have the Underlord teleporting around, that Storm Spirit will be able to get right up there with them.
You know, I would really enjoy that. I don't know if this Juggernaut is entirely the right play, but there is a benefit of the ultimate, like, crossing over to all the other sort of things, you know? Where I guess it would... The Omni Slash goes through the Chronosphere, is basically what I'm saying. Like, if he procs it on him, the damage will still persist through people who are in the Chronosphere. So Juggernaut can kind of, hope for the best and get out an Omni Slash in the opportunity that he would get hit with the Chrono. No Elder Titan. Elder Titan's been the one that's going to get boshed out. So... not the worst, not the best, but I like the idea behind getting rid of the AET, because Elder Titan again brings a lot of control to a team fight, and that's not really something that you want if you have a Faceless Void with a Chronosphere, because if the Elder Titan's going to throw out a Spirit into the Faceless Void, it's Chrono, then you can entirely get the whole thing ruined, you know?
Yeah. There it is. Someone was reading my mind.
Yeah, the Storm Spirit was there, but I think it was also it was a good setup for them too. So I'm really enjoying it. I'm enjoying it.
10 seconds remaining.
Bum 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 bum
5 seconds remaining.
bum 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 bum. Last pick. 40 seconds of reserve time though, so they've got plenty of time to think it out. What do you think another good opportunity for them would be?
They need a hero that's purple, because it's gonna match very well with that team.
Something that's purple? Leshrac, the Disco Pony? How about Leshrac?
Leshrac would be a great mid, actually. He's very solid right now. But in all honesty, maybe a Puck. Some good AoE silence stuns would be great.
10 seconds remaining.
Dragon Knight, alright.
I like the idea of the Puck. I really do. I think Dragon Knight will be fine though in this mix. The armor will be pretty helpful against the Juggernaut, because Juggernaut's going to do a lot of physical attack damage. But it's a pretty good composition of magic damage coming out from Team WoW. So BKBs are going to need to come up online relatively early for Salty Splatoon.
Not sure how mid lane's gonna do very well early on with that Dragon Knight, because Storm Spirit's just gonna harass him.
Can I say not well? Excuse me. Not well is my guess.
Yeah, no, he's not gonna do very well. That Storm Spirit is just gonna destroy him.
Vomit.
Got a TP from Lion, early ward in the Dire jungle.
Yeah, I guess they're looking to just try and have a little bit of aggressive vision to see if that's something that they can posture for in the early game. That'll also kind of tell them if there's going to be any big rotations coming in the bottom lane too, by proxy.
Got a 5-man smoke bot lane.
Exactly.
The Juggernaut out.
Let's give a quick rundown of these teams real quick. Coming out from the Dire, we've got Reviewing Llama on the Ogre Magi, Clev on the Luna, Mr. Fuzzy Pants on the Dragonite, DV on the Faceless Void, and Boss on the Witch Doctor. And they are quickly approaching in on Snislaw, the Juggernaut. And there's the smoke. It's going to break. He's going to be able to spin, and he won't get hit by the Blade Fairy. I'm not sure if they're going to continue the approach on there, but they've definitely secured the rune there. And then I guess the Radiant will know that they could, by proxy, get the top rune too. So they'll be able to break to that respective side of the map as well.
Both teams still able to get 2 runes each.
Yeah, that's good, because that's kind of how it's going to spread out. Oh, God, terrible coughing, guys. Sorry. So back to this Faceless Void. He's got a ton of regeneration on him. He's got 8 tangos, 1 salve, the Stout Shield as well. He's going to be pretty durable, and right now it's looking like a 1v1. Lion's coming down here to be able to help him out too. So good for him on that. Storm Spirit, though, mid lane, he's doing great with the Creep Equilibrium, and right now it's him versus 2. So him versus the Fuzzy Panda and a Reviewing Llama. And I think he's actually going to be relatively okay. They're pressuring him a lot, and he might actually get Reviewing Llama here. One more hit, he's able to take him down, and now Mr. Fuzzy Pants, he's in a really rough spot. He's trying to continue the pursuit on here. Ice Fisher, he's only got 1 more hit. He could try and deny himself into the Ancients, and he will try and go that way, but it won't be enough, and he's going to run down. Mr. Fuzzy Pants will be able to finish him off with that Fire Blast. Good thought process, good try, good effort there. And the career in the mid, it's just sitting there. It almost died to the creeps. Wow. Okay. That would have been silly.
That would have definitely been a little awkward. Just let the career sit in mid lane, not doing anything.
Oh God, exactly. But this Ice Fisher is doing a great job at both bullying the Llama and Mr. Fuzzy Pants alike. And this Creep Equilibrium as well is in his favor for how he's been abusing Llama too. And I just don't think that the Dire are really getting that much out of it as a whole.
Yeah, right now they're just kind of hurting themselves on lack of XP. I mean, right now, Dragonite just hit 3, but Storm Spirit was 3 above him.
Yeah, but Ice Fisher might kill Llama again. Reviewing Llama, 1 more hit, down he goes. And Mr. Fuzzy Pants, again, getting pressured out. He has his bottle, but Storm Spirit's just feeding on the Ogre at this point, and that's certainly not good for them. He already has his Soul Ring on the way, because looking at the net worth, he's at 1,800. So he's doing a lot with a little, because he's not necessarily getting all the last hits, although he's doing pretty okay given the fact that he's getting pressured by 2 heroes rather than 1. But he's getting hero kills. And with a death, he's still on the top of the list.
This Lion keeps trying to bully this Faceless, but can't really do anything, especially with the poor man's shield now on him.
Well, once upon a time, there was a Juggernaut, and he liked to play Dota. I don't really know where I was going with that. But anyway, he's going mano a mano with DV. They've stunned him out. They've hexed him out. He's spinning to win, and DV's going to be able to undo a good amount of that damage. And he could actually salve up, but he's still got plenty of tangos, and yeah, he will salve. So he'll be at full HP going back in on both of those guys. So, I mean, Juggernaut, Church, they're trying in here. I don't really think they're going to be able to do much, though, because DV is in a pretty good position. He's got his poor man shield. And, you know, if I'm looking again across the map, let's look at what the Underlord's doing out here. See, Boss is pulling this creep wave. Llama is retreated to the safe lane. Clev is farming. And Underlord, 2 last hits. Necrophos, 1 last hit. So I wouldn't say that their dueling is doing relatively well. And ideally they need to be kind of falling back on this boundary rune, falling back on this jungle a little bit. And I think that would be where they're going to have a little bit better success, because the Necrophos doesn't really have a lot of oomph to zone out, especially if they've got 2 stuns and then a Lucent Beam to follow it up.
Definitely lacking a lot of CC in that top lane. They do just have 1 root, but I mean, got 2 ranged, 3 stuns. There's not much they can do against it. They really need this Storm Spirit to come online and help them out.
Radiant's
Well, I think Storm Spirit will definitely be able to kind of like run the show a little bit. He is level 5 right now. He's going to be level 6 relatively soon, able to just kind of use that Sanctuary with his squad and roll out from there. Treads are going to not be too far off. It would be good for him to probably get like a magic wand or something to kind of deal with the spam coming from Mr. Fuzzy Pants, but he's opting to just try and go for the quick treads instead. And back in the bottom lane, they're going to do a lot of pressure here to DV, and he's going to be able to jump back, but top lane, Cocoa Power actually getting caught out, and I just missed that one. So he gets dropped down with a Lucent Beam, Fire Blast, Maledict, and a whole slew of spells.
Absolutely not.
Now Clev is continuing to farm up in the top lane here. Nana isn't really going to be able to do much in the zoning side. I don't think Necrophos really brings a lot to a lane aside from like hitting your Q, which again doesn't really do a ton. I like that they made Sadist part of Death Pulse, but he's just auto-attacking the creeps and then he didn't get it, and sad days. Regardless, this is going to be where they need to make something happen. This here in the top lane, you know, like this is something that they have to do. And, you know, back in here to Clev, he's farming, and it looks like he's going to be going for a Helm of the Dominator, which would be pretty helpful for him. And DV is just kind of controlling the safe lane right now. That's weird, because he had just died a little bit earlier, but he is the highest in the hero level. He does have 2k net worth. I was looking at the DK. He's at 3.1, 2.8 on the Storm.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Top lane, Clev taking some heavy damage here, but now they're going to look to try and re-engage back in here on Nana. And he's taking some serious damage here. I think he might go down. N4, he's going to some serious Feign. And Underlord throwing down some Rainstorm and does a little bit of damage to Clev. I don't really think it's going to be enough, though. But relieving Nama, he's running away, too. Giant zip from Fisher. He's able to take out one. Here comes Bosch. He's going to be able to take out another. And down goes the rest of the squad. Everybody's going to fall. And if we're looking at the other side of the map, we've got a little bit of a skirmish, but nothing too much to ignite.
Radiant's middle tower is
I think this Faceless Void could end up being a problem. It looks like he used his Chrono a little ago.
Yeah, right now this Juggernaut and Faceless just kind of see me passively farming, poking each other once in a while. Top lane is just getting dominated, both sides. The Storm Sphere was perfect timing coming in, cleaning up 2 people.
Yeah, he definitely needed that too. I mean, he's up to 3,500 net worth at this point, but Dragon Knight has already kind of like returned his sort of position, you know? He's already at like 3.6k as well, so like he's doing extremely well in the game too. And Church, he seems to be in a pretty rough spot. The Ancients are coming out, they're trying to help him out, but no, Boss is able to get the kill with the Maledict in the end. Viewing Llama is there too. Ice Fisher's able to deny out his mid tower, and now he's going to back on out of lane also. So back
This Dragon Ice has been able to get those last hits way better than the Storm Spear right now. He's 13 above him.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, and that's just bound to happen. But top lane, Cocoa Powder is in a pretty bad situation. Clev able to do a ton of damage to him there with his ultimate, and Boss doing a great job getting that stun out. He's going to go down. That's not good. Bum, bum, bum. Because if we're looking at the last hit and deny chart, I don't really think we're going to be seeing huge numbers because there's been so many skirmishes early. The safe
It'll be a
lane,
high death game.
yeah, for
High
sure.
death
as you would expect with like, you know, a Storm Spirit and things like that. But top lane, still more diving going on from both teams. Revealing Llama and the Luna had jumped in for just a little bit, and now they're backing up. I wonder what the next play is going to be for the Radiant, because Salty Splatoon, they're kind of posturing a little bit interestingly. They've got their safe lane like running pretty well, but WoW are going to probably pull something out since they've got so much heal and push and sustain and global presence that there's got to be some sort of interesting ploy that they'll be able to pull out in the end.
This Faceless Void either needs to start roaming and getting some good ults off, or his team needs to come down here and try to shut down this Juggernaut, because the Juggernaut will just keep getting stronger and stronger at the rate he's going.
Sure. Top lane. A lot of harassment coming out on Clev, but this Headless Regeneration is going to do a lot for just kind of keeping him and the Llama like sustained in the lane. But I hear a Storm Spirit. He's zipping around. He's able to find Boss out of position. He's able to burst him down. Now he found Revealing Llama too. Is he going to look to try and go any further? Nope. The CS looks good to him. But Mr. Fuzzy Pants has now joined the fray, and he's going to find that Necrophos and go on him. And yeah, Storm Spirit's just going to let him die. Yep. That's it. 100%. Just walking away. Well, Fuzzy Pants, yeah, right? Fuzzy Pants got a Hooded Defiance as his first item. So that's like a direct counter to what a lot of Storm Spirit is, which is magic damage. So if he's able to follow up now with Treads and then get more sustenance items behind that, Fuzzy Pants is going to be able to do some serious damage in this game because they've kind of negated the effectiveness of Storm Spirit with him.
Easy pick off on this Underlord just hiding in the trees behind his tower.
Yeah, right?
Ward caught him out so easily.
Dyer's middle tower is under Radiant's top tower.
I would have to agree.
Faceless Void left bot lane. They're gonna get some swings on this tower down here.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yeah, and like we can see Church and Snicelop positioning themselves on this tower. They're doing a ton of damage, so they're going to be able to take that down like A-okay. And, you know, back in mid, like we see Ice Fisher here. He's doing some work on the tower. DV is trying to flank behind him. He has the Chronos here ready if he wants to pop that out, but we got a couple quick zips from Ice Fisher, and he's going to be okay. Wow, perfect amount of mana to get over that cliff there. And he could Sanctuary up. He's gonna. And he might look to re-engage on this. I'm not sure. Mr. Fuzzy Pants does have a haste rune, though, so he'll be able to zip around as needed in the next upcoming team fights.
Dyer's middle tower has been denied.
Back in the top lane, Luna just kind of pushing and pressuring. Not too much for him.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior. I'll take that as true.
And I guess Dragon Knight is starting to chip away at the tier 1 bottom because he wants to. So tier 1s don't have any backdoor protection, so you can just backdoor them at level 1 if you wanted to. In fact, I've actually seen some pretty clowny strategies where teams literally level 1 take tower at like 30 seconds into the game.
Definitely need like a Leshrac for that though.
You'd be surprised. But regardless, they're going to take that tower down, and consequentially, we're going to see Team WoW kind of positioning in the top lane to look to try and pressure up that tower. But TV has already rotated top. We've got the Dragon Knight coming up here as well. Smoke is just broken. They drop a ward. I don't know what they know, but Llama's there, DV is there. They're dropping out a stun. There's a root off on the Dragon Knight, and Church is going to try and finger down the Faceless Void. Faceless Void undoes all that damage, and here comes the Juggernaut ultimate. Chronosphere is out, and great Reaper Scythe able to take him out of the fray. Boss with the perfect dance of his people, and unfortunately, Ice Fisher is going to be able to jump on him. Hit him a few times, but he's able to heal out a good amount of damage before he falls in the end. And now Ice Fisher is probably in a rough fray, and he's going to die. Mega Streak ended, going by way of Mr. Fuzzy Pants.
That's probably the least person he wanted to have that gold to go to.
Yeah,
right. To their
right?
main guy.
And if we're checking out the net worth now, Storm Spirit's at a sexy 6,800 almost, whereas Dragon Knight's right behind, 6,700. Luna consequently 60k, 6k, then 5, and the 4th. So like, I mean, we've got a pretty interesting spread of the money across the cores, with it basically being identical for our mids, but our carry is not necessarily in the same sort of environment because of the type of impact that, you know, a Faceless Void had in the lane versus like this Underlord. So Storm Spirit has now purchased a Bloodstone. Bloodstone pickup on Storm will be pretty helpful for him rotating in these fights. It's going to be awesome in these engagements. Juggernaut's kind of farming away. He has a Helmet Dominator, but uh-oh. Mr. Fuzzy Pants rotating in on him, initiating with the initial stun. Here he comes out. There's the Lucent Beam. He's going to spin. He needs a TP in another 2 seconds, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get out of this. He's using the Phase Boots, trying to get out of here, but another couple of blasts are going to come out, and he's going to go down to Glaive. Easy push. They're going to be able to push down this bottom tower. This tier 2 is now going to be susceptible to some heavy fire. I think they're going to end up trading a tier 2 for a tier 1. So
Looks like they're actually rotating mid. I think they want to get that mid tower more than the bottom tower.
Well, the
'cause
creep
they have no
equilibrium's
minions.
a little bit better, so they don't have to wait.
They also don't have any. Yeah, they don't have creep wave. It'd be way better.
But they also they're going to have the Underlord ult, and then the entire Radiant could rotate mid. Why don't they do that? Oh, and Equiphos is TPing mid. And watch
They're
it.
just gonna give it up.
And Underlord's going to go buy a TP and TP mid, and Ice Fisher is buying pieces of his shit. No, they're not going to TP mid, they're just walking.
No.
So now he's ulting, and he just canceled it. Aw, maybe he doesn't know how it works. Maybe that was on purpose, though. I don't know. I don't think we've seen an Underlord ult this game, though. And that makes me sad face.
Yeah. Right now, this team little disconnect from each other. They need to get a little better team communication. Definitely a good Underlord ult to mid tower would have been crucial for them. Probably could have saved that tower, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. But there goes Storm Spirit off in deep, deep land, trying to go ham and half on this Luna. Able to take him out in the end, which is good for him, because that fresh Bloodstone, let's not lose any of those charges on that one, you know, baby?
Definitely got the dominating kill streak ended. That's a good chunk of gold for him. Start working on his Orchid with that.
For sure. It's the dream.
Good ult down bottom with Faceless Void.
Oh shit, we missed it. I'm sorry, guys. I was updating something. The Juggernaut's going deep, and ham and a half is afoot. They're going to be able to take out the Storm Spirit, maybe, but he does have a lot of mana. He's able to zip down, takes out the Witch Doctor. A little bit more mana on him. Perfect amount for him to be able to get over. That was like the exact amount he needed, too. So close. But he's able
Bloodstone
to...
regen.
Yeah, right? Jeez, 26.8 is where he's at right now.
14 stacks.
You know, one time I was a Storm Spirit, like in real life. I commanded the storms. Did I ever tell you about this?
No, you did not.
Well, it turns out it was just like some bad pineapple juice I drank.
That's gross.
All right. Regardless, things got better. And I think that's what's going to happen in this game for the Radiant. Things are going to get better. Team WoW is going to persist. Team WoW is going to be able to destroy it. And I'm excited.
Yeah, right now they just had a little too much pineapple juice, I guess.
Just a little bit too much pineapple juice. Storm Spirit is not too far away from his Orchid, and that's going to be like
man's
the
mid.
next... That's going to be like the next elevation piece for him, I think, as a hero in this game. And Radiant are doing scan. They're trying to find someone. They're definitely going to find this Ogre, though. Fisher's going to jump deep for him, grab him, zip him back, and pull him right into his spirit, zip back so he doesn't get the storm out, and back again, and he's able to take him out without taking a single drop of damage. So well played on his part. Fuzzy Pants is mid, and he is in an okay sustained position, but he doesn't really want to fight. And he needs to group up with his team in order to really make something happen here. And the Radiant are grouped up in the mid, so I think they could approach this fight top. I think Church was just hoping for a stun there on that Luna.
Interesting, Witch Doctor is going for that early BKB because of the Storm Spirit just keeps pulling him out of his ult.
I think that's a good idea. I fully endorse it, and it looks like Mr. Fuzzy Pants is going to initiate in here on Underlord, and Underlord's just going to go down immediately. Clev also following up here on Necrophos. Necrophos going to go down. Church taking heavy fire here. We've got the cast following up as well. Mr. Fuzzy Pants only needs to do one more hit, and Clev will be able to get the last hit in the end. Fisher is just going to have to sit by and watch as his team dies, but thankfully able to get a giant jump off, able to take out Llama on the end with nice loss. So both of the cores on the Radiant team, wow, able to do some cleanup here in the end, trying to take some smart picks that they're able to get on their own. But as a whole, this straight team fight, it's not something that they can really do here. You know, Fuzzy Pants and DV and Clev, look at that damage that they're doing here. They're taking out these buildings so quickly. Down's going to go to range racks, and the melee racks are suffering some heavy fire here too. But big ult coming out from Storm Spirit, giant jump, 2 giant stun out from there as well. Snice trying to do it. Done. Yeah, big Omni Slash there, and now comes in the stun from Mr. Fuzzy Pants, and there goes everybody else too. Boss is going to go down, and now Mr. Fuzzy Pants trying to fight down to the last drop, and they're actually going to be retreating. Fuzzy Pants, is he going to be able to get away? No, I don't think so. Ice Fisher getting a big jump in, and everything's going to die around him, including his hopes and dreams.
That Dragonite.
The bell. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It was just like
Yeah.
the exact timing. It was just like right afterward.
It's like a radio show. You got all these perfectly timed sounds and stuff.
Hey, I've got a soundboard set up. I'm not into it yet, but regardless.
But yeah, man, that Dragonite, really tanky right now, especially with that armlet going on. Only way he died was that Storm Spirit coming in to kill him. Storm Spirit does have his Orchid finished, which is going to be really helpful.
Yeah, I think he's going to look for a big old jump on Witch Doctor, and he will be able to grab him here. That silence is going to do a lot. With the Orchid proc at the end, he's going to go down. So 14 charges on the Bloodstone again is where we're sitting. And then he'll be able to group up with his friends and take out the mid. Oh, look at that RNG. Ring of...
Regen.
Oh, look at that RNG, man. So beautiful to get a regeneration. Unfortunately, Roshan breaking it off in the last second, so it doesn't really even matter in the end. But a couple more procs down on the Aegis, and that's going to fall. And oh my god, look at this from downtown. He goes in. He CCs out the Faceless Void. He actually silenced the Llama, though. You notice? So he couldn't get stunned. And now he's going to just be able to try and run away, but they dropped out the Chronosphere preemptively to really secure him in place. And then they're following up the Eclipse and everything else. They're just going to fall and die.
Faceless got the Diffusal Blade. It's getting really strong.
Yeah,
Chase down anybody.
Nana used the Grow Shot for just a quick second, and it didn't really matter. He was dead. But luckily, Storm Spirit's already up, because Bloodstone's OP. So we're looking at this teams, looking at these net worth. Let's take a peek at the items as a whole. We are at... Boop, boop, boop. Okay, so we've got the Manta and the Helmadom on the Juggernaut, Aether on the Lion, Mech online for Necrophos. No other real major changes. Witch Doctor's getting pretty close to his BKB. Manta Style has just been picked up on the Luna. Armlet recently acquired on the Dragonite. And Ogre is probably going to have his Aether Lens in just a second too, so... BKB will be coming to the Witch Doctor by courier in just a moment, so they'll probably be looking for another fight for the Dire to kind of capitalize on that. Maybe if they get Witch Doctor level 12 beforehand, that would be good for them. Get the level 2 ult.
Little downtime farming up these double-stacked Ancient Camp.
And then there's the coconuts. Gotta have the coconuts. Yep, there's the BKB.
Oh. Storm Spirit finds an Arcane rune.
Well, I mean, like, a lot of the runes are good for Storm Spirit. Uh-oh, he blips up, he blips to the side, he blips back, he TP's out! That was silly. That was so silly and so close. He didn't have vision. He didn't have high ground vision. Like, that was great for him because it was so close to him being very, very sad, basically. And he didn't even know until he zipped up and was like, oh shit, and then he was out. What do you think the next play is for the Radiant? Are they trying to wait around for Roshan?
Honestly, that Roshan's so far off. It's another 3.5 minutes away. The Storm Spirit's just looking for pickoffs, but right now they're gonna go down bot lane. 5-man, gonna push into their racks. You need to teleport back.
Yeah, and well, there goes Dragon Knight. He's procking off all of his lovelies, and actually his ult goes down the second that they got to the rack, so that was an interesting time for them to engage, to be honest. Witch Doctor's been sitting in Viz. Storm Spirit is off to the side. He might try and look for a pick himself. Luna now has Hurricane
Storm
Pike.
Spirit, though.
Yeah, I know. He's being pretty precarious. He knows that the Dire is there. He has to assume it to at least an extent. Oh my god, Clev doing so much damage to Coco, not actually securing the kill in the end. Really low. He's going to have to go back and heal. Just doing a taunt. Level 17 Luna versus, what was that level of the Underlord? 9.
9. Almost double his level.
Hey, Dragon Knight's 18, but big zip coming out from Ice Fisher here. He's going to be able to take out the Faceless Void. Oh, no, he's not. He's actually going to live. Huge Juggernaut ult as well. Witch Doctor using the BKB, using the Dance of his people, too. Only getting 1 kill in the end from Snislaw, but BKB will be down for the rest of this engagement. Storm Spirit's going to look to try and heal up here and go back on in. And, you know, sometimes misclicks happen, and hey, MMR, whatever. But here comes another big zip coming out here, and Clev now taking some heavy fire, and I think Storm Spirit's going to go down. 36 seconds on his respawn. Juggernaut could buy back. He isn't going to, though. And now there goes the bottom barracks. Llama getting stunned out. There goes the Firestorm, and there's the GG well played from Ice Fisher. Following up with more from the team. And, yeah, they're going to call it 26 minutes in.
That was a quick game.
Doesn't take much when you got that much push behind you, dude.
That Dragon Knight, that Luna, that Faceless just got so much free farm, and they got powerful, quick.
Oh yeah, in ways you couldn't only imagine. And hey, what if they had a Shadow Demon? Don't even wanna, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess we're gonna go back into it. So congratulations on Salty Splatoon for your second victory we have witnessed tonight. And we're going to just kind of go into it from there. So yeah, we'll see what is next for us. If you're enjoying the stream, if you're enjoying the hype, please drop me a follow on Twitter. You can find me at twitter.com/reachforsky. And you can see my co-caster, Mr. Corncob, at Mr. Corncob Bob. If you're into the casting, if you're into the hype, you can also check me out on twitch.tv at Sky High Gaming. And I'll say hi in the chat at some point, and you'll at least be able to see me there. But I'll be in the Discord and all the other fun stuff because I am definitely a part of this fun First Blood Dota 2 community. So until the next game, guys, I will catch you later.
Break away, forget you're so case.
didn't think we could fall in love. Broken from the start, chained to our past. We had closed hearts. We are breaking free. It's just you and me. We might fall apart while we're running away.
no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let 'em know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show 'em who's in charge. Call me a shooting star. Shooting stars. Didn't even get to bronze. I said I'm moving too far. Get to glance. Looking at a shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast. Didn't even get a glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't. Shining like it's neon. Rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, them amateurs have to leave.
There's a distance between us. It's getting hard to reach out. Haven't seen you in seasons, but all I hear is your voice. I know my limits, you can break me down, but I'll stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again, see you again.
Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban.
All right, everybody, here we go. In the semifinals, we've got the Mango Bay and Salty Splatoon here. I am Sky, Reach for Sky. I'm joined here with Corn Cob, Mr. Corn Cob Bob. You
Howdy.
looking? We got more Dota. Did you know that we've got even more Dota?
I was preparing for this. Had a nice little lunch. Came back excited, pepped up.
And then,
Ready?
boom, more Dota. That's some fucking hype, I'll tell you what. But we've got some fun, interesting bans out here. No more Underlord. So we've seen that in a few games to success and not success. So we weren't going to have him at all, though. And no Terrorblade again. And then separately, we've got Shadow Demon as a first pickup. So he's been banned out in basically every other game that we've had tonight, with the exception of this one. So it's a great success for Salty Splatoon, but oh, what the what?
These are some new picks we have not seen yet today.
Oh god, do they have some pocket 9 billion MMR Meepo spam player on their team that we're about to deal with? Oh jeez, but regardless, we've got an Ember Spirit as the first pickup for Salty Splatoon in terms of a core hero, so he does really well against Meepo, assuming that he doesn't just get like bursted down in like a couple seconds. But Silencer also does really well against Ember, so yeah, geez, this is interesting. Holy shit.
Definitely covering all the grounds of that Meepo. They're banning out that Sven with the and then the Magnus with his ult.
Sven's gone with the cleave, Magnus is gone with the RP, and also with the Empower. Both of those things are pretty helpful for Ember by proxy. But OD also does a really good number on the Ember Spirit too. So I'm liking all these bans that they're taking out of the play. Disruptor ban as well, perfect to have. And all these picks from Mango Bay are really, really strong. Like the Sand King follow-up is going to be great. The Slark also, it's like they're not even putting any thought. They already know exactly what they want and they're able to follow up in with it. And, I mean, if this is a mid-Meepo with a safe lane Slark, with Silencer support, and Sand King could be safe lane supporting or off lane, whatever, they're looking pretty strong. And I mean, Salty Splatoon, yeah, they've got a Shadow Demon, Juggernaut, Ogre, Magi bullshit that they can now run, but they got a Meepo Sand King Slark. So, and like the Silencer is also going to just be like kind of like the coup de grace, or at least that's kind of my view on it.
Yeah, Mango Bay is definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with. Looking at really strong picks here.
Now, interestingly enough, I don't really see any mech carrier from each team by default. So we might have Urns, but there's not going to... Oh, Omni Knight. Never mind.
There's a big mech carrier.
Yeah, and there's our team fight. And Omni Knight is a pretty strong counter to the Meepo. Guardian Angel, Heal, Repel, and the like. Also really strong against Silencer. If he gets a Guardian Greaves, he can purge himself, then, repel someone else to remove the silence by proxy. Great pick and all in all. I'm really enjoying it here.
Curious to see what Mango Bay is going to pick up for their final, either offlane or another support. Maybe they might do Meepo offlane.
I don't know about that.
I have seen it done. And
I've
it's
seen
really
so
odd.
many things, man. Hey, with how the jungle's reworked, anything is possible. That's really the biggest thing I could say that you can pull from it. I don't really even understand. Some chaos afoot. But minute and 36 seconds left for Mango Bay on their reserve time, so they got plenty of time to kind of like look this out. But Mango Bay is hype for some games. They just want to kind of go in and cause a muck. Is that a word? Yeah, I don't know. That could be a phrase.
word.
It could be is it a phrase though?
It is a phrase, cause a muck, yeah. I think so. Let's just say it's one. I believe it's one right now.
I like the idea. Minute left though for Mango Bay.
They might need to look at some maybe harder stuns or some big...
I don't know,
CC.
maybe a mech carrier. I think they need some good heal probably coming out for the team, but initiation could come from Meepo or Slark or Sand King, so they've got some flexibility there. Something that has,
I'd like to see a Viper off lane.
you think a Viper would be good? Something that they can just kind of group behind and push with?
Viper's super tanky, a lot of magic resist, and just naturally with that passive, a lot of damage, perfect mech carrier, great off lane.
Because, like, I'm looking at Mango Bay here, and to me, it's like they need something that they can group up and push with. And yes, that can be Meepo if you get a pick, but I'm talking inherently. What are they going to do in the early to mid-game phase that is going to, make them be able to take the action to continue to push forwards? Because Salty Splatoon, they're just going to want to take a tower and then continue from there. Because they're built to take towers with the Shadow Demon Jug. We know this.
A Witch Doctor.
So they're getting a little bit more support, and that Sand King could be seen in the off lane, it looks like. Again, there's flexibility to where they could put people, but we'll see where they end up panning out to be in the end.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Silencer could even go off lane.
yeah. But regardless, let's kind of break it down and jump on into it. And man, we're in the semifinals. Can you imagine? Salty Splatoon and Mango Bay. I gotta update my
Starting
thread.
straight off with that early smoke TP, get some wards out there.
Oh god, making sure all my scenes are set up and good. Okay, sorry. All right, yeah. You said that we've got a smoke coming out from the team.
Yeah, Witch Doctor did a quick smoke TP out, dropped a ward down over by mid lane. Looks like he's going into the bottom Radiance jungle. Maybe dropped out some more wards. He only bought wards and smoke and TP, so.
Yeah, he's pretty sacrificial. Hopefully he has the courier come out to him with some regeneration now, but he's just kind of regrouping with the Sand King. Meepo is going to be their mid, it looks like, but let's give a quick rundown of the team as they're kind of rushing off here into the abyss. But again, we've got Boss here on the Shadow Demon, Clev here on the Juggernaut, Mister on the Ember Spirit, reviewing Llama on the Ogre, and DV on Omni Knight. And they've already caught one out on Swag. Yeah, Swag Banger, he's been popped out of position. He's able to get the leap out, and he's going to be okay. The salve is coming out, but a couple more seconds later, they may be able to finish him off, and there it goes. Mister able to take down Swag Mander in the end. And now Clev is getting poked down by Bjorn just a little bit too here also, so that's probably not exactly how they anticipated this going out, but nicely done for both of our teams here. So Salty
Some good
Splatoon.
early wards as well.
Yeah, right? Salty Splatoons and Mango Bay. I wish that they did, like, all the banners were up. Okay, no, they are up. Okay, we can see them. That's cool. Look at this. Look at this
Yeah, these
fucker.
were
That's
some of
awesome.
the two teams that had some really good banners. I really enjoyed them.
Yeah, Aaron did a great job making these. So big props to Aaron and admin hanging out. He's been helping coordinate all this stuff, being kind of like a wrestler of all the teams and all that. But worked on all of like the graphic assets. So they're
Looks
doing
like
a
we
great
have an
job.
off-lane Omni Knight here with a Witch Doctor coming from behind. They might be able to get him out if they know.
Yeah,
He's
this
just
is
gonna walk into.
this is interesting. See, Omni's got a pretty husky amount of regeneration here. Witch Doctor really didn't do anything to zone him. He just kind of walked into the lane and then into the jungle to hide. But
They did have pounce and stun. They could have gotten him.
well, looks like he's in a really bad situation here. He's been touched with the slow, and now he's going to definitely get dropped down. +2 intelligence going away with the silencer, and actually the kill too. So this is not a good way to start things off since Omni Knight is already so intelligent and mana deprived dependent as is. Every death is going to be pain.
Kind of hovering around on the high ground. Got a rotation from Witch Doctor coming mid too.
Yeah, I would expect these guys just to kind of like tussle back and forth. Ogre would actually be the victor of this fight because he has the Orb of Venom. I wish he kind of chased him down a little bit further, but we're not going to see it here because it's Mister chasing down this Meepo under tower. One more hit is all he's going to need, but he got rooted too. Is Reviewing Llama going to be able to do anything here to help him out? He doesn't need to.
Had that early bottle.
Dropping that tower aggro, eating a Fairy Fire. He could drop an Iron Branch and eat it too if he wants to with a Tango. That would be a maximum regen. Hopefully that this 2-minute rune is top. And it is. Look at that. Bam! So, meanwhile, this safe lane, we haven't really discussed at all, yet there's so much impact going on in the mid. I think this Meepo and this Ember is really going to be where there's a lot of back and forth scuffle happening. But DV's actually zoning out Swagmander pretty well, too, in the top lane. But, as I've been saying, bottom lane, we've got this solo Sand King who's going to be trying to abuse Caustic Finale. against the Juggernaut. So whether he's poking the creeps or Juggernaut directly, he's looking to try and get enough damage off on the creeps that he gets a good chain reaction explosion. But I think he's just going to die instead. Yeah, he's just going to get chased down with the Blade Fury. Because Blade Fury giving him magic immunity, he can use that situationally to avoid the damage from the Caustic. So well played on Clev's part, and good kill.
That and on boss, we got that Soul Catcher increases the damage of Blade Fury like crazy.
Oh yeah,
20%
amplify all
increase in
damage. Hell yeah, amp it all up. Amp it all up, baby! Alright, Omni Knight in the top lane is getting zoned out a lot. He does have Magic Stick on his quick buy, so I'm liking that he already has that thought process, because it'll help him a lot against the Silencer and the other spams coming out from the heroes. But Ogre's up here to try and help him out a bit, and I think that might be what he needs. Because Ogre can kind of be a brute that runs around and takes some hits. Omni can throw a heal on him, or they can kind of reverse that role too. But Omni is definitely getting zoned. He has a salve if he wants to use
We
that
got
to
Ember
kind
Spirit
of
in the
help out.
mid going for the kill, tower diving like crazy.
Oh, he got
didn't
the
get it.
poof! The poof! 20 HP on the Meepo! Oh, man. What a dive. Absolutely hilarious. Nice
His
call.
Flame Guard ran out, he didn't get the extra damage on him, he could have killed him, but it was like a second too late.
You know, if he was level 5 before he dove and had 1 point in Slight, or, you know, 1 point more in either of those other two things, I guess, because it would have been more damage, would have killed him, so... Actually, there's
Top
a...
lane, we just got a bunch of guys just beating on each other, running around. Oh, we're going on Omni Knight.
Oh, wow, DV and Llama trying to do a little bit of an exchange here on Mandar, and yeah, he's going to go down. Llama isn't going to be able to really continue the approach here. He needs to back up. Bjorn is doing a lot of damage here, but the Creep Equilibrium is switching, and it's hitting him a little bit too. Llama's sitting on 850 gold, so he'll be able to buy himself a nice shiny pair of mana boots soon. That'd be my anticipation of what he wants, but yeah. So mid lane, they've moved the Silencer there, and he's kind of pressuring this Ember Spirit a little bit too. I think that's a little bit of a good move for them, just to kind of have that ranged benefit to help out the Meepo. And Meepo's falling back on the jungle at this point too. Bottom lane, Sand King has 7 tangos. I think he just bought 2 sets of tangos to come back to the lane to. That's some serious regeneration. Hey, I mean, cost effective, whatever.
Yeah, definitely. He wants to stay in that lane as long as possible and get as much experience as he can. He's about to hit level 6 and get Epicenter and start doing some mad ganks soon.
Yeah, mid lane we've got a little bit of a skirmish happening. Ogre is positioning in the top, so just out of line of sight. Just for exchange, so just out of line of sight. And he's looking to try and maybe do some sort of rotation or roam in on here, but I think he may just be looking to position around the rune, which could be helpful for the Ember Spirit since he does have a bottle. But no, looks like they're going to try and go in on Slark. He's going to pounce away. That'll be helpful for him. And they've got an Arcane Rune top if they want to grab that. And Meepo is just straight falling back on the jungle at this point. He's kind of abandoned the lanes, and that's fine because he's got a couple Meepos, so that's all he really needs. And Meepo can kind of take over if he's able to get around the map and start stealing bounty runes from everywhere. And I think this time where they've spent roaming around a lot is where this Omni Knight is going to be able to come in and be aggressive because Ember Spirit's diving top, and he's going to be able to pop down the Witch Doctor, and now they're going to continue in here on the Silencer too. And there goes the root. And he's just going to get melted down by an easy purification. Oh, geez, he's able to get the Searing Chains off immediately from there. And Omni does have GA and a heal as well to boot. So Bjorn getting a nice stun off that will bounce once back more, and he's going to pop, actually. Ember Spirit going to try and go in, but he doesn't have any more mana. The Magic Wand has been used up. He has the bottle. It's going to be close. No, he's not going to get it. Chaser able to outplay him again. And another little bit of casual chat BM, too, back and forth.
That Witch Doctor heal was very strong there. Just kept Meepo just barely out of kill range.
Yeah, he was really close to death, and they just kind of barely kept it alive. I don't know how we're feeling about this chat BM, though, but...
Boys will be boys.
I guess so. Omni will have his Soul Ring coming on pretty soon. That'll be good for him. Sand King already has Arcane Boots, though. If we switch over to the net worth, Meepo just a little bit under 4K. That's to be expected for him to be a little bit higher up, but oh wow, completely missed that one. Ember Spirit just kind of wrecking shit in the mid lane. Oh, he's doing the Veil build. So I've been seeing this coming out more and more and more. I don't know if you have, but the magic damage, heavy Octarine, Veil, sort of Ember Spirit build. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do know you're talking about. I've seen it very rarely, and it actually has been super effective at sometimes.
So the logic behind it, I hear, is that like in the mid-game phase, it allows you to maintain a high level of value while still kind of factoring in how much you sacrifice in stats from like attribute bonus loss and things of that nature. Or that's kind of what I hear. And with
we got Sand King doing oh, he can't. It canceled.
Oh, jeez.
Canceled his epicenter.
One more poke. Oh, wow. He's actually alive. Oh, no. What's he trying to do? The Ogre. Is he going to be able to get him? Yeah, there's the stun. He's going to try it. Nope. Dead.
Sand King canceled his epicenter mid-cast. He could have killed Juggernaut.
Radiant's middle tower.
But if Juggernaut just committed right into the spin anyway, then that's magic immunity.
Yeah, he had to wait a little bit for some reason.
I don't know. Well, I guess he got the spin out of him anyway, so that's kind of what he wanted, at least to some extent.
Got Shadow Demon smoking up, maybe placing some wards over in their jungle. Spots out the Slark. Ember should know he's there.
And he's still smoked up just outside of vision. But, smoke is going to break. He's going to try and go in on them. There's the disruption. There's the purge. He's going to follow up, and he's going to just immediately Dark Pact and Shadow Dance out. Oh, he didn't Dark Pact. He just Shadow Danced. Force of habit. They kind of tend to, like, follow each other.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, just like, if one, then the other. Meepo at about 5K right now, Ember at 4K, so it's not that big of a disparity, especially since the Juggernaut's keeping up with the Ember Spirit, so this is really good for them. And I think Ember going the magic damage amp build is going to be especially beneficial for him against the Meepo, rather than just going straight into physical damage, because of Meepo scaling better with physical damage, obviously, unless the Meepo decides that he wants to buy a pipe. Which actually he probably may want to do, since he would be able to farm it much faster than anyone else. But that would probably be something that he would get after, like, Initiator. Boom, he's got a Blink Dagger, so maybe he wants to get an Ags and a pipe, or a pipe and then an Ags, or I don't know. I'm going to advocate a pipe getting picked up on the Meepo since he's farming the fastest, and it would help the team as a whole. But we'll see if he chooses to build more in a core style or not. And forego the team strategy. But whoa, big initiation. There's the silence as well, and that has been the Ember Spirit just getting absolutely wrecked. He got netted down a couple times, and Nephilim coming in there with a good stun to finish it off.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower.
So top lane has all this fun stuff going on. We've got this Omni Knight and this Ogre, and Meepo's up here now too, and he's got a Blink, and he's going to poof, and he's going to try and kill Llama, and he's got him redded down, and now Omni's going to throw out the heal. There's a Repel, good Repel. It's going to be okay. Chasers is just going to rotate around and do this over and over again. He's just going to keep trying to get picks. And this is going to force the Radiant to have to group up as a team and push. They're going to have to stay together. They're going to have to try and take some team fights. But they're doing all this farming, split pushing, yada. Because, like, look at the bottom. Clev now, forced out. There's Meepo. Sand King is going to be there, too. He's spinning, but Chasers is going to be able to follow up with another net, poof, and he's dead.
Yeah. Up in top lane, Ember Spirit jumped on Silencer and just blew him up with the Ogre.
So much hype.
This looks like it's going to be a high kill game as well.
Ember Spirit jumping deep, jumping onto Bjorn, throwing out the Sleight of Fish and the Searing Chain. Not going to be able to connect there. And Bjorn actually disjoining him just a little bit, so he's going to have to go and go somewhere else. And looks like Ember Spirit is going to grab a Yule's next. So yeah, it looks like this is going to be the type of game where there's going to be a lot of banter going back and forth at this point. So, okay. Looks like we've got some fun little rivalries that I've got no sort of memeing understanding about. But let's just ride it out, baby. Meepo is coming in. Here comes a Juggernaut. Down goes the Ogre Magi. And I like that...
Little bit of an overkill.
That's fine, though. Juggernaut didn't overextend. He was nearby. He was thinking about it. And he backed. But that earlier train of thought about the Ember Spirit and the Veil and all that other bullshit, you know, it's all about the level 10. That's why. 15% spell amplification, scaling DPS-wise to being so much more effective than the plus 20 damage. And that's why we've seen this giant surge of this magic damage Ember Spirit build. To finish that much earlier thought.
So apparently Meepo is building a Dragon Lance.
Yes, so that is the most stat-effective item
That's interesting.
for strength and agility, because Meepo gets it, you know, dispersed across his characters, and then he gets a proportional amount of it to his other ones.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So it is the most cost-effective stat, aside from Iron Branch.
I've actually never seen that. It's very interesting. I actually haven't seen a lot of Meepos in games either, so...
Oh, well, this must be pretty exciting for you to just see him just pop on top of people and just destroy them in a second.
Oh yeah, last time I seen a Meepo was I accidentally randomed him in a game.
Oh god, I'm sure that went pretty well for you.
Somehow we won.
Hype!
Radiant's bottom tower is
Isn't that? Yeah, just hype. Hype! Alright.
It looks like mid tower's going down. Fairly easy, not going to be contested. Juggernaut just standing nearby, farming some ancients up.
has fallen.
I'm going to trade it for the top tower, though.
And down goes the top tower.
Radiant's middle tower
So Ember Spirit
Meepo.
still needs to get boots. Like that really needs to happen. I'm sure you're... Oh shit, he's popping down on bottom Nephilim. He's gonna try and go back away, but Clever... Oh! Clev goes for the ult. Misses just barely, but the Flame Guard is gonna be able to finish him off.
middle tower is under attack.
What do you think this Meepo's looking to do? He's going crazy.
It looked like he was going to roam down bot, but I guess once he saw the TPs, he just started farming and leaving, because he knew they were just going to kill him.
That was probably the
Like-
smart move.
But interesting, Ember going for that Yule Scepter instead of trying to get those boots.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I want to see Ember Spirit get better boots. I think if he upgraded his boots, it would help him scale right now, and Chaser actually is looking on the approach right now. He could pop the Llama right now, and Ember Spirit's nearby too. I wonder how this is going to break out. Here comes Boss. Sleight of Fist connecting on everybody. There comes the Blade Fury. Oh, geez, we got a Silencer Roll and the Dance of the Witch Doctor. Meepo taking substantial fire, though. He's going to go down, and uh-oh, Shadow Demon may fall too. But no, on the backside, we've got a Guardian Angel humming out, and oh no! Down goes the Witch Doctor, down goes the Sand King. That Shrine not being able to do enough for them in this fight. And the Silencer only did so much for them. He wasn't there, they didn't have the extra damage, and now here comes Slark. He has the Shadow Blade, but they just weren't together and ready for that sort of initiation and fight to come out from them. Because...
Meepo was just hoping to get just a pick off, and it turned out their entire team was right behind him.
Exactly. And the Radiant have been in 5-man for so long because of Meepo and Silencer that it's surprising that they would have thought that they could have just gotten an easy pick like that.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
I want to see that Ember get that Boots of Travel, but he's going to have a Yule's in a second. That'll be pretty helpful for dealing with the Meepo, so maybe he can help do that if he gets netted to try and disjoint some of the damage and then maybe throw a Spirit out or whatever. This will also help for the Silencer with his ultimate. If he gets pounced, he could use that too if he doesn't already have a Fire Remnant out that he can jump to. So all in all, pretty solid choice, and I think this is kind of something that goes alongside with the Ember Spirit with this sort of new meta build. Or at the least, it's pretty good for this game specifically because of all of the silences and it being pretty cheap.
Ember jumping in, getting the easy pick off on Silencer.
Yeah, Boss throws in the disruption on him just a little bit. DV throwing out a heal also, but Swagmander is going to have to back on up. And now they're just going to continue to be aggressive here on the tower. They're going to chip it down likely. And from here, I could see them just kind of continuing to apply pressure, maybe pressure the high ground and even in the throne, because they don't have Silencer, the ult's still down. They do have the Witch Doctor ult, and I guess they'll technically have the other ones up as well when he's up, because they're kind of like the same cooldown, but right now they're exploiting those few seconds before they're able to respond, and they might be able to get this tower. Here comes the Silencer, Meepo jumping in as well. Down goes the Shadow Demon too. And they might be able to get the Ember Spirit also. He's taking substantial fire, but he is able to remnant out. Still silenced. There's a stun. Doing the dance of his people, says Bjorn. Clev trying to continue his Blade Fury and do as much damage as he can to the backline. Not able to do anything, but is able to stay alive. And now they're immediately smoking up just so far away, but here comes Nephilim. Actually stunning in on two. Here comes Chasers as well with the big old net on everybody else. Div trying to do everything he can, but it isn't going to be enough, and now Mr. is trying to continue the pursuit, and I think they're at a point where they need to disengage. Meepo is bought back, and this is getting terrifying. Clev just a few strikes away from death, but maybe going to be getting some kills. But Mr.'s getting kills on the other side, and he's still rooted as he boosts away, but now it's back to DV. He's an Omni Knight, and he's sad because he's getting chased down by a Meepo, and all his friends have left him. Uh-oh, Boss has this haste, and he's still running around. No, Boss.
Boss, don't get a die back.
Did Boss buy back?
I think so, because he died at the
No,
beginning
Chaser's
of that
bought
fight.
back. I think he's just low level.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He's level
just
9.
TP'd in.
He's just level 9. Bjorn's level 8, so like... Redonkulous. But Chasers did buy back for that fight. And although he did pressure them off, he's gone for this pretty hard stat-heavy build where he's putting far more emphasis on just this mid-game phase because he's got double Dragon Lance right now. That's a lot of stats that he's distributing across those Meepos. Each of them 1580 HP, you know? So that's pretty terrifying, you know? each Meepo is 1600 HP. That means that they could each separately try to fight a different hero on the enemy team and do a pretty hefty chunk of damage, but... thankfully, it's not that sort of idea, and they were able to kind of fight in as a team. Because that's Dota, it's a team game. But they're doing a lot of pressure on the melee racks. Melee racks are going to get chipped down. Boss on the backside going to continue to take heavy fire from Swagmander. And Swagmander is just going to use his Shadow Dance to try and do as much as he can while taking as little damage, as Bjorn does the dance again with his ultimate. But again, that doesn't really do enough damage to kind of waver them out. And Swagmander goes down to Clev with another Omni Slash. This is a wicked sick streak for him and a mega kill streak for Clev. And down goes both of the racks in the mid lane. Meepo did Roche as they lost racks.
They're just gonna keep going for Ancient, get those tier 4s down if they can. They
Oh,
really
wow.
should have rotated
They're-
bot lanes. Another tower they can kill.
They're being greedy doing this because Meepo has
They-
an
they
Aegis
want
now.
them
Here comes the Sand King. He's using the Epicenter, a giant jump in. He doesn't do enough damage to kill out anyone initially, but Meepo is able to kill out the Ogre Magi in the end. Ember Spirit may be in a little bit of a problem. There comes the Silencer ultimate. He has Yules to be able to cast that off if he needs to. I don't think it will be in this instance, but there is the stun that comes out right here now, and this is where the problems could end up happening. Oh, geez. Shadow Demon is able to get the self-disruption out. He's okay. There's all the poos. Oh, the Force Staff! He saves himself for a very brief moment, but the last word could be his last word as he's gonna die as Swagmander pounces over his head.
Definitely a greedy move on Radiant part. Trying to get that tier 4.
Is it bad that a little inside me dies every time I see Silencer steal intelligence from a hero?
Well, those heroes are getting dumber.
It just makes me feel so sad.
He does only have 10 intelligence stolen, so not too big of a deal.
Yeah, I guess. But as a whole, it's still kind of sad and terrifying.
Yeah, it's a shame that it actually permanently steals it from them.
Well, that's the glory of it.
I know. It's pretty great.
Yeah, Bjorn dropping a little bit of vision to help his team out. Good sight over the shrine, and just in time too, because they'll be able to see the enemy team rotating on up in here, and Boss actually nonchalantly dropping down some vision too, so he may have not seen that get dropped.
Tower is under attack.
So a nonchalant way to drop
pushing.
vision Nonchalant way to drop vision while under vision is if you shift click so that you don't drop your action after you drop the ward. So you would like hit the ward, click, and then go. But here they go, pressuring the top tower. Jumps are procced, and we've got a big old stun. Chaser's jumping in here. He's actually getting pretty controlled a lot. The Aegis is gone. That is down. Nephilim's been taking some heavy fire here with that burrow strike and everything because of the blade mail on the Ember Spirit. But now everybody else is continuing to feel the fire. Smagmander is going to go down, and now there goes the Shadow Demon too. So we've got 3 down on the Dire. They're continuing to fight here. Chase is trying to do something. He's going to go down too. He had bought back previously, so 90 seconds cooldown now on his life. And there goes Llama. He's going to continue to try to stun out and do as much work as possible. He stuns out ATR. It's not going to be there. Nephilim going in, and they're just continuing to poke down the barracks. DV and Clev trying to do as much as possible here. Sand King just getting poked down, and down he goes. ATR, he could be the next one on Mr.'s death list. There's a slight. There he goes. Down go the bottom racks. And this is a pretty bad situation for the Dire. You know, if you are here, like, what are you going to do? Mr. Mango Bay, jeez.
That's what I would do.
Mango Bay pulling out some awesome hats here with that Meepo gameplay, but the push is even stronger. We're talking 24-minute. Racks are down, tier 3 is getting pressured, so many buybacks, Effigy's down, Mr. trying to do everything here to stay alive, keep the pressure up, Swagmander still wanting to get it all. And there goes the Ancients. They're taking pressure on the Ancients, but they're not going to let them have it. They're going to continue to fight. Swagmander able to leap away at the end. There's the Shadow Dance.
Yeah, this Juggernaut, his pushing capabilities is crazy, especially once he gets that Manta style. It's just towers.
Absolutely insane. Down goes the Ember Spirit, though, in the back. I don't think this is going to be enough to save them, and down it goes. GG, 23 minutes, 59 seconds. Salty Splatoon is the victor in Game 1 of this Best of 3 series. I am Sky. You can follow me at Reach for Sky, joined with my co-caster here, Mr. Corncob Bob.
Howdy.
Thank you for joining us for Game 1. We will be with you shortly for Game 2 in this series.
just want you. I just want you. The words I never said but wanted to. I'm losing you. I'm losing you. Oh, but these thoughts won't let you go. They keep running back to you. I just want you. I just want you. Just want you. And I'm bleeding words. They escape me, the recoil and I can't look the other way. I'm chasing starlight to find it's died away. Breathe it in. It's just now. We're just falling. And we won't always free fall back to nothing. 'Cause I'm just starting to learn. I've always been chasing.
Come in, come in. I can seat you by the fire. Listen, listen. There's something I must confide. I know I said that it'd be fine. I know I made that you never started. You once destroyed a broken heart that was already shattered. Holding on to what we have, you take us to the edge and back. Holding on to what we have, you take us to the edge and back. Paranoid, you claim this love that you never started. You once destroyed a broken heart that was already shattered. Holding on to what we have, you take us to the edge and back. Holding on to what we have, you take us to the edge and back. The reasons why I need to hold on to everything. I don't know what to say now. I need to hold on to.
Oh,
Dire
the heck?
team back.
All right, here we go.
My Dota crashed.
Oh shit. Well, it didn't for me, so here we go. We are into game 2 of the best of 3 series of +6 chance versus Team Snackdown. My name is Sky. I am at Reach for Sky. I am joined with Mr. Corncob Bob, and we will be casting this game for you here. So we actually didn't cast game 1 of this best of 3 series, but we're going to kind of jump into game 2 serendipitously, I guess, and pick it up from there. So I do know that +6 chance is up 1 in their series, so they've got a little bit of an advantage in front of them, and maybe that could call for them to use a little bit of a different play style this game. We had a nice benefit of watching them play much earlier in the day, and they pulled out some really clutch Warlock ultimates in conjunction with some Venge and Invoker and all sorts of other fun Darkseer whatever stuff, but this should be a pretty exciting game for me. I'm looking forward to seeing both of these teams face up, actually, to be quite candid. But here we go. Snackdown picking up the Darkseer as their first pick. No Shadow Demon or Anti-Mage for Team +6 chance, to no mistake, since TTDD is a dirty Anti-Mage spammer, so they're probably not going to let him get that. And Shadow Demon, again, being probably one of the top bans that we have seen throughout this Sunday tournament as well. But excitingly enough, there won't be an Invoker. I don't know. I like playing Invoker, and I like seeing Invoker. And I think Snackdown ran Invoker. It was Kunshin that played Invoker to great success, so I can understand them not wanting to go up against it.
Radiant team back.
And we've got an Underlord for Strengths and a Lion for Snackdown. So some nice control there from both teams. Underlord Root being a little bit more beneficial, I think, in some ways than others. But again, they both have their pros and cons. I think the Atrophy Armor will do well, as will the Rainstorm. So Rainstorm will do good against the Darkseer, and that'll kind of like burn out the illusions. And then I guess on a secondary benefit of the Atrophy Armor, the damage reduction is always super, super swell.
Radiant team back.
I think the damage reduction is actually more important than the actual plus damage, to be honest. But Ember Spirit getting banned out. Spectre as well, no OD. So lots of really big, huge, game-changer, team fight sort of heroes. We're not going to see those this game. No Storm Spirit either, +6 trans getting him out of the picture. And now it's back to Team Snackdown. It's their picking phase. What are they going to grab here? So third pick, 15 seconds. Got a lot of flexibility here. They could get another support. They could get their mid or even like their carry, I guess. And they're going to show face that they're going to run a Juggernaut this game. So a lot of pressure, a lot of push, and that may also segue into them running an Ogre too as their secondary support. We'll have to see how they want to go here. But now it's on +6 chance to respond. And with them already showing face of maybe this Underlord offlane, could just be a support, but I'm going to consider it as an offlane right now, and I'm going to consider the Warlock as a support. They could be looking at either another support or, boom, a Mirana. So Mirana can be a core or a roaming support. A lot of flexibility to her, so I like this pickup. Oh, Magnus for Snackdown. All right, so we've got some cleave for Juggernaut. We've got an RP set up for the Darkseer Vac Wall. This is pretty fun because the Omni Knight, when he does his, or excuse me, when Juggernaut does his Omni Slash, excuse me, the cleave will go to the Omni Slash. So Magnus being able to power him up is pretty cool, pretty fun. Rubik is a pretty strong support. I'm not sure how it'll impact this game as a whole. He'll be able to steal RP or wall. Lion's got a pretty fun kit of spells too. A little bit of setup for Marana. And I think plus 6 Trance ran a Rubik earlier as well. So maybe they're just trying to look as a counter initiator for some of those big ults to have them stolen and then, you know, work off from there.
Dire team ban.
All right, now we have no more Slark in the game. Last ban for 6 Trance. Any sort of characters you want to see on this? You've been quite quiet. Did you get back in the game?
Just got back in right now.
5 seconds remaining.
Time to invest in an SSD.
No, that's fine. It was it does that stupid Steam thing where it's like game's already running, and that really isn't. But I'm all good now. I'm back in the game. I see some really good picks right now. A lot of team fight on the Radiant side. Snackdown really wants to get those. Maybe a Lion picks up an Aghanims. It's more AoE right there. Looks like they need
Trian ban. Okay, so they banned out Ogre. I did make a call earlier that I would have liked to see an Ogre with the Lion Jug, so we won't see that. And now we've got a Medusa for 6 Trance, so that's their ultra late game. And they can get there with a Warlock and an Underlord for sure. And this is going to be a little bit tricky for Juggernaut to fight into. And I think this will be kind of hard for them to initiate into as a whole. Just because the counter initiation of Medusa just hitting her ultimate is like a pretty big deal.
Reserve time.
Looks like we're just waiting on a support pick here. Probably more CC.
One more pickup for Snackdown. Plenty of time on the clock for them. So, you know, I don't really think there's going to be much of an issue here for them getting a good cohesive support with them. Maybe like a Bane or something like that could even be beneficial. I'm not sure. You know, they want to have more control. Probably something with a hard stun. Vengeful Spirit could be good for them too. What sort of direction is your head at for this?
Probably definitely want a guaranteed stun point and click. Nothing like a Lion has where it's not really point and click. Or Sandclink's not a point and click.
I mean, they are and they aren't. You know.
They can be and they can't be sometimes, but definitely guaranteed stuns are good.
Okay. And we're going to get a Nyx, so we've got another Lion type stun. But the mana burn against the Medusa is going to definitely be very strong in this game. Well, I don't really know if I really favor one team or the other here. These are really fun teams. I like Nyx a lot. I think Nyx against Medusa is going to be a fun move. Juggernaut and Magnus is always a fun combo too. Putting the cleave from Magnus on the Nyx and then he follows up and initiates, like from Vendetta, that is hilarious if you've never seen that before.
Yeah, right now my personal preference is I kind of want Snackdown to win because I got a thing for Darkseer. I love Darkseer. I think
I thought you were just going to say I have a thing for best of threes.
No.
Going the whole distance. I know people that are like that. They just like, I just want Dota. I want it to go best of 3. I don't care. I just want it to go best of 3. And I'm like, you know, you're not a terrible person, but yeah, whatever.
No, I love Darkseer. I love the way he plays. He never actually has to be in the fight, really.
It's true to an extent. It's true to an extent. Yeah, I agree with you. Okay.
Plus, getting a really nice wall of replicant vacuum off. Oh, so satisfying.
All right.
Especially if they have some left clickers, right clickers.
Oh, hell yeah. But let's just kind of rush right on into it. So we've got all right, so who is where? Let's see. Is top +6? Yeah. Top is +6 Trance. Bottom is going to be What? They didn't set up any of their shit? Oh, that makes me sad. Guys, why didn't they set up their shit? Okay, Snackdown. Alright, so Team Snackdown here is just going to kind of roll out as a squad here. We've got Choo Choo here on the Nyx Assassin, Scar on the Lion, Kunchun on the Magnus, Pegasus on the Juggernaut, and Sandwich on the Darkseer. And they've just kind of smoked up under the Geist of Darkness. They're looking to infiltrate the jungle under the +6 trance. We've got Gax here on the Underlord here. He's going to be the first one that's going to pop on. Sophie Turner, Thanatos on the Mirana. And then the rest of his team just off in the safe lane. But the action's down here. I'll call them out later. And uh-oh, Mirana, you're not looking. You're going to get stunned. There comes the ring of fire. And are you going to be able to get out in time? You do leap into the trees, but you are stuck, my friend. There's the skewer into the tree line. You are dead. Sophie Turner is down. First blood. Going away of Kunchun. And, you know, that's really good. That's really good for them. But congratulations.
Battle begins.
So much hype. So Rubik's going to be able, by proxy, to get the top rune too. So anytime you see those teams roam up, group up, move out into the jungle, you can usually punish them by taking off that other rune too. So the only way I think you would really flat out win that would be if you had the opportunity to do like a 4-man that would be almost strong enough to break into their 5-man. So that's kind of the way that I would look at it.
If I were that Darkseer, I would have had maybe a TP because now he's so far from his lane too. He could have probably gotten the rune and then been in lane farming up.
Yeah, it's kind of a sad day. Oh boy.
It'll set him behind just a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be too big as an overall though. So like he won't fall that far behind. He can always drop back onto the creep camps in the jungle, things like that. And I mean, Magnus in mid against this Mirana, I think that's going to be pretty favorable for both people to farm relatively equally. So I mean, if we're just kind of starting to digest down both of all these lanes, where are you going to put your favor?
There's a lot of CC down bot. Top lane's going to be a little interesting because they are all ranged.
Stun just off the
Carrying
mark there.
supports. Huh?
Yeah, so bottom lane, Scar had done a stun on Gax, zoned him out a little bit. Choo Choo followed up on the side with the stun as well, and he missed his stun. Otherwise, Gax could have been dead. For lack of much more, you know, adjective-wise. But Sandwich and Yoke Super are now up top in the lane together. They're going to try and do a little bit more disruption. Yoke Soup's not finding him. That's funny. They're just like both running around in the trees together. Like friends. But they're like so close but so far, you know?
He almost got the auto attack on him canceling his clarity. Now, Yoke Soup did play Warlock in a past game we saw, and he did really well with
Yeah.
his huge 5-man ults.
You're not wrong.
So I'm hoping we see him get some of those again today.
He was good. He was pretty good at holding off, waiting to use it, letting it ride, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah.
But Gax is getting zoned out a lot in the bottom lane. It's kind of scary for him. He's already popped the Sanctuary solo from his team. I think they'll be able to maybe apply a little bit of pressure on him because of that. Oh, see, this is what he's farming just like I wanted him to like last game. Yeah, I don't think this Rubik rotation is going to be able to do anything in mid, but good effort. So you know how in that other Overlord game I was talking like he should have just been doing like Rain of Storm and shit on the creep camps as they were aggressively pulling instead of being back passively in their own jungle, like farming and stuff? Well, that's what this Underlord's doing, and he's doing a good job of being disruptive, but he's definitely going to get punished still and probably going to die.
Yeah, he just got chain CC there. It was stun, hex. He could have taken down the Nyx, but it was just too much for him.
Yeah, Poor Man's Shield will be helpful for him. Just kind of getting like a Windlace too, a little bit extra movement speed. Those are going to be items that he should look forward to getting in the game.
Here we go. We got Darkseer up by as well, popping as well, getting attacked by both the supports. They're going to have to back off because he got a TP in from Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, Choo Choo. Oh, he throws out the stun, misses completely, unfortunately.
Now, a bad thing about Nyx is, though, down in bot lane, he's not going to get those levels that he needs to get Vendetta early. He might be put back a little bit. He's not going to be as effective as an off-lane Nyx.
Well, I think it's almost at a point where Juggernaut and Lion can zone out the Underlord, but they need to tread very lightly because Underlord's level 3 now. He's on par with them. So this means that if he starts investing further into Atrophy Aura, starts really getting that damage reduction churning in, that Lion and Juggernaut aren't really going to be able to do any right-click damage against him. So that's a complication that I could see arising if he builds further into Atrophy, but it looks like he's going heavy into Firestorm to try and get more last hits that way. Building up as a tank as Underlord is like the scary way to go, because you're able to cause so much devastation, because if they can't kill you, that means that you can just continue being in their face. Get that value out of that passive.
That passive is insanely strong.
Oh my god,
40%
absolutely.
damage reduction anywhere near him.
At level 4, I know. 900 radius is pretty ridiculous, and if you think about that, that would be huge for him in a fight, but it looks like Pegasus is going to do some heavy damage here to Gax, and he's going to try and just trade hits here. He's being pretty good about it. He could drop an Iron Branch and eat it with a Tango, but he does want to get that into a Magic Wand eventually.
Nyx in the top lane finds the Warlock in the jungle, just poking him. Can't really... Gets the stun off on him.
Uh-oh, Yolk he could be in a bit of problems here. Choo-Choo's going to stun him out with that Carapace, and with the vacuum back, they might be able to chase him down. One more right click will be all they need, but a couple more procs of his HP is really what's chiming in. Why, he could use his salve maybe for a little bit of love, but he's just trying to juke through the trees, and not the mistake to happen. Yolk going to go down. Sandwich will get the last hit on him. And I think we need to pay a little bit more attention to the chaos that may be happening in mid, because like look at these last hits. Our Mirana's up to 36 at this point. Their Magnus is at 34, so they're both farming pretty well, and when they start to rotate off, we're going to see some big plays happen. And Magnus is 6, so he has his RP. Of course, we have the Mirana ultimate, which I would see being used far more defensively than offensively at this point in the game. But that isn't to say that they wouldn't.
Got a lot of rotations coming bot lane. Magnus picked up an invisibility rune. Can't
Yeah,
seem to
this
find
could be
anybody.
pretty fun for him if he just stays right outside of the Tower of Vision. He could just look to try and skewer one back into the team to get the easy kill, but oh yeah, he uses the RP. Couple more hits. There's a skewer to follow up. Easy kill. Or excuse me, not skewer, shockwave.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
The fire is coming.
Definitely no use holding on to that RP if you're not going to ever use it to get a kill.
Sure. I don't think he needed to do it. I think he could have just skewered instead.
Yeah, to be honest, he could have. They had a line right there to get the stun. He could have skewered him back into the Juggernaut. They would have been fine.
Yeah, but I can understand just wanting to guarantee it. But here's Choo-Choo in the mid lane. Mana Burn on Sophie Turner, able to get a good leap up to the high ground. And she'll be able to run away from him. No problem should happen there, but we've got TTDD going in on Sandwich, and I don't know how this farm is going for him. He has an Aquila, he's got a Ring of Health, so not doing too shabby. He's up there in the top earners right now. Everybody's doing pretty good on last hits, except for the supports, but you know, that's kind of to be expected. They're rotating, they're trying to make people play safe, they're trying to cause panic, chaos, and some of that's happening in the bottom lane right now, because Pegasus is having to use his Blade Fury under the tower to actually run away, and we've got Rubik and Underlord on the assault. But I think they're going to be okay. They're able to get the healing ward off. They're a little bit defensive on their retreat, and Rubik gets the healing ward. Nice pick for him, so they're going to continue to be aggressive at this point because they aren't going to have enough regeneration to sustain themselves in the lane. Juggernaut might be in a pretty rough predicament. He's going to get picked up and dropped, and now he's just going to spin again. The stun will come out on the Underlord. He'll take a couple more shots from the tower, but in comes Yolk to then take the tower aggro away. So now it's becoming a full team ordeal. We've got 4 from the Dire here.
Here comes Mirana.
And Mirana went real deep, 34 HP on that Lion in the end. He didn't end up getting him, but oh boy, Nyx is here, and he's trying to get something off of Sophie Turner, but it's not going to be anything. The stun's not going to connect either. Alright, alright. How's Mr. Yolk doing? Mr. Yolk is wandering around a little bit. I think he's going to try and go to the shrine, and they're going to hit it as a team. Maybe
Definitely
not.
under-leveled at the
Dire's
moment.
middle tower is under attack.
He is the lowest level, which is a shame as a
Oof,
warlock
level
because he really wants
3
to.
at level 9. At 9 minutes, excuse me. Well, at least, you know, he'll have a tome of knowledge to look forward to in like a short amount of time, but he's got to get up there a little bit. He needs to be like level 4.5 maybe or something like that. These rotations across the map, I mean, Warlock doesn't do the biggest amount of control if they were to like initiate on someone. Sure, you can drop a heal, but that's not really a stun or anything like that, so I don't think that these rotations are really as necessary as consistently as he's been making them.
He should just be sitting in lane with Medusa protecting her, maybe
No,
killing
he should
the
be pulling.
Shellions.
He should be pulling right now because there's no one up here. Or they should be aggressive and they should be pushing down on the tower. But across the map, we've got Pegasus looking in a position like he wants to push the tower. He's got his Ring of Aquila on. Scar is there with him. But it's only the two of them, and, you know, Gax is doing a pretty good job keeping these creepways nuked down and far away from him. Hex coming out on Gax. We've got the Mirana ultimate too, but Juggernaut isn't really able to do much here. Gax, is he able to take the advantage of the nighttime? Mirana ult, help him, please. Oh, the arrow, it connects. What the jukes on Gax. They're going to be able to take him from downtown, and he has been violated by that Starstorm. Here comes the continued pursuit. Nyx is here. He will be ready with a stun. And now it's the Dire that are ready to take them all down. They're grouped up as 4. Medusa is still in the safe lane farming away. And I'd expect them to just kind of continue to pressure the tower and really, maybe even kill this Nyx. Oh, the stun off the mark. Ruby doesn't want to get hit though. Orange is TPing in. Juggernaut is coming in. Here comes the Darkseer too. This might be enough for them to make a play happen, and Gax needs to be really careful here. He's taking a lot of damage. Warlock's trying to heal him to keep him safe. He's going to get stunned again. He's going to go down to the crit. And now Magnus is rotated here too. So the bottom tower goes down. They've rotated. They're now 4. Choo-Choo trying to initiate in here. This arrow actually hitting that boosted Vendetta Nyx. Oh, perfect timing on their part, but now Choo-Choo still truly wants to try and get some blood here. And he's looking at Yolk Soup, and he's thinking that he's tasty. I don't know if he's going to get there, though.
Is under attack.
Top lane, Medusa's just going to continue to keep farming out things. There's Lion just throwing out a stun casually too, so pretty exciting for him. Nyx is going to have to be a little bit on the retreat here. He's going to get caught just by a moment for Underlord. He'll have a Carapace in 8 seconds. There's the arrow, just a little bit off the mark. Yolk Soup not going to be able to do anything in terms of the follow-up sort of direction here. So Chop Chop going to have to return back to the base, probably heal up, maybe Sank or something like that, but he'll be okay in the end. Rubik in the bottom lane. He's level 5 against a solo Juggernaut who's level 7. I'm surprised he's not pressuring this tower a little bit more, but there is always the possibility of the Dire coming in with a rotation too. And now we're seeing the Underlord start to take advantage of the jungle with his mana boots, his headdress, start to farm it out, and he's going to be able to come online. And he'll be able to catch up from the laning phase that he had previously. Top lane Medusa, going to have her Lincolns online relatively soon. It's going to be a nice survival item to go against this Nyx and this Lion especially. Positioning-wise, this is a little bit scary. Yolk Soup might be getting caught out with his pants down. There's the Vendetta. There's the Impale as well, stacked on top of each other. Medusa throwing out the Mystic Stick. Yolk Soup on the retreat, trying to get away, and he might be able to. Choo-Choo's trying to continue to run after him. We've got the Mirana ult here as well. Mana drain a little bit on TTD. TTD actually able to take out Scar, and now Choo-Choo trying to return on the Medusa, but Yolk Soup is invisible. Thanks to Thanatos, Mr. Sophie. And he'll be able to just wander back to the base, say okay. So now we're getting a 1-for-0 exchange, and, you know, the Dire's not really getting any sort of loss, no punishment whatsoever, which is great for them.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Magnus is close to getting his Blink Dagger, just 600 gold, 700 gold short.
Yeah,
That'll be a really big change. Darkseer's got a mech.
we haven't talked about some of these items. Magnus got an Echo Saber as his first item. He also has a Poor Man's Shield too, so he's anticipating being more of a right-click core. But big fight breaking out down here. Gax is actually trying to bring them out of this fight, so he ults and he takes the whole team away. He's like, nope, this isn't a good fight for us. We're going home. And he's able to get a perfect relocate out. He's basically a Wisp now. That was a great Dark Rift. Saved his whole squad. That was probably going to be a two-man death, if not all three of them. And now they're going to be able to go back on into the fight and just continue to build the pressure. But, you know, we haven't really looked at everything that's on the field. Oh, we got to pause. So, yeah, we got the Echo on the Magnus. We got the Mech on Darkseer, but he's going to need mana boots to really sustain that. Nyx doesn't really have anything yet. He'll be close to stuff. Juggernaut is getting a Helm of Dominator. Medusa's close to the Lincoln
Sphere at the moment. So close to that.
Yeah, she'll have that.
Gold away.
She'll have that pretty soon.
Yolk Soup is level 6, so you can drop
Victory!
some golems on people.
We've got that 14-minute level 6 Warlock, guys. I'm excited for that first ult. Oh, he's not even 7. So close, yet so far. Make sure everybody's ready next time before unpause, please. Yeah, that's a fair point. So some shenanigans afoot in the jungle here. Sophie Turner on the retreat. Scar trying to look to pressure him, looking for the stun. Choo Choo also there. He has the mana burn, which he can proc out. Impale's ready, but won't connect on anything. And now they're starting to just take over the jungle just a little bit here. Rubik has the Ion Shell stolen. That's kind of awesome. So he could look to push out the creep waves himself and get a little bit of farm, but Courier? Nope, Courier won't get hit. I'd really like this Medusa to have that mana shield on more, because I'm kind of scared that she's just going to get initiated on and die. But back end, Yolk Soup is going to be the one that's going to die. Unfortunately, he's going to get hexed out and then finger banged into oblivion. And now, here goes TTD. He's throwing out the ultimate. It's able to connect on Stone on 2, but I don't think they're going to have any rotations. Stone on 3 at this point. TTD also looking to still try and run away. He's trying the TP, a couple more hits, one more. There's the vacuum, there's a skewer. He's not going anywhere. They're able to take him out. A lot of ultimates used in process. But good kill for them. They needed that on the Medusa. All skills used in good favor. So I'm not sure how much this is really going to bring them back, though. Let's check out that net worth graph. It's now equalized yet again. So that's going to be great for them. XP-wise, a little bit in Snack's favor, too.
We had Underlord pushing bot the entire time. He got a tower, pushed out the lane, going to get some more damage on that set tier 2 tower.
Radiant's bottom
Helped out with that little gold. Mid tower is gone.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So take a look at the vision of each team comparatively. The Radiant, all right? So what we've got here for Team Snackdown is a little bit of vision here and then deep. Whereas on the opposite end, the Dire have a little bit of deep vision and then deep vision over there. So neither of the teams are really getting a giant grasp on enemy movement and things like that. So they're going to have to be pretty careful. They know where Juggernaut is, they know where Lion is, but that's really like the extent of it. So both teams kind of running a little dark on terms of enemy positioning. And I guess the Radiant would have just seen like a brief glimpse in the top lane, but as a whole, it looks like both teams are just kind of looking to farm up. We're in like a weird stagnant period of the game where people are just kind of farming. They might look to push the top tower. Sophie Turner almost has his Ags. The entire Ags in the stash. Like, you're not going to ferry out any of those items progressively? Oh, Sophie Turner, you greedy man. That sounded really silly to say. Sophie Turner, you greedy man.
Yeah, definitely.
But
there's a guy with the name Sophie.
here we go up top. We've got an Invis RP skewer onto everybody. We've got a huge kill, absolutely devastating. Everybody's going to go down immediately. We've got the dust out too. It's a 4-man kill, all under the guise of Kunchun. He went Shadowblade after the Blink Dagger. He had such an easy initiation coming in with the Shadowblade Echo Saber, RP, the amount of damage that he just put out in such a brief amount of time. He basically just solo killed them.
That's a whole lot of damage coming out from him. The cleave with that Echo Saber is just punishes him.
He's hitting
That
for
and the RP.
273 if you look at his attack damage at the bottom. So that means 2 fast hits of that coming off of a Shadow Blade proc, then RP damage on top of that. And this is all in a cleave. Oh my god, it's ridiculous. Absolutely devastating.
He has a lot of attack speed too. He's just destroying. He's just melting that tower.
Boy, they're going to the bottom. They're going for it. So, I don't really know what we're looking at in terms of next big items that teams are going to be looking for here. I mean, I guess Nick's got boots, so that's a pretty big point for them. Mirana has the Ags now.
Blink.
Ooh, Lion close to Blink is nice.
Looks like Mirana actually wants to pick up a blink too soon.
Yeah, that'll be pretty helpful for her in terms of positioning and maneuverability. You'd be surprised how often you just wish that you were able to blink to the side just a little bit perfectly whenever you need to, just for that arrow.
Yeah. Medusa's starting to build up her Scotty. Still far away from that though.
Oh no, Nyx, he's been caught in a really bad position. They had the vice of Geis to know that he was coming in. But he's able to get out. So really doesn't matter in the end. So, anticlimactic?
Looks like a lot of people are starting to try to build that blink. Rubik's wants to get
Dude,
one too.
everybody needs a blink. Everybody on every team. We need 10 blinks in this game. I want to see a 10 blink dagger game, guys. Can I have a 10 blink dagger game, please? People initiating from screens away.
Midas.
I think Midas is the call for him. He's going to need that GPM in order to be able to get that Ags. It'll never happen if he doesn't. It's going to be a long way away. A long way away. But he's going to need it for whenever that may be. This is kind of how you gotta do Warlock, you know? They're hoping that Medusa is able to build enough time that everyone will be able to get online if they need to. I mean, if you look at it, +6 Trance only need to take this game in order to win the best-of-2 series. So, if they're able to put it all in on this game, then that's much easier for them as a whole. Arrow's going to connect on Scar. Oh, he actually goes to the low ground, but it doesn't matter. Starstorm's going to connect. He's going to die. And there goes the Centaur Conqueror. Rip Conqueror.
They really need to start sitting in this top lane and pushing it out more because they just keep coming up there, pushing it back to their base all the way. They need to start getting some towers.
Oh yeah,
that
for
tier
sure.
1 tower on Radiance is super low. Some free gold right there.
I think eyes are realistically going to be on Choo Choo here because he's invis, he's rotating, he's level 10. He's looking at bottom, he's looking at top, he's looking at anything because he's invisible. He's a little bit more flexible to move around the map. A little bit easier for them to try and get some information. And I think bottom is really where they're looking. TTDD and Gax are here, as is Sophie Turner. They're going to throw out the stun immediately, and they're going to be able to catch him here. Whoa! They're going to be able to follow up with everything, and he's just going to be a dead old boy. The gem on Underlord, newly acquired, paying off extremely well for them. To be aggressive here against this Nyx, they are no longer scared of this Nyx, and no, you know, this Nyx is now scared of them. He has to be. He doesn't know where the Underlord's going to be, per se, and he will always be able to lock him down. And that's terrifying, I would say.
That Underlord has 105 bonus damage from his passive in that fight.
You know, I've had games go Underlord getting Empower, RP, wipe sort of kill streaks, having like rapier damage sort of thing, and then there's buybacks on the enemy teams, and then you wipe them again, and then you're hitting for like +700, 800 cleave.
We got a double damaged Invis Magnus up top.
Yeah.
Going right on RP.
He's able to take Medusa, segment it out way away from the team. Choo Choo able to finish him off in there. Great initiation and follow-up from him. But you can see that, I mean, not even the DD. Let's take away the idea of the DD. We know it helped him have a ton of damage. He's hitting for 502 right now. But it's the Echo Saber and Power double strike on top of the Silver Edge damage break that's really making him do so much damage with those initiations. And it's really tricky for them to really play against that because there's so much Invis initiation coming out from the Radiant here. And the Dire also have their Invis at play, so both teams are just treading on the this thing of invisibility versus visibility thing. I don't know where I was going with that. I was hoping you would save me, but it didn't work.
Silver Edge, however, so that's a lot more potential. Juggernaut decided to go with that early Maelstrom. Lion picked up his blink already.
That's an interesting pickup for the Juggernaut to go Maelstrom. I wonder why that is. Is it because he's thinking about the Underlord's atrophy armor and how he's already inherently going to do less physical damage? So the investment in magic damage might be opportunistic for him?
He's also building he's thinking about building a Scotty. I think it's also because he's going to get empowered by Magnus all the time, so he said, hey, might as well not build a Battle Fury.
True. But when I think of the mid-game Juggernaut, I'm thinking typically of, like, Yashamanta or a Diffusal, especially if you're going against a Medusa. But a little bit of fighting and a little bit of running happening in the mid lane. Choo Choo might get caught out. Sophie Turner able to blink away here, and is Magnus going to be able to get someone? Yes! He's able to pick off Gax. Gax is the one with the gem. He's trying to TP out. Is he going to be able to get away? And no, he's not. It's so close to going off, but he doesn't able to get there. They do use the Medusa ult in order to be able to retrieve the gem. Warlock ult used too, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. They're able to get Choo Choo, so not a terrible exchange, and they do retain the gem. So good things for the Dire, but not really the best thing for them as a whole. Sophie Turner fishing with that arrow, not going to be able to connect on him. Pegasus just running away. He'll be fine. This Medusa needs a Yasha too. We need more movement speed coming out of here, guys. So what do you think the next move is for the Radiant, since they're in a pretty good spot? They're about 10,000 gold ahead, 11,000 to be more precise. Experience-wise, 12,000.
They're gonna have to push into their base, get this Medusa to stop farming. She's getting closer and closer. She's only 1,200 away from her Scotty. Once she gets that, it's gonna be kind of scary. They need to keep hunting her down. Nyx is a little behind. He's gonna have to keep trying to gank. He looks like he wants to build that blink dagger as well.
Oh, blink forward from Scar, not able to get the pick on Sophie.
I think they need a force team fight. He still has his Aegis up. It's gonna be running out soon.
Okay, Magnus has an Orchid. Yeah, Magnus has an Orchid.
Well then.
That's gonna be a Bloodthorn. This guy's going crazy. This Magnus is going crazy. Like, the thought process to do the itemization order that he did was very good. And he's playing this game out nicely. Good Finger of Death out on Gax. Gax, actually not dead, is going to be able to heal up his whole squad. Nyx out of mana, though. There's the Mirana ult. Stun connects on Darkseer. Looks like it's kind of de-escalating. Magnus trying to keep up his Empower. He's hitting for 377. And here comes his Bloodthorn right now. That is going to be terrifying. So this is a good move from the Radiant. They're looking to take out these shrines, and then they'll be able to press in further from there. I like what Snackdown's doing here, They're building space across the map very effectively. They're taking smart team fights, and truthfully, it's this Magnus that's like holding these guys on his shoulders. He's at 19k net worth.
It's crazy. I've actually never seen his build like this before, and it's really good.
Well,
Kind of interesting too.
it's pretty good for him. And did not mention that Mr. Moy, aka Yoksuk, did get his Midas, but uh-oh, Kunshun killing Sophie Turner. I missed that kill.
Yeah.
Must have
Solo
just been
RP right on him. Blink
yeah,
on
with
top.
Bloodthorn too. So now that there's a Bloodthorn, I would hope that people on the Dire are rethinking their item builds. I think Mirana needs to get a Lincoln's or a Solar Crest. Solar Crest probably being a better option since he can throw it on Medusa as an added layer, or cast it on himself as a disenchant, like a dispel. Since if you weren't familiar, you can cast it on yourself. Well, you have to cast it on yourself or allies, obviously. But when you cast it is the dispel. So you could have a Bloodthorn hit you, then you use the Solar Crest on yourself, or excuse me, the Lotus Orb on yourself. You're able to purge it off, and then if you get hit by anything else, it would reflect. So that might be a good investment for the Mirana, but Medusa's in a pretty rough spot here. Yeah, I think he's dead. Whack. This Magnus hits so fast.
Couldn't even do anything. That was just perma-stunned.
Magnus is hitting so fast. That's it. He's just hitting so fast. With Empower on him, he's hitting for like almost 400.
0.6 second.
Yeah,
tax
see,
rate.
he's busy empowering Pegasus right now, but if he empowers himself, DPS will effectively be far more for his team. And I think he's going to try and go pick up Thanatos. Sophie Turner in the top lane. Oh, no, he's just cutting the wave. What a dude. What a dude, you know? And
Yeah, because they can take down these barracks.
and Juggernaut
really
has a
fast.
Scotty. I still want to see a Manta on him. You know, the illusions are good. They're really good.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Sophie Turner. They got the tier 1. Isn't that a big deal?
Radiant's top tower.
I'm pretty sure that's a big deal. Okay. Well, Rubik has a Blink Dagger. I don't know if that was announced, but that is that's a recent thing. Mirana has a Yasha now, so probably thinking on a Manta for next item rather than whatever she was thinking about previously. And then like we've just got like Blink Daggers. You know, Nyx has a Blink, Lion has a Blink, Darkseer has a Pipe. That's a new one too. All in all, we're starting to get into some really late game Dota here where mistakes are going to add up to being big problems in big ways. Uh-oh. Oh, he's got his Starstorm charge backed up, and he's trying to split the wave, I think. Yep, he's cutting the wave bottom. He's just trying to be a sneaky guy. That's what that Mirana's doing. He's being a sneaky guy. And they're going to try and respond to it, maybe with 1 or 2 characters, and he's splitting to the top lane afterwards. Or Magnus is just going to go immediately top. Oh my god. Is he doing that? Look at that. Lion and Magnus smoked up as 2. Going top. Rana already in the top lane.
crazy.
Nyx. Vendetta in the top lane already. Has Blink ready. Blinks back. RP whiff. Sophie Turner getting missed with the stun. Bloodthorn's off. There's a Skewer. Skewer misses too. Shockwave connects. It's not going to be enough. 8 more seconds. He'll be able to do another leap. There is no ultimate. There is no Starstorm. That Carapace actually from his own Starstorm charge is what killed him. Now he can toggle that, I think, but Nyx was able to use it against him. Hilarious. Hilarious.
Dire's top tower.
They're going to be able to really exploit them from that Mirana being down. They're pressuring from the top and probably the mid lane, unless the Juggernaut looks to group up with them up top. Pretty precarious. Juggernaut spinning to winning.
Warlock looking to purchase an Aghanims. Just started it, so it's gonna be quite a ways out.
Well, I think he
Medusa going
got...
for a butterfly.
I think Warlock got the Midas at like 28-ish. So, you know, take that information what you will. I like Medusa going for Butterfly. I still think she needs a Manta. I still think she needs the Yasha. I think the movement speed and just like the flat attack speed bonus would be very helpful for her. Although you're going to get the attack speed bonus from Butterfly, and technically you'd get the movement speed bonus if you use the flutter button flutter active. So a lot of people forget that if you hit butterfly, it gives you movement speed bonus at the trait of your evasion temporarily. So you can do
Magnus
that.
doing RP on Mirana bot lane.
Oh, jeez.
She didn't have a chance. She didn't even move. She couldn't.
Yeah, that Silver Edge, RP, Bloodthorn, Shockwave, Echo Saber, Double Strike is practically death on anyone who's solo pushing. And Sophie Turner needs to do as much solo pushing as possible because their team is in a pretty interesting position, you know, now that they're getting close to 20k net worth behind.
So what do you think Magnus is going to do? He has 2 boots. Oh, never mind. He just purchased a moon shard.
And ate it. And then put
And
the
then
boots
ate it.
back.
Not sure if that was such a great choice because you only get 25 attack speed from those treads. While
Well,
you
he'll
unlock
just
60.
He'll just replace the power treads. I mean, it would have been better for him to just hold on to the moon shard and then just having the bonus night vision and the 120 attack speed, but you know, that was his decision to make. He's so far ahead. He's at 26k net worth. Like, look, comparatively, Medusa 10k behind. Mirana 10k behind. Like, he can't pick up this Aegis. They're just throwing the Aegis on the Juggernaut because they have to. They're like, here, let's just give it to the Juggernaut. Magnus is the Juggernaut now.
$420 attack damage on that Magnus. Damn.
420 attack damage on Magnus, you say? 420 attack damage. Is that what the kids say? Hashtag blaze it? I don't know. So Sophie Turner shoots off an arrow. It's going to be a little bit off the mark. Juggernaut's going to get picked away. This Scotty on Medusa is going to be really helpful for subduing this push and not letting them really kind of break the base in that sort of way. So Kunchun and Thanatos is going to be the thing to watch. They want the memes to be real, guys, okay? And I know it's going to, if it was up to Lion, who is stunned and just kind of hiding off. What? Is that a low ground observer word? Yeah, it is. That's a high ground observer word. An arrow! It's going to connect on Choo Choo! The arrow connects, they counter the ward, and Pegasus is trying to go in again. Scar getting lifted up. Pegasus trying to get tricked back, but Scar might actually die here. He gets poked down a few times. Steals the Hex. That's going to be a good pickup for Rubik. And they're just kind of disengaging from there. Medusa's holding the fort down. She's got the Stone Gaze ready. And Stone Gaze is going to be such a big factor in these team fights for just breaking this initiation that this Magnus is doing. Poke, poke, poke. Medusa's hitting for 222 with split shot off, I think. I don't know what it is with it on. But, like, you know that Magnus is just hitting for so much harder.
Yeah. And ever since they changed Aya Scotty from the
Uh-oh. Oh no! Magnus just found Thanatos yet again. He's going to try and leap away. It won't be successful. The RP does not connect. There's the Hex as well, following up with an Impale. And Kunchun able to take down Thanatos once again, and he's actually beyond godlike with that kill this time. So, oof, rough day if you are a Thanatos. But Thanatos getting pretty close to getting that Manta. Might be a little too late though. I'd really like to see what's going to happen here, but we've got the stun coming out on mid. Kunchun trying to follow up in here. He has the Bloodthorn ready, and we've got the Stone Gaze coming out. Juggernaut ult 2. Mr. Moy dropping the rock too. Lion, he might go down. I don't know if he's going to be successful here. Kunchun actually getting hit with the Stone Gaze. He's been turned straight to stone, and the Warlock Golem will try and persist onwards. He's trying to do as much damage as possible with it, and I think Sophie Turner was actually trying to deny it too. It's kind of silly. But what does Rubik have stolen? Just Carapace, so that's not that great. But Medusa trying to do something here. Pegasus, again, he has this Aegis. He wants to use it. And uh-oh, Sophie Turner may die And it's actually not going to go that way. He's going to get lifted up, he's going to get dropped, and Thanatos will live for just a brief moment. But until that point, you know, he's already lost 2 on his team. TTDD really needs to back up. He's got the gem. He's so low. Choo Choo's trying to go in on him. Choo Choo will probably be able to drop him down. And Scar, with one more hit, will be able to drop him. There goes Sophie. There's Always Striving Professor. And they're trying to continue to just break the base, break the racks. And Thanatos isn't breaking at all. He's jumping forward. He's trying to do as much damage. He's proccing the Sanctuary. So they've got so much heal coming out here. And they're just trying to hold on for dear life. And they're going to be able to be a successful defense here, at least for retaining their ranged barracks. And they're going to get a couple consolations from this too. They're going to be able to get Scar. They're going to be able to get Pegasus. And, oh... is he going to try and TP out? Oh, okay, good, they got him. So they basically got everybody off that buyback except the Magnus. So that's not too terrible. If we're checking out that fight recap, I mean, we've got a pretty substantial gold swing, but...
That Magnus did actually drop to like 20 health and was able to get away at the last second.
It was clowny. So, checking out that gold graph again, or excuse me, yeah. We're at about 76k to 52, so it's still like 24k in Snack's favor. So this is a pretty rough situation if you are team +6 Treants, you know?
Yeah, definitely. Medusa's getting to that point in the game where she's tanky and strong, and they're fighting more like a team, and they're starting to actually wipe the other team.
They've only lost 1 Rax, and I mean, Medusa's the type of hero that'll just fight till forever. I mean, if there's anything that can defend against Megas, it's Medusa. And
looks like Magnus picked up a BKB.
I think that's good. It'll be helpful against the Warlock Golem. But that's really about it. Uh-oh, is Thanatos dead again? Yep. Kunshin is just hunting him. And until he gets this Manta... Oh, we didn't even get to proc it. Ugh. He doesn't have buyback. He's down for 90 seconds. He was just saying to his team, Magnus can't kill me. Oh, boy. Yeah, so Magnus got rid of those treads, and you know that's what the BKB is now. But it looks like he's going to buy a refresher for a backpack slot, because you know that's something that exists in the game now, guys. You've got backpack slots. You got 3 of them. You throw a refresher there. You got your BKB. You get a Necro book, Dagon, whatever. I don't know, but Juggernaut's going to continue to try and push the front door here. Scar's going to hex out as many people as he can, and they will get the racks by proxy of those things. And you know they're pushing into the base. And bottom lane, Magnus is taking all that out. As the team is keeping them busy there, Magnus is just wrecking out the bottom racks, and he was able to rat that out easily. And these are the things that they can't really deal with. And with Thanatos down right now, they're dropping the rock, and they won't really have any follow-up. Rubik picking him up, putting him down. Juggernaut still has Monkey King Bar Ultimate Destruction ready. So they need to tread lightly. He took down that golem in just a couple seconds, and now Yolksoup might be dead. Uh-oh, Kunshin just took out Always Strive and Prosper, and there goes Yolksoup with just a couple slashes, and Medusa trying to get off the gaze. There it is. That'll break the BKB too. TTDD, you gotta turn around! He does do it, but he doesn't angle himself properly to break the BKB on Kunshin, and Choo-Choo's gonna back out from here, and Gax is gonna try to continue the pursuit, but not without Stofy Turner trying to have a thing or two to say about it, and he's gonna blink forward, drop the Starstorm, Manta to try and do as much dispersion of the damage as possible, but it doesn't even matter because Kunshin gets an RP on everybody, and they say GG, well played, everybody falls, and that is going to go Game 2 in this best of 3 series by way of Team Snackdown. Congratulations to Team Snackdown taking it in Game 2 of this best of 3 series. Really strong efforts coming out of Team +6 Treants, but we'll see some strong efforts from them coming out of the next game in this series, I'm sure, since we'll be going into Game 3 relatively shortly. My name is Sky. You can find me at Reach for Sky and on Twitch at twitch.tv/SkyHighGaming. I'm joined here with Mr. Corncob Bob as my co-caster, and we'll be back with Game 3 of the series shortly. Well, looks like they picked it as they did it as all pick. So we've got a remake. Hilarious. 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 So that's
Alright,
happening,
SmackDown
guys.
wins the best of 3.
They made it as well. That's awesome. I mean, I didn't show that on the stream, but yeah, that's what happened, guys. That one counts. Radiant wins. Kappa. Kappa. GG. Reported men. Alright, so this would be, we're close. We're very close, guys. I'm glad I set it for a 5-minute timer, anticipating that there would be complications in us actually starting this game. Hilarious.
When the night is over, my life is over.
Well, alright, here we go.
Well, we have finally gone into the game. Here we go. Into the draft. +6 Trans versus Team Snackdown. Game 3, 1-1. And we're still leading with another first pick Warlock, ban Invoker, ban Tinker. They're not letting Kunchun get Invoker, but he gets Magnus as his first pick yet again. That's pretty exciting. Oh my god. Hilarious.
You think he's going to try to build them the same exact way? You think he's going to change it up?
I think there's going to be a lot of similarity. That'll be my anticipation. And now they have Rubik on their team. Previously it was on the other, like, +6 Trance had Rubik last game, right?
Yes.
That's what I think. So, we're at least in a pretty good spot, but ooh, OD from Mr. Thanatos. So Thanatos is going to have OD to go up against with Magnus if in the mid lane. So it's going to be a little bit of a different game than what we had previously because, let's be real, a Magnus versus an OD is going to be a completely different matchup versus a Magnus versus a Mirana. Because an OD is going to be able to pressure you with right clicks a little bit more aggressively that by proxy steal intelligence, which weaken you with your spells and abilities in the lane. So Snackdown's running a Slark this time around, and they also ban out the Spectre too, so they don't want any really big carries coming out from Trance, and no Drow Aura either. They don't want any of that, because Drow plus OD on the same sort of team would pretty freaking scary. Yeah. Terrifying?
Yeah, I think they kind of want to go for that early win again, get that Magnus really strong, and just push to win. The Medusa really slowed them down last time. Maybe they'll last ban a Medusa, or they'll even pick up the Medusa to help secure the late game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They're gonna have to do something there because the way I see it, I don't think Medusa would entirely be the play here in like the grand scheme of things. They would be better off with a much different type of carry than a Medusa. But you know, who knows? I mean, maybe that's like TTDD's like love, but because they always ban out the Animage, and that's like the character that he's spammed to oblivion, so he's not gonna get that. But Snackdown has Darkseer and Magnus again, so that's very reminiscent on the previous game. Into the battle we go, though. Here is Darkseer. Darkseer, ugh, I don't know. So, a little bit of reserve time now for +6 Trance. We've got 2 more hero pickups from them. Anything that you want to see here? Because, I mean, Warlock has been a pretty consistent pickup for Yolk Soup, I believe. And, I mean, Ogre's going to give some good stuns, give some good support benefits, too. But we're going to need to see more right-click coming out of them right here. And maybe a little bit of evasiveness, too. Ooh, Axe. Axe is pretty fun. That's a nice layer of initiation that they can have until the Warlock is online. So they've got initiation and counter-initiation potentials from both of them. You know who I'd really like to see?
Alchemist.
I was going to say Weaver.
Weaver would actually be really great, too.
I think Weaver would be kind of terrifying if Snackdown had it, because it would be very difficult for Trance to be able to lock down a Slark and a Weaver. But at the same time, Weaver would also be pretty powerful on Trance, too, because they only have the Rubik in terms of lockdown and then pounce. So in either composition, I think a Weaver would be a pretty scary complement of right-click damage. But you know, Snackdown obviously needs a little bit more support here. So we'd probably see something more in that sort of direction coming out from them.
Ban the Luna.
Yeah, Luna's gone. Hilarious. So Luna being taken out of the fray as a carry potential. Because
Ban
we're
the
still
Lion
expecting
as
that,
well.
but no Lion lockdown for Snackdown. And I like that ban from Lion because last game the Hex on top of the stun was good for them. Now granted, I mean there were plenty of stuns that were missed, but plenty of them that were very effective too. Since the chat's been so critical about the stuns that were coming out that game. But hey, this is an amateur tournament, guys. These players range from anywhere as low as 1K to like upwards of 5K, I think. So a pretty wide array of skill that we're seeing across these games, and I think that makes it extremely exciting.
I think we actually did have one player that was 6K.
Wow. But all the teams are scaled based on MMR and role preference and stuff like that. But I think something that would make it a little bit more interesting would be having people that can lead effectively on teams as a whole, because that's the most difficult thing when you're really going into games. Having someone that's an active shot caller, because like you could be really high MMR, but if you're not able to like corral up what everybody's doing, then it really doesn't matter. Got to be able to control the messes. But
So we do see that +6 Trance did pick up a Sven for their safe lane carry.
yeah,
A lot
that's
of
kind of
stun
fun.
support, more cleave as well. Both sides now have cleave.
I like that we have cleave for Sven, cleave for Magnus, cleave for Slark.
Cleave for Rubik. No.
Well, actually, it's funny. Magnus... Is it Magnus? Wait, I'm not... Magnus Ags Empower is a aura that gives ranged cleave, hit, strike. You know?
Really?
So-
I did not know that.
Yeah. So if Magnus gets an Ags for some weird reason, the ranged people would get a cleave aura also, but this is a Venomancer.
Interesting. Are we looking at a Veno carry? No.
No, that's support. That's a Rubik Veno support duo. But
I
this
want to
is-
see a Veno carry, but it's not going to happen.
You want a Veno carry? Why do you want a Veno carry?
Veno carry is so cool. Built-in slow with the poison. Oh.
I think it's pretty
I've seen it
hilarious.
done, but it's not going to happen because they do have that Slark as their carry for that safe lane.
Sure.
However, they do only have, let's see, they have like one stun, really, kind of. Mostly
Yeah, it's Rubik.
slows.
Rubik lift, and then they've got Skewer. Pounce is like, I guess it's kind of like a root. But 6 Trance, they've got the Rock, they've got Ogre Stun, Axe Call, Sven Stun. A lot of nice things that could add up to being pretty scary over top of each other. So really looking forward to this game. And, without further ado, in we go. We've got to pause customarily just to help people with the loads, because sometimes when you load in these custom game lobbies, it's a little bit weird, for better anything else. I don't really know. Here we go into the game. Are you excited for some Dota?
I think this game's going to be very interesting. We got some new picks we haven't seen today. We got an Axe, we got a Venomancer. Some pretty cool things. Of course, have some other picks that have seen a lot, like Ogre, Warlock, Slark.
Sure. Absolutely. But here we go. Let's just kind of break on down into it. We've got Team Snackdown versus Team +6 Trance in Game 3 of the Best of 3 series here. And, we've got Pegasus here on the Slark, Scar on the Rubik, and Choo Choo on the Venomancer. And again, we've got Kunchun on Magnus with Samich on the Darkseer. On the flip side, we've got Yolksoup again on his favorite Warlock, TTDD on the Sven, Sophie Turner on the Outworld Devourer, Always Striving Prosper on Ogre Magi, and Gax on the Axe. I like that rhymes. Gax on Axe.
Axe on the Axe. It looks like they're doing an aggressive tri-lane.
Or they could just be postured with those people there for the rune, and then they could disperse off from there. But I wouldn't put it past them for them to run a Sven Ogre tri-lane with a Warlock. You know, I don't know exactly how well Axe is going to deal against the Darkseer with the Ion Shells, because it's a good bit of damage, but if he's able to cut down the creeps pretty quickly, then maybe it won't be so difficult for him as an overall.
And I don't believe Ion Shell procs his counter helix.
No, I don't believe so either.
be an
I'm just
attack,
talking about,
yeah.
like, as an overall, he's going to have to, like, kill creeps and shit.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard. Definitely melee versus Ion Shell. He's just gonna have to sit back. Bot lane will definitely be a lot more interesting though.
Yeah, bot lane's going to have some fun action on it because, I mean, a Rubik Veno lane, Gale just a little bit off the mark, always strive and prosper, always going in with the ignite. Here comes the stun coming out of Sven. TTDD trying to go ham and a half, always strive and prosper, a couple more right clips. There's Yokesoup with one more hit. They only need one more. He's salving up and he'll be okay. Pegasus coming in with the pounce now too, and now he's in a bit of problem, and they're just trying to disengage off of this. Pegasus is going to need to heal up. Yokesoup as well. Get these creeps off of him. Always strive and prosper. Throwing out another ignite. So this is going to definitely be where a ton of action is at this game. These supports are going to be tickling each other back and forth. And it's going to be very exciting. I don't know if they're just spamming out the Gale on TTDD now or not, but I could definitely tell you that Magic Sticks and Magic Wands are going to be necessary if you're in this bottom lane this game.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of spells going to be cast. It's just free health and mana.
Sure. So taking it a step back, taking a look at mid, Magnus doing really well last hitting at 9 CS right now. Thanatos at 6-1 comparatively, so doing okay, trying to keep up with Kunchun and his Magnus prowess that we saw in the previous game. But back in bottom, yeah, they're just kind of backing off and squaring away. This is weird. They've kind of left TTDD solo-ish in the lane, which is weird. But he's not doing terrible. Yokesoup's kind of bouncing back and forth in the lane in terms of actually being there or not. And the Ogre's completely rotated off. He may be coming back eventually, but right now, he's just grabbing the bounty runes or securing the regen rune for Thanatos. What do you think about top lane? How's that going?
Axe is just getting melted with those ion shells. He can't get close enough. Hasn't really been doing all that well with the farming.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, right now he's sitting at 6 last hits. Darkseer up at 12, so he's also, doing really well leading the pack. And we would have expected Darkseer to do just like this, so that's not really a surprise as an overall. But it's the same sort of interesting little trickle back and forth of this fight, how they're engaging, because they can't really kill each other. The lockdown is too weird from both teams, because they've both got two holds essentially, and then the other thing is just a slow and dot. So the type of damage coming out is kind of the same for both teams in this tri-lane down here, except Yokesoup can heal people. They don't got heal.
That is definitely true. I think TTD and Always Strive and Prosper can do a lot better in this bot lane, just with all their stuns and slows they have.
Yeah, and Yokesoup's just kind of being sneaky, hiding in the trees, getting experience and the like. But, if they find him out, he is out of position enough that they could maybe kill him because of him being in such a weird spot in the trees and the like. I don't really know. Yokesoup got me on edge, boy. But mid lane, Kunchun dominating it right now. 25-2 last hits against Thanatos at 14-2. So clear disparity that we're seeing there. But now Scar way out of position here. Yokesoup able to get the stun out. Fatal Bonds as well. They're going to be able to get him with the first blood. And they're going to try to continue the pursuit here. But Choo-Choo able to get a nice Venom scale out on 3. Able to slow them down. And they won't be able to keep on going. So once upon a time, they were effective. But now, not so much, unfortunately. So as you look at this game, where do you see it going in like the next 5 minutes? What do you think is going to happen? Major item pickups that are going to change the game and things like that, because like, you know, we're waiting on a lot of big items basically. Magnus is going to get an Iron Talon. He'll be able to fall back and farm and shit like that. So like net worth wise, nothing too big, but next 5 minutes, that's going to be huge.
Honestly, next 5 minutes, probably not going to see too many big things.
Uh-oh, TTTD in bottom. He's going to get dropped down by the Venomancer and the Rubik with the Lift and the Gale. And naturally, the Pounce was all up in there too, but Ogre wasn't able to do anything there.
From mid lane, he does have that invisibility. He could use it to gank. Probably not going to be too effective right now. All lanes are pretty far back under a tower.
Yeah, he could.
Darkseer does have his Soul Ring. That's really helpful. He's going for a Mechanism next. Yeah, almost has his headdress, which will help him with some lane regen.
Yeah, Darkseer's going to be good.
Dead. Just kind of sitting in the trees up there.
I'm just waiting for Magnus to pull out this Invis rune with a Skewer or an RP on top of it, because that's going to be beautiful to see again. I mean, last game we saw him do it as like a solo RP sort of thing, but we could be looking at the same thing. Maybe we're looking at something different. Who knows? But it might be happening soon. Maybe he's hoping for a rotation from his squad. There's a Skewer. He empowers and he hits him once. So, mind games. That's what I'm saying. Mind games. But bottom lane, Choo Choo is really low. TTDD in the tree line, trying to lock him down, but always striving Proffer. Already there. A couple more hits, he'll be able to take him down. One more hit, he's going to go down. But now TTDD, he is stuck in the trees, and Slark will be able to take him out. This is good fighting terms with Slark. One-on-one sort of situation. Yolksoup trying to do something there, but Slark, he's just going to kind of bounce away, and the Fatal Bonds is just going to really be the icing on the cake. And Yolksoup will be able to take him down with Always Strive and Prosper in the assist. And now Thanatos is down here. He's going to try and make some magic happen. And down goes Scar. So these were good rotations as a whole. And I think that was really able to help all of, you know, the bottom lane and Thanatos to really kind of expedite themselves forward because of them having a little bit of a harder early game phase.
Magnus did get his Power Treads, which is a good pick.
We did that last game too.
OD still doesn't have tier 2 boots yet. Sitting on that one with 2 null talismans. Kind of a mixture of items he's looking for. Looks like he's trying to build his Power Treads next.
Yolksoup countering some vision. Gonna have a magic wand on the OD. Axe has a cloak, so that's probably helping at least a little bit with the Ion Shell, but he basically abandoned the lane. Darkseer is just free pushing this over and over again. I'm surprised that the tower hasn't suffered more damage, to be quite honest. I guess Axe has to be picking it up a little bit, but the longer he waits to get these, the harder it's going to get because these higher level Ion Shells just do so much damage. See, like already down to 200 HP, so a lot of reliance on those Trank Boots right now. They left TTDD solo in the bottom lane. TTDD is down here. They're 3. They could try and capitalize on this. He gets the pounce. He gets it all off, but TTDD turns it out. He uses his rage. The God Strength is there. He tries to do some damage there. He won't be able to get anything off, but now they're very deep. Yolksoup able to get a great Fatal Bond off on all of them. They're going to be able to follow up with this damage out on Scar. Scar's going to go down too, and now that's a 3-for-1 exchange.
Sherlock is definitely being more effective in this game than he was last game. Those Fatal Bonds are doing a lot of work.
Well, I don't know exactly how Dark Pact works with the Fatal Bonds as well. Does like that damage get translated across it?
I don't think that does.
Does it? You sure?
Might, actually, you know what?
How does Dark Pact influence in Fatal Bonds?
Is Dark Pact a yeah, no, it does.
I don't think it gets purged.
It deals damage.
It deals damage to himself, and I don't think it gets purged by it. So does it deal damage to his allies? Regardless, top lane Pegasus getting a pick on TTDD as we wonder if that's a thing or not. And Yoksup actually going down to Kunshin as well in their jungle as he aggressively drops vision. Doesn't get this observer up on the high ground. He tried. And he does get that sentry down to block that camp though, so that's kind of good.
Dire's top tower is being attacked. Radiant's bottom tower is being attacked. Dire's top tower is under siege.
So back into the mix of things, we've got Sophie Turner getting the Arcane Rune bottled up, and it looks like that's a Hurricane Pike on the quick buy that he'll be working towards, so Thanatos will be able to get that A-okay. So, yeah, sorry guys, context, I used both of those interchangeably for him.
Does look like Magnus is going for that Saber again.
Yep, I can see that on his quick buy. This raindrop was a good pickup too, because that's got to help with all this magic damage that's coming out. I think people need to pick up raindrop more casually, more consistently. Whoa, there's a jump in from Axe onto the Magnus. They're able to actually lock him down pretty well here. With those couple more fire strikes coming in and the battle hunger on him, could he actually end up dying to the tower? No, the answer is no. Axe just kind of screwing around with the creeps. They nuked down the creep wave. And TTDD is up top with Pegasus, and it looks like Rupik is rotating up here too. Are they going to try and go on him? I don't think so. They're just going to look to secure this mid tower. Choo 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 choo. Has been dunked. Goodbye, choo choo.
That train has left.
I think choo choo is a great alias to have in Dota, especially from a casting perspective. I think it's a fun name to like yell about. Choo choo! He is teleported back to the mid lane. He's opted for this big Venomous Gale build, which I think the damage over time is really strong, and the slow is good too. I don't know if that would be as effective as a Plague Ward build though, because the Plague Ward build he could use for farming in the jungle, and then also like that's a manual instance that needs to get killed separately from everything else too. So it looks like everybody just smoked up, and then it didn't do anything because Thanatos is standing under them invisible, and they dropped a sentry, and they dropped a second sentry. Oh, and there goes Gax with the jump on in on Magnus. Magnus is going to get taunted out. Thanatos phases himself out of existence for just a brief moment. Yoksup getting a great ult off on 3. Fatal Bonds is going to do a ton of damage to them right now. There's a Venomancer ult. It's primarily on Sophie Turner. Pegasus is actually going to go down now, as will Choo Choo, and now Sandwich has been stunned out. Here comes Yoksup with his Gorilla. That's what I'm calling his golem now. And they're just going to keep on pushing forwards. So, like, it's A-okay for them. Everything is fine. Except for this Slark, who they just hit with the stun. Wow, that didn't disjoint. They're able to hit him off with the Q. They're going to continue progressing forward. The Dark Pact is there. He won't have another ultimate to proc off. He'll have another leap in a couple more seconds, but it looks like they're going to be able to get him out here too. Oh my god, Choo Choo's back in on this also. Yoksup, retreat. This is a weird fight. TTDD is now suddenly in a really bad situation, and he's going to go down to Choo Choo. And Yokes is on a killing spree from Pegasus! What is this madness?
They just totally ignored the golem as it was just smacking him left and right. They just walked around like nothing happened.
Golem MVP.
Yeah, too bad Gax did miss.
Gax, destroyer of worlds.
In a row, which would have been clutch to getting that Slark early on and then backing out. They probably wouldn't have lost anyone else.
Gax is getting a ton off on the Darkseer in mid. Tons of damage getting off here. I don't think he's going to go for a dunk here because it wouldn't be enough damage, but he is going to get pushed back by the Venomancer a little bit, but Magnus is going to be showing up relatively shortly. Vacuum will be there. He can blink forward. There's the RP. He's going to be able to drop the Shockwave and the Skewer follow. A couple more hits to follow. He might be able to drop him down. There goes Gax. And now all eyes are kind of on the top lane as Sophie Turner and Always Strive Impostor position themselves on this tower. Only a few more hits on it. It's at 250 HP roughly now. So I just noticed this. Ogre went Bloodlust over everything else, so has 3 in Bloodlust, 1 in Ignite, and 1 in Fire Blast.
That is definitely a weird style to do it. I mean, Fire Blast, I guess the stun duration doesn't increase, but the slow from Ignite does increase, so that would have been a better option.
And the
Maybe he's
damage,
just-
the duration increases, the burn time increases, the slow increases. Like, Ignite scales really well.
It does.
I mean, so does
Bloodlust,
Bloodlust,
I
but
guess
I
he
don't...
wants Outworld Devour or even Sven to scale better.
Yeah, I guess
I
he's
don't
just
know.
putting it all in on his team. I don't know. I don't think I entirely endorse this decision, but go you.
Hey, Warlock did get a minus a lot earlier this time.
Oh snap! Was this his just pick up now? 15 minutes?
No, I'm not sure if he just got it now.
A little bit beforehand.
Might have been a little bit beforehand. Could have been after that last fight from killing Slark.
Oh snap! Stark is trying to pounce forward. Doesn't really hit Always Strike and Prosper, but they're able to return the damage on him. And this Fatal Bonds is actually doing a ton to everybody. It's ridiculous. I love it. But they're gonna mech up. They're gonna back up, and they're going to try and actually look to re-engage, I'd say. And Choo Choo might be the one who they're going to take. And Gax is just going to try and dunk in, but Sophie Turner's just going to take it in the end. So Thanatos just really, really grabbing him by the gales. So,
By
yeah,
the huevos.
by the gales. He's going to get a Veil next, I think, with his double Null Talisman. Or actually, he still has Hurricane Pike on the quick buy. So maybe he's going to finish it out to that. And just keep it as casual stats. Either way, good investment of gold per stat. The value is nice. TTDD is basically just farming off in the jungle, trying to finish up his Echo Saber. And Kunchun, only 200 gold away from his Echo Saber of his own.
Interesting, Axe is going for a pipe of insight before a Vanguard.
That's great. The Venomancer ult.
Definitely is. There's some magic damage, yeah.
I would definitely say that's great because of that Venom ult. But, oh, Gax able to get a great initiator in here. There's Yoksub dropping the rock. Everybody else is getting destroyed too as well. Sandwich is getting dunked down. Now Kunchun, he's on the run. He's trying to skewer away, but Sophie's Turner is like, no, that's not happening. I'm going to take you too. And Gax is able to be there too. They're all going to hug him out, and he's going to die. And that's that story. But Slark is able to get away. TTDD was able to take the mid tower by proxy, or I think, yeah, whatever. He was doing something in mid, farming it out at the least. So all these things are positive.
Definitely this little rivalry between Sophie and Kanchun. Little fun. But Sophie's coming back around and killing him.
You know, sometimes that's just something that happens, and you just gotta enjoy it, I guess. I don't really know. But Axe has now found someone yet again in Pegasus. Pegasus is forced to run away, but I think Axe could have actually kind of pushed the label there. He's got his
There we
pipe.
go. Axe has the pipe.
Yeah, so Dark Pact is magical too, so pipe will also help against that. It's a good item. It's just a good item all in all. He needed it over Vanguard for sure. Because you just got to think of the most damage that's coming out. If it's magic, pipe. If it's physical, Vanguard. That's basically it. And you get one or the other basically every game as Axe. So Kunchun nearby, so is Slark. Pegasus with his Shadow Blade looking for TDDD. He might be able to find him here. And the DD's on him too. One hit, he gets the pounce. Dark Pact will be there. He'll be able to just kind of poke him away. And Ogre gets the perfect rotation in. Great timing. He'll be okay. Yeah, Sandwich is just going to run out. Choo Choo is here too, though. Whoa! They're going to look to try and re-engage in on the Slark. And with the Darkseer throwing down the wall, he's getting Axe in there. And I think Pegasus is going to go down. Yeah, he is. There's Choo Choo with the Venomous ult. And now Sandwich, he's just going to kind of have to just continue retreating. Because this is not a fight they really want to take anymore. And it's all in favor of 6 Trance. There's Gax. Easy call for him to make here. And I'm just going to see it all. I want more dunks, man. Some freaking space
That
jams.
pipe was actually very clutch. Veno ulted, but the
It did
pipe
nothing.
absorbed everything.
I know. That's why it was like silly. As soon as he got the pipe, the Venomancer was basically negated, especially since Venomancer's only 8. Because like level 1 Poison Nova really doesn't do that much damage. in the grand scheme of things. And then you have a pipe that you have to fight through. There's no veil or anything on your team to help buff it up. Like, absolutely, very difficult to work through. So even like as he gets like a level 2 or level 3 ult on Venomancer, the pipe is still going to persist to be really helpful. And on top of it, he's going to have a Blade Mail soon. So he'll just be able to proc Blade Mail when he gets hit by the Venomancer ult and just turn it right back on him. Because the magic damage will just go through to Veno. Because it returns in whatever damage type that comes through.
Yeah.
Oh, Gax Destroyer of Worlds, picking off Scar. And yeah, that's his Blade Mail purchased back in the base. This is fun on a bun if you're Gax. And for
Yeah, even though Gax was kind of shut down early, not really shut down, but like he was prevented from doing any sort of farming, he's come right back with just ganks left and right.
Yeah, he was definitely pressured a lot by the Darkseer with the Ion Shell, but again, another reason why the pipe is so good for him, because Ion Shell is magic damage. So, you know, it just scales so nicely throughout the game, with him having the hood early on and stuff like that. Magnus does have his Echo Saber completed. I'm looking forward to that first rotation with them. They just smoked under vision. So they're going to know that this is coming, and it looks like the Dire are backing up at least a little bit. And Ogre especially needs to be careful because he doesn't really have anything to get out of these fights, but I think Sophie Turner would be the one to die if they were to try and pick anyone. But, smoke break, 2 are just shown. Slark is still in Viz. No, nothing there. And TTDD is just farming away bottom still. Easy peasy. Look at that for him. Scar with the bounty. What is he doing? Oh, he's dying to creeps. He's stuck. Okay, now he's not stuck. Oh my god, that was embarrassing. That would have been so embarrassing if he died to a creep.
All he wanted to do was just put a ward down.
I know, and he was just stuck for a brief second. That would have been hilarious. Oh boy. Well, Warlock is getting surprisingly close to this Aghanim. It's about 1100 off. So we'll probably see that happen in, I don't know, let's say like the next 3 minutes or so. Probably by 26 we'll see an Ags on
Looks like they're
on
doing
the Warlock.
another smoke try this time. Not under a ward, thankfully.
Not under a ward, but still into the bottom lane. And under the Shadow of Invisibility, Magnus is going to try and get an RP on 3. It connects on 2. He doesn't get anyone in the skewer. Yokesoup's able to drop the rock perfectly, but we've already got the pipe proc, so the Venomancer ult's going to be entirely negated. Sandwich is going to get procced down a couple hits here, and that Fatal Bond's doing a lot of damage to them, but not enough to be the finishing blow on everyone. Gax finally returned damage on. Thanatos able to phase him out from just a moment just to try and recover him and have him survive, and they're actually able to heal him up and save him. And down goes the top tower. Meanwhile,
3 off this, actually.
well, TTDD is pushing down the mid lane too, so they're going to get
Oh, no,
the
even
mid
better.
tower now also.
And then they'll be able to go back up and take down their shrines.
Well, they can do the Shrine, they can do Roshan. There's a lot of opportunity in front of them from here. I'm thinking from here, going to take this top Shrine, then Roshan would be the ideal course of action. But I guess Sven has a different idea, and he wants to farm bottom. So ideally, everyone else needs to roll out too, take out the Shrines, and progress from there.
Come on, hit the shrine. There we go, okay. So Ogre has the
Yeah,
idea.
Ogre's whacking the hell out of it. How much damage is he doing?
Nothing.
He's doing like 20 damage a hit in good faith. Look at him go. You show it. It's going to go up to like 25 now because he just got his item.
That's a true
22.
smoke right there.
He's doing 22 damage now that he got that Force Staff. Look at him go.
They don't know Slark's right underneath them, though.
No, they don't. Bloodlust is up on Mr. Moy. Yolk Soup. They're running. So my early guess of 26 minutes for the Ags incorrect, since 25 minutes. It is completed, not on him, but it is completed in the base. Maybe he won't have it on him by 26 minutes though.
Yeah, this game, Warlock definitely seen a lot more team fights. Fatal Bond's doing a lot more work than that last game. If I was Yolk Soup, I'd be feeling pretty happy right now of how successful I would be doing.
Oh yeah, for sure. And oh look, Axe has a talisman and he's going for a halberd. He's gonna shut down that Magnus at its core.
Magnus or even the Slark, just getting a Slark in the face and he can't attack.
True that.
No essence shift.
Either way, it's going to be great for them. Something we haven't checked out for a bit. Let's take out item looking as an overall. Any big advancements? Not really. Slark getting close to his Echo Saber. Darkseer has Guardian Greaves finished at the base. Venno almost has Veil finished. Yeah, and that's kind of really where we're looking at right now. I think Sven's probably going to be going for a BKB. Yep, he's got 2 items in the base. Yep, there's the BKB finished. And that kind of gives us a catch-up on where everybody's at in terms of farm expectation.
Look at what Warlock has on Q.
Refresher.
Oh yeah, 4 golems.
And now is he going to have the mana for it? Because he doesn't have attribute bonus anymore.
300 at 600. He will actually have enough if he casts nothing
So level
else.
4. Level 4 is 400 mana.
Oh,
So that's 800 plus another 375, right?
Yeah, but he would have 2 more levels on that, but it's assuming he spends literally 0 mana to do anything else.
Yeah, so it's going to be close. This is all, in parts of that attribute bonus rework, so he's going to have to get another mana boot, I would say, or mana boots in general, in order to be able to have all of his spells consistently, reliably in the next fight.
Yeah, maybe even pick up like a Yule's or a Rod for that intelligence boost.
Wouldn't be a bad thing, wouldn't be a bad thing.
Always good to have a Rod on the team. Definitely OD has a Rod, so that's great. He has 2 Rods.
And down goes Roshan, and it's going to go way of Thanatos. So Thanatos, the Outworld Devourer, Hurricane Pike, Atos, and an Aegis. And Gax is trying to go in deep, and they're going to be TTDD with also the Atos that's going to help shut down Choo Choo there. So
Right now, the Outhouse Devourer is just doing so much right-click damage.
He just said Outhouse Devourer.
Oh, that's what my friend calls him.
Oh,
That's
God.
such a terrible name.
I mean, he's definitely pooping on this game. But regardless, they're pushing in right on into the base at this point. And TTDD leading the charge, taking out the ranged racks. Gax chipping away at the melee racks. And Choo Choo jumping in the front lane. Misses just barely with the Gale. And I think they're trying to get a pick here. They're trying to capture anyone. What a ding, ding, ding with that hit. And there's the Golem drop on 2. They're able to take them all down. We've got double buyback instantly as well from the team. And Yokes is continuing to try and do so much work here on Pegasus with his Golems. And I think he'll actually be successful here in staying alive and maybe even killing him. Always striving Profiters continuing the pursuit. Pegasus, one more hit. That's all they need. Oh, is he going to get it? The life drain is... Nope, he's good. He Darth packed it away. But Yokes is able to take his golems, throw them into the mid lane. They're going to just slowly chip out on the melee barracks. And Kunchun trying to do something here. He's invisible. Sophie Turner trying to turn it out. And boom, down he goes. Godlike, someone kill him. He's out of control. Kunchun is dead. And TTDD just trying to kill the Enshrine base for some reason. I don't know.
I'd just like to say, I really like the skate on these Warlock Golems. I think they're cool.
Well, unfortunately, the appreciation of them can only go so far, for they're going to expire soon. And Gax is able to get a little bit more kills here, and they're really pressuring and zoning them while they're even in their base. So they took the mid racks, and now they're going to look to go and progress further on the bottom. And I don't know if the Radiant is really going to be able to kind of continue on in here. Snack down.
Start trying to take out that Sven.
Oh, and then Gax gets a great initiation off on two. The Fatal Bonds is there, and he gets a double dunk! Out of control. There's the GG, well played. They're going to call it 30 minutes.
+6 takes it in the best of 3.
+6 chance for the win in this series. They did a
will
thing,
be going to the
guys.
finals.
Holy Jeebus. So they're going to be going ahead to the next phase of the series, guys. So great effort to Team Snackdown, but it's going to be +6 chance to progress forwards here into the finals.
Still waiting on that other game to finish up to see who they face off.
Awesome. Sounds great. Like always, guys, if you enjoy the cast, if you enjoy the hype, please be free to drop myself a follow. You can see me on Twitter at reach4SKAI. You can see me on Twitch at twitch.tv/SkyHighGaming. That's with a KAI in Sky. Do a lot of coaching analysis, casting, hype, and the like. And we're going to be working a lot more with this First Blood community going forwards with, you know, everything that we can do here. So looking forward to the next series that we've got ahead of us, guys. And as always, thank you for watching and participating and, you know, just being a community member of the First Blood and the Sky High Gaming community. So thanks again, guys.
So I said, no, 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 it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you do that to me? I killed, I know, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trying. No, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you do that to me? I killed, I know, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trying.
Wait a minute!
said, no, 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 it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed alone, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling. No, it was supposed to be my pentakill. Why did you die to me? I killed alone, 1, 2, 3 for champions. I can't believe you're trolling. Took the life right out of my veins when you spoke my name. Got the kind of thing going that tips the scales. Yeah, you keep me sane. I'll be the clouds beyond your skies. I'll flutter by like butterflies. I'll be the blue inside your eyes. Your crazy loving keeps me paralyzed. Oh, this is what it feels like. Oh, this is what it feels like. Oh, this is what it feels like to see reflections of you all around.
can almost see it. When I take a breath, you fill up my lungs. And if my mind worked backwards just for a minute, I'd follow you before the memory's gone. I remember you lift my spirit. With you high is all I'm feeling.
Alright guys, we have just heard that the game has ended between Mango Bay and the Salty Splatoons. Unfortunately, Salty Splatoons are going to be leaving us today. Boop. And now we are going to have Mango Bay and +6 Trients in our finals in that best of 3. So we're going to have that to look forward to coming out shortly in far less than 30 minutes. So I'll get an updated timer up there in just a second, guys. Alright, so this is just kind of a guess. It could be a little bit quicker than this, but we are loaded up in the lobby, and I would expect that we get underway relatively shortly, okay?
Feelings gone and I am left alone with a trace of the night on the way back down from the sky where you left my soul. Can you help me fly? I can't resist, 'cause you have got a hold on me and all these thoughts. When you are here, you light up the dark sides to live in the night shine. You take my life and light every side. swear it's been 700 degrees in here since you came in. I could swear that this room has been running out of air, and now it's starting to spin. You make me feel kinda bad, kinda good, kinda everything, yet it doesn't feel like it should. You make me feel kinda wrong, kinda right, kinda anything, and I would change it if I could. I could swear that I'm fainting, I think I'm losing my sight, I swear I'm hitting the floor. I could swear that my stomach just
Yeah, so the other day I found a squirrel and it was eating a peanut, and I was like, "Why are you eating a peanut, squirrel?" And then he said, "I don't know. Do you want the peanut?" I said, "Sure, why not?" He came over to me and put a peanut on my shoe, and I said, "Thank you, squirrel." And he said, "You're welcome."
Fabulous. So we should be starting any second now, guys.
By the way, that was a true story, just it wasn't a peanut and he wasn't talking.
You know, the best part about it was they didn't hear me say anything that, like, made you say that, but they heard you say that. So they're just going to think you're crazy. So you've got that to look forward to in life, I guess. I don't know, whatever. But we're going to be going right on into the game, guys. Here we go. How exciting. We are in the finals. We've got Mango Bay and +6 Trients. This is exciting. I don't know about you. Are you hyped up?
Yeah, I'd say I'm pretty hyped. Been a long day. These two teams have shown a lot, actually. You know, they're very good players, and I'm kind of excited to see who's gonna win.
Yeah, but +6 Trients are already not going to let them have a Meepo. Remember the Meepos that we have seen come out of Mango Bay and how they've basically been powerhousing their way through these last few games with Meepos? Well, it's not going to happen this game at least. So I guess they kind of ran out on that sort of spray.
Let's see if they let TTDD have that anti-mage.
Ooh, that's right. They haven't let him have anti-mage in any game. And yeah, they've banned it every game. Wow, that's right. So that would be kind of fun if they actually gave him his quote-unquote signature hero, and the opportunity might be here if they want to put precedence on that as a first pick.
Oh, they didn't. They banned the Luna.
And they get Warlock. So Mr. Moy's going to have his Warlock. Yolk Soup. All these people with their in-game names, and then they actually have other aliases. So, like, I don't get it. Why are you going to have your name as Sophie Turner, but you go by Thanatos? And I'm going to end up calling you both the whole game. So, like, that's another thing that everybody else is going to have to deal with. So, whatever.
Yeah, it's a little confusing.
Yeah, well, you know, it is what it is. Just kind of got to go with it, baby. But this draft is going pretty quick, though, so I'm kind of intrigued by this Lifestealer Slardar, though. I don't think we've had any sort of fun play come out in like this sort of level, have we?
Not any games we've been casting. I did notice there was a Lifestealer playing in one of the other games.
Okay.
Wasn't really doing any fun infest ganks, just the basic average Lifestealer. Some fun, definite things are like, you know, like a Trend Protector Lifestealer combo. I love seeing those kind of things.
Sure, that sounds kind of clowny. I love anything that manipulates invisibility with infest bombs. Even just like Spirit Breaker with Lifestealer, hell yeah, all about it. Like, all aboard, or Storm Spirit, so many fun
Or even
things.
a Ricky with Anagonims is kind of hilarious too.
That's right. Ricky has an Ags now.
Can hide inside people, and his ult like goes with them, which is kind of ridiculous.
Fucking the memes. The memes came alive, guys. I don't even know why, but this is something that you're all having to have us deal with. So, whatever. I blame you.
Definitely with the 7.0 patch, they added a ton of Aghanims, and all these level 25 talent trees have just changed so many things that these heroes can do.
And we're seeing Ogre picked up, another hero that we've seen in basically every game here. The Bloodlust has been such a high priority for these teams. And, you know, the extra layer of control, I mean, we know why there's value to Ogre. We know why they're picking him. We're not surprised. They got an Ogre.
Shadow Fiend, have not seen him yet be played.
What? Okay, so I know that... what? Is Sophie Turner... Is Thanatos a Shadow Fiend player? I'm not entirely sure. But, I mean, he's their mid as far as I'm aware, unless they've got someone subbing around or they've got a little bit more flexibility. But I like this ban on the Vengeful Spirit because Vengeful Spirit with more negative armor with the Slardar is not really something that you want to go up against. Don't give them more with their supports especially. So smart bans as far as I'm concerned.
Ban the OD, that is definitely another good hero that Sophie Turner is good with. It is kind of weird saying Sophie Turner since that is the actress from Game of Thrones.
10 seconds remaining.
Do we just start like humming the Game of Thrones song for the rest of the beginning? That'd be kind of awesome, wouldn't it? No. Probably a violation of something or other.
I'm not gonna do that.
Alright, whatever. Well, we got the Disco Pony getting banned out here, so no Leshrac. I love Leshrac. I think Leshrac would have been a fun pick for them to run, but it won't be appearing in this game.
Very strong mid.
Yeah, for sure. And we got to consider, we already know what our supports are for +6 trans, so there's a ton of flexibility for everything else. But their supports are already committed, so that's kind of what we're up on. Invoker now for Mango Bay. I'm not sure if they have anyone on their team that is like out of control as an Invoker player, but you know, with all the other Invokers I've seen tonight, it would not surprise me if he's going to pull out some ridiculous combos that are just going to pull all sorts of fun plays for us to enjoy. And they've got a Pudge under Nyx.
Pudge support.
What?
We're gonna see a Pudge support.
No. They're pulling out memes. This is memes. We are seeing memes here, gentlemen. We are going to see a Pudge. We are going to see a Radiance. We are going to see a Lifestealer. We are going to see an Aghanims. And we're going to see creeps getting jumped into. And we're going to see that running at people. That's what I think we are going to see here, okay? I'm just going to leave it right there, okay? I'm saying the memes are alive. That's what we're going to see. That's my call. You can say what you wish. If you have different thoughts, I would love to hear them. But I think +6 trans might realize that that is what's happening now, and they don't know how to respond.
A lot of damage coming out for the Dire. Pure damage from Pudge, Slardar with those bash procs, Lifestealer just always does a ton of damage based on health. Radiant's gonna have to come out with something unexpected.
And I guess like initially Mango Bay may have a little bit of difficulty with initiation until Slardar gets a blink online, or unless Invoker is fortuitous with like a tornado or a Pudge with a hook, but they're waiting on a Slardar blink basically for Mango Bay initiation, whereas +6 trans are going to have Vendetta initiation, and then they're going to have the Warlock Golem for counter initiation, and they do get TDDD, his signature hero, the Anti-Mage. We're seeing it come out, guys. I don't even know how many bajillion games he has played on the Anti-Mage, but we're going to see it here. Are you excited? Holy hype. Holy hype.
I've wanted to see TDDD play Anti-Mage all day. They let him have it.
5 seconds remaining.
I know, it's pretty impressive. I love it.
Reserve time.
Oh boy. This is exciting. I don't know what Mango Bay is going to do here. They need to get some more range support, I would say. I'm sure their team would do well with like a Crystal Maiden if they wanted the aura benefit. They could also probably do well with like, I don't know, maybe like a Lion.
I
Because
would
Lion's
actually
still
like
in
to
the
see a
pool.
Crystal Maiden and Pudge are really good support duo.
Exactly. The mana for him is good. So then Pudge doesn't need to get the plus mana perk for talent. The plus mana regen talent for Pudge is a pretty big game changer, though. And they're going to ban out Dazzle. Okay, I can see the ban for the Dazzle, just with the negative armor from Slardar. They don't want additional synergy there, but my thought process was still much more so for another good stun for Mango Bay. Now, what do you think plus 6 Treants wants to get here? They're looking for a mid, I would expect. What?
This... Well, I did say they were going to pull out something unexpected.
We've got a Legion Commander and a Pudge in the finals. And an Animage. I mean, Animage against Invoker is like token good, but Legion and a Pudge. Holy fuck. Give me more. Give me some memes, boys.
If they pick a Crystal Maiden, I'm just done. It's just too much for me. There's just everything is coming out.
I don't really know what direction they're going to look to go here, you know. I think we're going to see memes. That's all I know. I think a Crystal Maiden would be a very good synergy to their memes. We don't know exactly what their direction they're choosing to go in here. They got 30 more seconds to decide in the reserve time. And then we're going to go right down in to game 1 of this series. This is going to be crazy. Bring me it. Give me a Bloodseeker support. Fucking do it. You won't. I don't know. Coddle.
Biggest curveball, Nature's Prophet.
Seconds remaining.
That'd be memes.
Because the enemy is plus 6 chance.
Oh yeah.
For sure.
Oh, Omni.
The Omnipotence. The
That's not fun.
Omnipotence.
No, I'm kidding.
Well, whatever. We've got the Omnipotence here, guys, and we're just going to go right on into the game here. We've got the finals. Game 1 of the best of 3 series. Mango Bay versus plus 6 Trance. In the top lane, we've got Swag Mandler on the Lifestealer. Following up on him, we've got Chasers on the Pudge, Nephilim on the Slardar, ATR on the Omni Knight, and Bjorn on the Invoker. For the Radiant, for plus 6 Trance, we've got TTDD on the Anti-Mage, his quote-unquote signature hero. Always Strive and Prosper on the Ogre Magi. Sophie Turner, a.k.a. Thanatos, on the Legion Commander. Gax on Nyx. And Yolk Soup on the Warlock. Getting some calls for no Smokerino, please Arenos from chat. So maybe they're going to oblige, maybe they won't, I don't know, but Nephilim's definitely trying to posture a little bit aggressively in the bottom lane. We'll see what he's able to do here. What is your hope for these memes that I'm calling out to happen? Because mine's pretty high.
I'm just enjoying this fun banter going on back and forth right now. But it does look like we're having a Legion mid. Very interesting. Got 2 shared tangos and a poor man's shield.
So they've got Invoker going up against it too, and Invoker's got a lot of regen, and they're also shit-talking on him too. Like, this is a big deal that this Invoker's playing mid, so there's probably more at stake that we even really know, you know? Where's the Ogre? Not mid. Kappa. Kappa. Sophie Turner getting Moment of Courage level 1, so we're not going to really have a lot of excitement in the mid lane off the get-go, I'd say. Let's hope he gets these lists. Boop, got the range creep. I think there's going to be a little bit more excitement in the top. Lifestealer and Omni Knight have the potential for getting a kill. In the bottom lane, yeah, they could get Nephilim. Yeah, they could get Nephilim. But on the contrary, I think Chase is going to try and do some shenanigans here with pulling these creeps underneath the tower, stacking it, and then hooking creeps in to the creep wave and pulling this. I think that's what's going to happen. Let's see if it's going to happen here. We're at a minute and
That'll
10.
definitely be interesting.
Okay, he's pulling, and the hook, and he got it, and there it goes. Yep.
Called it.
So, yeah, so he's able to do this nice pull on the off lane. This is going to do a lot for Nephilim to kind of come back a little bit, and this is also going to do wonders for Chasers here. Actually, he's not going to get a ton of experience out of it. Maybe he's going to hook again and do it again back to back, deny 2 waves back and forth. That would actually probably be what he's going to do.
He did only get half the lane too, which is a little shame.
All right, yeah, he's doing it again. He almost didn't even need to do that, but he got the full wave. Oh no! Rip!
He really needs to get the big.
Rip.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got to get the big guy out. But next time, if he has enough mana, he'll be able to do it. But he's gonna need some regeneration prior to that time.
Definitely, Slardar's not really in trouble. They only have 1 stun bot lane, and Ogre doesn't even have it. Seems like he's more just roaming. It's going to be very passive early on this game. Maybe Omni Knight gets a heal off or something, but not much more than that's going to happen.
Yeah. So mid lane, Legion Commander versus Invoker, and it is most certainly going in Legion Commander's favor. As you can see with the 15 last hits versus the 8 that we're seeing coming out on Invoker. Any comments you got for that? I mean, Legion's going Moment of Courage higher rather than like their other spells, so she's not really looking to do any sort of overwhelming odds harassment just yet. She's got her bottle now. She can get that haste.
Definitely with this sort of passive defensive move, Legion's just going to use that press of attack just to heal up and then come back and farm some more. Use both the tangos. Has an early bottle, which is really nice. I think she's just going to be farming until she gets a roam gank from a Nyx or the Ogre, and other than that, Invoker's just going to try to farm as well.
Yeah,
just
but...
keep poking her too.
Uh-oh, looks like Pudge was still trying to do more pulls, and then Yolksoup figured it out and came to try to shut it down. So now it's Nephilim and Chasers chasing down this Yolksoup. Yolksoup's only level 2, Chaser's still only level 1, Nephilim at 4, so these experiences across these heroes is really varied across the teams right now. You know, just it's ridiculous. You know, we've got people that are 1, and we've got people that are 5.
Yeah, it's definitely not your typical tournament-style gameplay where everyone's pretty equal in this skill level.
Yeah, so there's lots of rotations that are happening. There's some strategies being attempted that may not be too effective, but, you know, as long as they're enjoying themselves, that's all that really matters. So if Pudge thinks he's doing a good job, then good for him. I don't know, man.
Hopefully he can get the big one this time, so it actually...
Well, let's see. He's got the big one. The pull's there. Okay. Lots of hits on the big guy. Here come the creeps. He's getting... Oh, no bounty rune for him. That got eaten. Uh-oh, there's a sentry already dropped there that blocks the camp, too. So Mr. Moore blocked this camp. It won't respawn anymore. He's got to get this last hit. The pressure is on. And he misses it! Oh, no! Rip! Oh, jeez.
We got Warlock just kind of camping mid lane, looking to harass Invoker a little more.
Yeah, Sophie Turner has her ultimate ready. The duel would do a lot of damage. I don't think a level 2 Warlock's really going to impact it that much, but better than nothing for sure. And, I mean, as we're seeing, Lifestealer is catching up significantly in farm. And he's definitely doing better than the anti-mage is in the lane comparatively. Slardar is kind of holding his own. He's got 12 last hits right now. I'm sure that'll change up as he's able to try and get a little bit more into play after he gets his boots. He doesn't even have a point in
Magi, man. They're looking to jump in on this Invoker, get that early duel.
Yeah, he's cutting through the trees. Yolksoup is trying to dive behind for some reason. I don't really think they're going to be able to do anything there. Is Chaser's going to look for the hook? He is within range. He could try to throw. Not going to be it. And, I mean, Sophie Turner, I don't really know when we're going to see our first duel happen, but I don't think it should happen in mid. I think there should be a rotation happening from him to a separate lane, because that'll be a lot easier for them to secure a kill rather than him going up against this Invoker.
Yeah, this Invoker is definitely playing super defensively, always under tower.
Exactly, but Ogre and TTD going deep on Nephilim. He has no mana. They're going to continue to harass him here. He does have a mango he could eat for a crush, so TTD needs to be a little bit defensive, and he's just going to disengage. But I think we're going to see something amount over here since Sophie is trying to disrupt Chaser's pull, or he at least knows about it. It's been called out earlier. Yolk Soup's definitely pointed it out. We know the creep equilibrium is a little bit weird. The vision's up, so that's going to show them a lot too. And here he comes. He stole some last hits, and is he going to poke down that Chasers a bit? I think he will. TTD is going deep. Sophie Turner can use press the attack to help out Anti-Mage, but he's not even going to do that. He's just going to duel away and take that. That's the first blood too of the game at 6 minutes and 40 seconds, but we're going to get the crush off on 2. Bjorn's going to throw out a nice deafening blast. That's not really going to do much in the end, to be quite candid. And now Ogre's going to try and retreat. There's the crush. There's even more right clicks. The hook doesn't connect, but he's dead anyway. So we do get the duel damage up for Legion Commander, so plus 10. So successful duel, successful gank, yeah? He just wanted to pull.
I think so. First blood, passive building. I think it was worth it. For the first one, then they continued on and got the Ogre, so...
Yeah, all good things.
A little up in the air.
Now, I wish Nick's got a magic stick wand sort of deal, because I think that would benefit him a lot in the laning phase here, because I know he struggled a little bit, and that would help him with the sustain.
Going for the duel. Oh, magic resistance.
Oh, he wants it. That doesn't block it. He's just going to keep on shredding through that. And one more hit, and he's going to get the win, plus 20 damage. We've got some serious bloodlust coming out for that Legion Commander. By that, I mean level 1. That's how serious.
Only 4 seconds. All he had to do was just walk with him.
Now Swagmander is off in the jungle, and I think he's going to look to try and secure some farm on these creeps, and this is actually a little dangerous for him, and he may not even know it. Yolk Soup is postured pretty aggressively in the jungle. Gax is behind him too, so they could look to just kind of jump on in him, but I don't think that's really where they're looking.
Those trees are hiding him from the vision, so I don't think they knew he was there.
Yeah, exactly. And Sophie Turner's going to get this Arcane Rune. And, ooh, Arcane Rune duel. Nice. I like that idea, don't you? Shorter cooldown? Duel again afterwards? Where do you think they're going to go? What do you think the next play is?
They really want this Invoker, but the Invoker is playing super defensively. They're not going to get him. They need to catch him off guard. Probably a roam back top lane because they're pushed all the way to the tower right now.
And Invoker is still going for Midas.
She needs to keep farming those heroes, get those stacks up.
Top lane, Gax is in Vendetta. It's looking like a good opportunity. He does use it, the strike on Omni Knight, gets a good follow-up stun. Nice cheeky cancel to be able to make sure he lines it up properly and land it. And Yoksup actually getting a kill on Chasers down here in the bottom here. Wow. Completely off the radar. And I don't know what Nephilim's trying to accomplish here, but he might actually be the next one to fall, since Sophie Turner is looking for blood, and TTDD is in there with him. He has no mana to do anything whatsoever, and he's just shredding him up, and now he's at plus 30 damage, and that was an Arcane Rune duel. So that cooldown's going to be ready very soon again. Yeah, 35 seconds. That's going to be ridiculous. So another duel is only a few seconds away. Oh, Yoksoup's able to counter. And Omni Knight's here trying to respond. He only has a Soul Ring, nothing else on him. Chaser's just trying to pincer in on Yoksoup, as is the Slardar. I think they're going to be able to follow up on him here. Here comes the Crush. There's the Sunstrike. Follow up with the Amplify damage and the Purify, and he's going to die. ATR securing the kill in the end, and he'll be able to finally get some boots. Congratulations, it's 10 minutes in. You got some boots.
Warlock did pick up that Tome of Knowledge, got him an entire level. Almost level 6 now.
Oh yeah. We're getting into things here, dude.
Likewise, Pudge also picks up the Tome for his team.
And Sophie Turner actually getting a kill in mid with the duel. Chaser's being able to hook him back into range, and He might actually look to re-engage in on this. He does have another overwhelming odds, and with that on top of the Fatal Bonds and everything, that would actually prove to do a lot of damage, but it looks like he's disengaging right now. He's at plus 40 damage right now, so 152 basic attack right in general. To give you a comparison, Ogre's hitting for 70. Pudge is hitting for 67. Slardar is hitting for 76. So this Legion Commander is already on a different level. Alright, so with the armlet on, Lifesteal will probably be hitting on a similar level as Legion Commander, but obviously without the Moment of Courage double strike. So top lane in the jungle, Gax in Vendetta set up on Swagmaster. There's the Impale, following up with a little bit more damage, and he's trying to bait out some attack with the Carapace, but Swag not going to fall for it. He's just going to walk away, and he's fine. That's it. Anticlimactic,
Early
right?
phase boots is just very clutch for him.
Yeah, they really couldn't chase after it. He's moving super quick. 360 move speed without the phase boot active, and then I'm sure it's like, yeah, 446 with it. So pretty fast. And now we've got a Legion Commander hitting for 154 who's invisible going into the jungle right now. And this may be pretty bad for the Dire because Lifestealer and Pudge could be susceptible to a Yolk Soup Golem, and I would kind of be hoping for it. A Sentry does get dropped, and they know about Sophie Turner. Hook just barely off the mark. That was very close. They called that. They knew it very, very closely. Now they may have not known that they knew that he was invis, but they know he's invis now.
Because Ogre did cast Bloodlust on him, so they saw him do the animation.
This is true, and then he didn't see it go off on anything necessarily, so that could have been baited out. But he also knows that they just dropped a ward there, and that Sentry already immediately counter-warded it. Yolksoup getting hooked out. Chase is going to try and do something there. Swagmander is actually going to initiate on him. There's the duel. He's down. Yolksoup down 2. Gax getting a stun off on 2 as well. Guardian Angel going to be able to do lots for them here to be able to reduce all that damage coming out on them. And ATR is going to try and follow up with another big Purify, and it does finish him off. Down goes the killing spree for him. Swagmaster able to get a good armlet toggle off, but it's not going to be enough. He will die in the end, thanks to the damage over time that Yolksoup had applied on him prior to his death. So, you know, he respawns and he gets a kill, and just bam, and whoa, we actually have a Crush Sunstrike hit too. So it's not over yet. Yolksoup is trying to press out this lane with the Warlock Golem. Nephilim is still here. He's going to have mana for Slithering Crush in just a moment. He has the Mango for emergency just in case, and, you know, the Invoker is able to do so much work by pushing out these other towers.
That Warlock got Bloodlusted. That was funny. He was just attacking so fast.
His Golem's getting Bloodlust is pretty funny, too. Swagmaster actually used his open wounds on that dominated creep. Speaking of, who has a Dominator?
I actually don't
Anti-Mage has a Dominator.
Really?
Yeah, it looks like he's getting Battle Fury now, though. So Dominator giving him some good attack speed, resistance, or excuse me, attack speed, regeneration. I could see it. I could see the viability of it. You get some stats too.
Definitely helps out with Legion Commander during duels. Gives that aura buff.
Well, I mean, there's lots of builds that have Anti-Mage get a headdress and a Ring of Health if he's behind, because you can use the headdress to build into a Vlad's if you want. And Vlad's is, for a while, was typically a common item on Anti-Mage too, so to replace it with a Helmet Dominator, I don't think is actually that ridiculous. Now, he doesn't have lifesteal, but, oh, we got a fight coming out bottom. Ogre is getting blown up, but it's actually getting returned on them. Slardar is getting stunned out. He's going to try and be on the retreat. Sophie Turner doing so much damage to his lifesteal, but he's going to get crushed again. And the damage is just overwhelming for him, and he's going to go down. So Pudge and Slardar have already fallen. Gax is trying to do something here. He stuns out on the lifestealer, but ATR actually heals himself instead of the lifestealer. So Swagmaster ends up getting a double kill because he's able to take out the Ogre. Yolksoup is trying to heal himself here, but ATR heals himself with the Purification, takes out Yolk Soup and Gax simultaneously. So TTDD is still up. He could look to try and go in on this, and it might be advantageous for him to still do so, but he's by himself and he's going into 4. And Chaser sees him here, and I don't understand what's going on now. Okay, he blinked away. Good. He was microing. I think he was microing his creep. He was microing his creep. That's what it was.
Yeah, he was.
That's what it was. So he got his banner in. He's A-okay. He's out of here.
Definitely, Swagmander was toggling that armlet very well that fight.
Yeah, how do you like his decision to get a Desolator?
It's actually very interesting. The early Blightstone is very helpful. He's actually really close to his Desolator. It's going to be helpful with that armor reduction. Especially since a lot of these guys don't have a lot of armor to start with.
I like that a lot of people on the Dire just have a casual Mango on them because they're going up against an anti-mage. Like, just like a in case of emergency sort of deal. I guess it's just Lifestealer right now, but there were more people. Okay.
Yeah.
Like this exact second at least. But
luckily, Slardar doesn't really need mana with
Gazam Thanatos trying to jump in on ATR. They're going to be able to land the stun off, and there goes the duel, but he actually gets pulled out of it, and oh my god, the win goes to Omni Knight. Plus 14 damage on him. Omni Carry is going to be the next meta, guys. Yolk Soup can drop the rock if he wants to, but he's going to get stunned out. The Impale is going to connect on 2. He is not going to use the Chaos Doctor offering. He's going to hold that. But Gax will probably be in a little bit of a predicament here. The stun will connect. He has Spike Carapace if he uses it smartly, but Bjorn is probably going to be able to do something here, whether it's a kill from the Sunstrike or in some other sort of direction, but Gax is trying to do as much as he can. He has another urn. He's going to throw it on himself. Nephilim tries to blink forward, and here comes the Ogre Magi. Throws out the Ignite. Really doesn't do anything more than that, though. And TTD is farming away. So he's at 7,400 net worth right now, as is the Lifestealer, basically, and the Invoker's kind of getting further ahead. As you'd expect, he has a Midas, and Thanatos is just trying to catch back up. He has his Shadow Blade, so he's trying to make some plays happen with that, but the Dire is being pretty proactive about, you know, keeping sentries down on the field for him. Yeah, more sentries down.
I see Pudge just constantly have a stack of sentries. He has 3 left right now. He's been dropping them like non-stop too.
Absolutely redonkulous. Well, yep, there's Nephilim getting hit with another repel, so he's going to be just backing on out.
Animage and Lifestealer pick up some new items. Battle Fear on the Animage. Lifestealer just gets his Desolator. It's going to make Animage get some really good farming done in the jungle.
Yeah, and I mean, we've got Swagmander and ATR down here. Swagmander jumping into Nephilim, and I think he was just doing it for the fun. He just wanted to be inside of him for a brief moment. See, you know, if Swagmander buys an Aghanims, he can eat people on his team whole, keep them inside of them, and then forcibly remove them from his body whenever he chooses. How awesome is that? So, like, he could eat Pudge while Pudge is rotting just to have that as basically an aura around him. But I don't think we're going to have any memes this game, guys.
It would be lovely, though.
It would have been lovely. It would have been lovely.
Pudge, get inside of the Slardar.
Yeah, but, oh, look at this follow-up on Animage. TTDD, just nothing he could have done. He was followed up with a chain stun so well. That hook was just on point. And they're going to be able to take out this middle tower now. As you know, no backdoor protection on tier 1s. So they'll be able to take this out. Easy peasy. And there's the Fatal Bonds. Looked like Yolk Soup wanted to drop the rock, hesitated, kept it back, which is good since they disengaged off the tower pretty quickly.
Fatal Bonds is actually pretty good against Lifestealer when he's trying to toggle his armlet when he's at really low health. Because if he messes up, any sort of damage will just kill him.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And now Slardar is getting kind of destroyed here. But somewhere off in Neverotherland, Yolk Soup is dying, and he did not get his golem off. And this is very advantageous for them. I think they might actually have to be on the retreat. But a good benefit of having a Legion Commander on your team is you can purge off that amplified damage with Press the Attack. And it's gone. Just like that. How wonderful, right?
It's pretty great.
Just blast the horn. Blast the horn.
Pudge gets his arcane boots, definitely gonna be helpful.
Yeah, TTDD is acting as a ward for his team too.
Invoker just got his Aghanim Scepter, that's gonna be really nice.
Nice. What is he going to do with that? I think he's going to play a piano song for us.
Omni did also get an Aether Lens, some better repels and purifications from afar.
And they're grouping up and they're taking Roshan, and I wonder if the Radiant are going to be able to do anything about it. +6 Trance, probably not looking to do anything because they can't. They did scout it out with the Alpha Wolf, but wasn't really an opportunity they could take advantage of. Hi! So next on the list for Gax is a Blink Dagger, and he's a little bit of gold off, but I'm looking forward to when he gets that online. Ogre bloodlusting that tower in mid, acting as a ridiculous turret, just shredding down this creep wave. But Bjorn picking off Yolksub deep in the jungle, not able to live for wrong. Rip. I don't know.
I'm looking at this top tower, and I feel like they should try to deny that.
You know, they could deny it. It's under the threshold. It also could get just backdoored killed, too. So, whatever they want to do. Let it get backdoored, kill it, either or.
Yeah, right now Legion did just get a Blade Mail, that would be helpful. Looking to start building that. Oh, actually, was going to get a Assault Kuros, changed her mind to be going for a Mjolnir.
So, Nephilim's going to be having a 4-staff coming online relatively shortly, too. Only 500 gold away, roughly. That's going to be huge, having both Blink and Force to initiate and evade in some prospects or whatever is needed based on the situation. And
looks like Invoker wants to get a Lincoln Sphere after he gets his Blink.
I like that, actually, because it'll help with the Legion Commander, it'll help with the Animage, it'll help with the Ogre, the Nyx. So it's
Definitely
good overall.
A lot of single target things.
For sure. I do still think he's going to want to get a BKB later, though.
Oh, looks like Legion changed her mind again, wanting to go for that Desolator.
And looks like Sophie Turner just going to get shredded by that Lifestealer Slardar combo with all that negative armor, too. And now they're looking to try and hunt down on TTDD, and with the EMP there, the Crush to follow, they're not going to be able to actually get him because he's a slippery little Animage, but now it's coming down to Gax and whether or not he'll survive, and the answer is no. But Ogre just picks up a 4-staff, so he'll have a little bit of extra mobility to help out his teammates. And Yoksu is queuing up for his Ags.
I just want to point out that Lifestealer just hit for 555 with one hit.
With all that negative armor. I mean, look at how every single one of these hits on the tower is a lot. It's kind of even hard to tell how much it is. It was a lot, because at 220, then it's fortified armor, so I forget what the exact amp of reduction is, and then he still has minus armor on top of that. Whatever. Not doing the number crunch, someone else can, but it's a good amount of damage.
Looks like Slardar and Lifestealer want to go in for another explosive pickoff.
An explosive pickoff as opposed to an unexplosive pickoff. I like it. Meanwhile, TTDD is split pushing in the bottom.
Oh, they might try to go for him.
Yeah, we've got a Slardar with a Lifestealer inside of him. He's going to get absolutely destroyed. There's the crush. There's the pop from everybody. And, yeah, that's a dead guy. 100 HP on that tower. Are they going to deny it? I'm probably going to let it ride for now, because that creep equilibrium is only going to be in their favor for a while, just since, you know, they were going to be able to push up that lane as a team. And they're going to probably just look to take over the enemy jungle at this point. You know, all of this, that's all the Dyers now.
They're going for that final tier 2 so they can start destroying those shrines.
Yeah, it's actually none of it is theirs. You know, 100% of it is Mega Bays. The whole jungle is Mega Bays. You just didn't know. Sorry. I know this is like hard to hear, but whatever. Net worth-wise, we're seeing a pretty close distribution. If we're looking at it as an overall, it is about 10K in the Dyer's advantage, but a lot of that's going to be because the cores on +6 Trents are just so poor, and the Omni Knight has some pretty good gold. The Pudge, not the best situation, but I mean the Slardar is looking much better too. So as an overall, they're just looking a lot fresher. And Sophie Turner's trying to do something here. Ooh, hook just barely off the mark. Nephilim able to get that crush off on the backside. Yolksoup going to heal himself up. Sophie Turner using Press the Attack to remove that amplified damage off of him. But I think they're going to continue to look to try to be aggressive here. And uh-oh, Gax gets hooked out from all the way downtown. And the Carapace isn't going to be enough for him. Yolksoup does drop the rock. He tries to get the Fatal Bonds off. He isn't successful with that, though. And now everybody kind of just seems to be dying, and the fight is all falling apart. TTD is trying to get out, but the silence is too much. He's going to go down. There goes Sophie Turner. He might buy back if he wants to, but TTD chooses to buy back, and now they're trying to go back in on Bjorn. At the same time, TTD just tries to jump back in, and oh, there's the GG. Holy shit. They weren't that far ahead, so that GG is kind of surprising, but at the same time, maybe they just wanted to kind of call it where they stood and just go to game 2. But regardless, that was a really fun game to watch, really fun game to cast, and I'm glad that I could have you as a co-caster with me here, Mr. Corn Cob Bob. So, as always, guys, if you've joined the cast, you enjoy the hype, do check me out on my channel. You can see me at twitch.tv/SkyHighGaming, on Twitter, reach the number 4 SKAI, and then my lovely co-caster, Mr. Corn Cob Bob. You can find him at Twitter on Mr. Corn Cob Bob. But we're going to go back into the lobby and get ready for the next game in the series. So stay tuned for that. Alright, score has been amended. I am an idiot.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms
Alright guys, we're going to be loading up any second now. I am back in the lobby. I think Corncob is back here too.
I am good to go.
Alright, splendid. And yep, we're going to load on in.
through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays.
I want to see some more new picks. That was great.
Radiant team band.
Yeah, you just want to see more of the hype, more just crazy new picks we haven't seen before.
Oh yeah, bring a lone druid on. That's what I want to see.
Oh, that's right. You keep talking about the lone druid. You want that lone druid? Where's that lone druid hype? I don't know, man. Not here. Well, it could be, but for now, we have no Meepo and we have no Magnus. So this is kind of exciting, you know?
Dire team's turn to ban.
No Slardar, no Ogre.
Radiant
So we're going to have at least a different game in front of us. So because we won't have those two characters. So you can look forward to that. How about that? Yeah?
I'll look forward to that. I'm getting kind of tired of seeing Ogre's two faces.
Yeah, there's been so many ogres caught out of position this game, or all the
Definitely a
games.
solid choice. Just,
5 seconds remaining.
it's too good. Too meta.
Well, I like Trance rolling out with the Rubik as their first pick. Nice and standard, kind of deters a lot of really big team fight ults, unfortunately, which I know you like, but hey, let's be real.
I do.
We've got a
Not
Shadow
gonna lie,
Demon.
a lot of those really good pickoffs are very satisfying as well, just sneaking around, knowing the map well.
Shadow Demon Luna. Guys, it's right there. That's the shit that's just going to push down towers and be super scary to deal with. And Trance is just going to go with Pride and True. Rubik, Warlock. We got Warlock again for Mr. Yoksu, picking it every game. I feel like they should put a later pick precedence on it, get like higher priorities since they've always been getting the Warlock. Why not get it later in the draft,
Definitely,
Now, I don't know.
Does main Warlock has only practically played him since 6.88.
Yeah, I know he's been doing that for some reason. I don't understand why, but I know that's like his jam right now. So, hey, power to him. However, does it need to be the second pick? Can they wait to pick it up later? If we don't have Warlock on the team, is that the worst thing possible for +6 Trance if for some reason Mango Bay does decide to ban it? Because I know that they've had a lot of great counter initiations and stuff like that with Warlock as a whole, but granted, it's a very defensive support. You're not going to be able to do a ton with it. Shadow Demon, granted, also defensive. Rubik, also defensive. So +6 Trance, not really going to have any rotating supports. They're going to be babysitting.
Definitely probably early picks just because they know they're not really huge counterable, heroes. If they picked up like their mid or carry early on, they'd be like, hey, they could counter that pretty easily. But honestly, Rubik, Warlock, you don't really counter.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, we've got Ember banned out, OD banned out, Venge banned out. A lot of good, strong bans. I really like that they took out the Vengeful Spirit because they wouldn't want Mango Bay to have the negative armor. And I think this Invoker's a good smart ban too. Regardless how much fun it is to be a Rubik playing against an Invoker, you don't want to insta-die. And we've got a Disco Pony. We've got a Disco Pony. We've got a Disco Pony.
Some Leshrac. I hope this Leshrac is mid and not just a support because early on mid Leshrac in those levels, Diabolic Edict, it's just brutal. Never want to be caught out against a Leshrac.
Dire team's turn to pick.
This is nuts. I'm hyped. Are you ready for this?
I'm hoping the Sand King can do some pretty good blink stun ult combos. Haven't really seen any really good ults with Sand King today.
5 seconds remaining.
Now, I think what we can expect to see here would be some killer initiations from Sand King. That's what we're going to have to see. It's going to be an offlane Sand King, probably dealing with the Shadow Demon Luna +1. It could be a support Leshrac, but I would be preferring it to be a core. We'll see, though. Void's probably in the offlane. Now,
I've seen Vaseless in the offlane a lot more than I have seen in the safe lane, and we do have a Spectre.
Yeah. So now we've got a Spectre in our midst, too. So we're going into the ultra carry sort of direction here. And I don't know what sort of thing they can really do to kind of build out a bigger backing. Like, look at it. Spectre is going to have a Rubik and a Warlock babysitting him against a Faceless Void who isn't going to get zoned out so well from just those two. Now,
They might be able to just leave Spectre in the lane against the Faceless. Maybe just have one sit with him and have another roamer.
yeah, but they're not going to really be able to get any kills or anything with a Warlock or a Rubik roaming. Now, if it was Rubik Sand King Spectre, they could get kills, but you're not going to have Warlock in a lane by himself. If you were, it would be a mid Warlock, and I don't see them running a mid Warlock this game.
5 seconds remaining.
I guess later on, after Sand King gets a little bit of levels, he could rotate off, and then Warlock could stay in the top lane or whatever if it's under power, and I guess maybe that's the timing that they would do that sort of transition with the Rubik Sand King rotations, but I think that's really where their kill potential is going to be, with those two roaming around together.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be trying to get those kills on Faceless. He's just gonna be too slippery with just a simple single stun on the Radiant.
What do you think we're gonna have in front of us here, dude? Because
Kunkka.
what? There you go. You got something different. You got
That is
something
different.
different. That's what you
I
wanted,
was just
right?
about to say they banned out most of Thanatos' carries. They got rid of the OD. They got rid of the Mirana. So I guess they had to go with something new.
Yeah, I would assume so. And I guess this is what it's gonna be.
Definitely another Wombo combo hero.
5 seconds remaining.
Definitely going for that team fight.
Next,
Best way to counter a Leshrac, partially.
I would agree.
Leshrac does have the ult,
Yeah.
but Diabolic Helix does just destroy one-on-one, so they didn't want to stay one-on-one.
Oh boy, Thanatos dropping a quick line in the Twitch chat saying, "Guys, I hope you enjoy." But here we go. They've got the Kunkka as the final pickup, and is this a Thanatos Kunkka? It could be. I guess it would have to be, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because right now it looks like Yolk Soup plays the 5th position Warlock, it seems like. Or maybe like 4.5. They really split it, their two supports.
Yeah, Yolk Soup is Warlock. Like that's the only thing he did was
But,
Yolk
like,
Soup
I don't
Warlock.
think he's going to go mid with him.
No?
No, I definitely think Yolk Soup is like a 4.5 position main.
Okay, all right. Well, you know, I know that we wouldn't want it to be just a solo Kunkka if it's going against a Leshrac. I don't know. It could pan out okay, but I think Leshrac would be able to apply a lot of pressure.
10 seconds.
Oh, definitely. Leshrac, just even if he specs Lightning Storm early, he's just gonna have a lot of harass on the mid lane. We do get a Terrorblade though. That's a really good late game pick as well against the Spectre. Kind of match up with that late game. Don't really know where he's gonna go because they do have a Luna.
This is kind of silly. This is kind of ridiculous to be actually quite candid. A
know
Terrorblade
what
against a
they're gonna do.
Kunkka? Why are you
Maybe
going to
they
do a
do Terrorblade,
Terrorblade against
yeah.
a Kunkka?
Yeah, looks like it's gonna be a support Leshrac.
So is that going to be a mid Terrorblade?
Might be. Faceless starts off with an Iron Talon.
It could be a mid Terrorblade. I don't know. Okay. Regardless, we are into the draft. Look, we are into the game. All these things are going to be exciting. And the most exciting thing of all is going to be +6 Treants versus Mango Bay. I don't know. I'm trying to be dramatic. Is it working?
Kind of. Hopefully, Mango. Oh my god, that was a slip.
Mango
Mango
Bay.
Bay could pull this one off because they want to win.
They would take it in. They would take it in, yeah. But we've got Gax on the Sand King for +6 Treants. Sophie Turner, a.k.a. Thanatos, on the Kunkka. Yolk Soup on the Warlock. Always Strive and Prosper on Rubik. And TTDD on Spectre. And for Mango Bay, we've got Bjorn on the Faceless Void. Chasers on Terrorblade. Nephilim on the Leshrac. Swagmander on Luna. And ATR on the Shadow Demon. So we've got Terrorblade versus Kunkka mid. This is going to be kind of silly. He's immediately going meta to try and zone him out here as much as he can.
But that creep damage is just too much.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of silly. He just like manipulated the creep aggro a little bit, and that was all he really needed to do there. But it's still more that's coming out on him, and I think we're going to have something else kind of break out in the top lane. Looks like Sand King's getting initiated on here. They're able to get a great disruption into the split earth following on up on that, and they're going to get the last hit and the first blood. ATR is going to be able to lock that one down. Great kill, easy kill. That's going to help expedite their farm. And it going to Shadow Demon is going to be helpful for him to get some early support items that'll be helpful for his team, or maybe even an early boots to help him with some rotating. But back to Sophie Turner and Chasers. Chaser is already having to proc up the healing salve because the Tidebringer damage is just so ridiculous, so consistent, and so easy to land, especially on another mid counterpart. That's really, like, the thing, dude, you know?
Here we got Rubik coming in from behind the bot lane. Probably just going to harass him a little bit. Not much he can do.
Just a little bit of love from that Terrorblade. Glowing red, bright, shiny, and free. Destruction.
Easy torrent.
Right? He just blew up into the air. It was hilarious.
I'll take your tribute. A tithe to the impurities. Regeneration.
At least with Kunkka's Tidebringer, it would be very helpful against these illusions that Terrorblade has, especially late game when he picks up maybe 1 or even 2 Datalists.
It looks like Nephilim and ATR were able to smoke up with some nice purple stuff, and they're going to rotate in on the mid. And they should be able to catch him out because he's pretty far up here. A disruption into a split earth will be just enough to take him out. So let's see what they're going to do here. There's a disruption. 1 damage. The split earth follows. And now we've got a substantial amount of damage out on him, and he's going to be able to get chased down here. He does have 1 little thing that he can eat, and I don't think it's going to really be enough for him. But what? 1 more hit, 2 more hits, 16 HP? He is going to go down. Boom. Wow. That would have been so close if he lived there. Oh my god.
Really helped out. There was no minions there. It was doing a lot of damage, but then the minion wave came up and saved him just slightly. He almost got away. There was a lot of uphill misses there, too, with auto attacks. In the top lane, looks like Luna is gonna have a 1-on-1, low health, and 8 pops. Oh, Luna almost goes down.
But he's good. So that's all that matters.
Faceless does pick up that poor man's shield very early on. Still a very passive defensive lane down bot. Just slowly farming. Got Rubik trying to pull and deny creeps.
And we've got a couple disconnects. Oh, just 1. Okie dokie, Smokey. Hello, how are you, Rubik? I sold my shit to Jason. I don't know what that means.
Jason is Chasers, I believe. No, Jason's Bjorn, I think. I don't remember. One of the two is Jason. There's too many names going on. There's Dota names, real life names, Discord names, people's actual identity.
They're beating on Dire's top tower.
It looks like top tower is where the plays are at. Swagmander really low HP, and they're looking for Gax in the tree line. I think they might have found him here. +4 on the poison stacks on him. They're able to proc it. Does a lot of damage here. He's going to be able to jump away, though, and I think he's okay. Yeah, look at that. Good. Easy peasy if you're a Sand King.
Radiant's top tower deserves just as much help as fun.
So back in the mid lane, I think we need to pay attention to where Sophie Turner is going to be with Chaser, because right now he's at 220 HP. He has the ability to Sunder, and there's the Sunder. So now Sophie Turner is kind of running around in circles. I knew that was going to happen. So unfortunate. Is he going to be able to follow up? Nope, no turret. No turret connection. Whoa, Gax top lane, taking out Swagmander unexpectedly. Checking out that fight recap. Looks like he was just out of position and he got a burrow strike. I don't know, do you have any more feedback on that?
I completely missed it. I just looked at that. All it says, burrow strike, 400 damage, instantly dead. I think he was in the jungle, maybe farming up. Looks like there's some... Yeah, I think he was just farming the jungle, walked over, Sand King caught him off guard and just stunned and annihilated him.
Yeah, well, looks like TDDD and Always Strive and Prosper might try to pressure out Bjorn a little bit here. And with his phase boots, he might be able to do a substantial amount of damage because Faceless Void
Yeah,
really
the
just sitting
top
on the
lane
bottom.
Was trying to get an epicenter off under tower with little health.
Oh,
Just got
jeez.
stunned. Lucent beamed right on top of him and then tried to run away. But auto attack flew out of nowhere and canceled his salve. Leshrac came and met up and got helped out with that kill.
Yeah, so they're going to smoke up us too. Leshrac and ATR, gang squad. They're just rolling back and forth, man. This is all they want. They just want to try and get kills. And Sophie Turner now a little bit out of position. They're dropping down some vision now. They're going to look to rotate in. And he knows it's a little bit too late. Here comes a disruption. Split Earth to follow. It does connect, and now Chase is going to be able to follow up with, in meta form, plenty of right-click damage. The boat does fly out, won't connect on anything, and not enough to keep him alive. ATR getting the last hit on the hero yet again. So he's actually got 1,700. It's a pretty rich Shadow Demon for a support, I would say.
Alright, we got a 4-man smoke coming
Smoked
down
up
bot. Hopefully
again.
they shut down that Spectre. Spectre does have the ult up.
So yeah, smoked up again. They're going to try and find TTDD, and there they are. Nephilim leading the charge, actually, so this is going to be to his benefit. TTDD will be able to get out of there. He rotated to the top lane, but to great confusion, all these illusions still going out, dealing some damage bottom. And in the top lane now, Swagmander might try to chase him down. If he gets TTDD alone with an ultimate, I think an Eclipse could take him out. Oh, look at this Diabolic Edict in the bottom. That tower can't even live. Well, I guess it's not sentient, so it can't live in general, but Nephilim's definitely going to do a good job of taking it out, that's for sure.
I don't know, there's some bushes and trees on top of that tower.
Uh-oh, Swagmanner did what I thought. He found TTD alone in the trees. He got him with the Eclipse, and he took him out. And Gax is going to be able to try and capitalize on this, getting a quick burrow strike and just a quick poke. And down he goes. But mid lane, Chasers is now in a bit of problem. He's going to have to pop the Sanctuary on the Shrine, and actually he'll be fine now.
Sanctuary.
What a story. Talking about a problem and a solution within the same breath. He got zoned out of lane. He healed himself. Wow, this all happened within a couple seconds. Splendid. Continue. Ha ha ha. So Luna's at about 3,800 net worth right now, leading the charge. Spectre at 3,400 as well, so I would expect the Spectre yet to be going towards a Radiance ideally. Luna's going to be going towards that, Dragon Lance. So she's going to be looking for a much earlier presence and push with her team. And we're going to see it with the Shadow Demon especially. Whereas it's going to take a little bit more time for TDDD to get online and be as worthwhile with that Radiance, because just it's so much cheaper for her to get that little bit of boost and oomph and power spike, whereas a Radiance is so much further away. But granted, the power spike is going to be much that greater. So they're going to need to capitalize as soon as she gets this Dragonlance to start pushing and taking down towers and trying to close down the space that Spectre has to farm in. And I think they're going to be able to accomplish that. And now the Rubik could be out of position here, but ATR going to be able to turn it away on the Yolk Soup. But now Sophie Turner trying to follow up on Luna. A couple more hits could be enough. TTDD able to relocate in here with his ultimate. Swagmander actually getting hunted down. Sophie Turner able to get him there. There's Gax also. Chronosphere out on 3 of them. Down goes Sophie Turner. And there goes Chasers as well. Getting out a quick little Sunder. Not really to do anything in the end. TTDD does live. And, we do lose Bjorn too. So pretty crazy fight. A lot of different exchanges here. 1500 plus for the Radiant, actually minus 422 for the Dire, so let's check out that gold graph and see where we're at. We're at 4200 versus 4258, so we're almost equal in terms of net worth, but experience, that's going to be almost a 2k boost going the way of the Radiant, so about equal net worth, but Radiant leading in XP could lead to them having even greater outcome in, like, I guess we're in the mid-game phase at this point, for sure.
Definitely. We're seeing a lot of people leave their common lanes, do a lot more roaming, which is probably what I think what Mango really wanted to do, is why they picked that Terrorblade mid, just to kind of sit there, get some experience. We did just see Kunkka just destroy the Leshrac mid with a quick X marks the spot torrent.
Yeah, he's going to be slowly working towards his armlet too, so that'll give him another added boost of damage when he has his Tidebringer ready. That's such a fun mechanism, getting that extra damage for just that burst strike, blasting it off, and then you can toggle off the armlet right after the fact if you don't really need the extra sustain, but you just value the damage more so. And Yolksoup is gradually working towards his Midas yet again, so he'll have that eventually. What do you think we're going to bet for a timing on the Yolksoup Midas? We've had 28, we've had
I think our last
18,
game,
that was 18 I think in the last game.
Yeah. At the rate he's going, they started turning these team fights around. He only has 200 gold, so he still needs a hefty chunk left. I'm gonna say maybe another 5 minutes at least.
So you're saying like a 17, 18 minute Midas from Yolksoup?
If they keep getting these good team fights going. If not, because he did hit 6, he does have his chaotic offering going. He can drop some golens. If not, 20, 22 maybe. If they're just at the same pace they're going right now, they're just kind of passively farming, walking around the jungles. But if they do push for some more team fights, definitely can get some items earlier on.
Yeah, I could definitely see that coming out for our team for sure. So Luna is really exploiting the benefit of this Dragonlance. She's trying to farm like a crazy person, and she's equalizing the farm of
Warlock drops the ult on Faceless up top. We got an ult coming in from Spectre, comes in, tries to finish Terrorblade out.
Yeah, Sophie Turner is on the backside too. There's the X-mark spot on ATR, and he's going to just get annihilated in the end, and luckily Terrorblade will be able to TP out on the other side too. So
this fight did start with Terrorblade and Faceless trying to catch up.
Whoa, Gax able to get in with a nice blink burrow strike in the side, but Bjorn X-marked again, and he's coming back. Here's the epicenter from Gaxon. Oh, so much damage, but Bjorn's able to undo a little bit of it, go into the trees, and is he going to be able to TP out? Yes, he will! Leshrac tries to go for the stomp, and he's going to get disrupted by that Rubik because he stole it, and then he stole the Split Earth, and then he stunned him with that. So that was just like the coup de grace, because he did the setup like on his own. He had disruption, stole it, and used it, stole Split Earth immediately afterwards, and stunned him with that. How funny could that be, you know?
Yeah, definitely. And just what I was saying, that Warlock got like 700 gold off that fight.
Mr. Moy, you're on schedule. And now here we go, Sand King. Making some plays in the mid lane. Looks like he's going to be going for a Veil next to amplify the team damage. So that'll help with the Radiance Burn. That'll help with the Warlock ultimate. That'll help with the Fatal Bonds and the Shadow Ward. All in all, great synergy. And I like the move a lot. I am hoping for an Ags later on from the Sand King too. Maybe even an Aether Lens also. Those items are all like super fun and really, really important items, I think, as core goals for him to have.
It'll definitely carry him into that late game if he gets those items. He just scales a lot better.
Now, Terrorblade has actually opted for a Dragonlance. And it's fun when you get these sort of items where you get just like the raw stats when you're like most of the time using it, and then boom, you got Metamorphosis, and then you've got like this super boost of damage. getting Dragonlance on like Terrorblade and Dragon Knight, I think is a pretty fun thing that is typically pretty good. And I condone it in the highest honor. But TDDD is getting really close on his Radiance. He already has the Sacred Relic purchased. He just needs the recipe now. But Luna is growing further and further away in farm and farming speed now that she has acquired her Mask of Madness and is attacking at like the speed of light here. No, 316. She's attacking at 0.5 per second. Wait. Every 0.5 seconds she attacks. That's the words I wanted to use.
Yeah, when the mask is active. 0.8 without it.
Correct. So disruption on Sand King in mid, and that's really just to kind of fend him off. He has the Veil that he can use on him. Rubik's using his split Earth Stun pretty gratuitously. And nice fights coming out from both teams here. Interestingly enough, Luna is going to be able to probably pull out some big plays here, but woo, Gax, excuse me, just barely whiffing that stun. Ground targeting rather than clicking on her, because you can just point target Burrow Strike on her, but I don't know, whatever. We've got the Torrent on there, and what do you think the next play is for us? Because if we look in the jungles, we've got ATR here, and ATR is a pretty sad disruptor, wouldn't you say?
Sad. He was doing so well early game.
Well, I mean, right now, we got to get this Force Staff for him. He's 800
That's
gold
true.
off. We get him that Force Staff, he'll be a super happy guy. So once we get him that Force Staff, he's going to have a pretty substantial power spike there, and I'm going to see him really look to take off in terms of performance as a support. He's going to get even bigger saves here. He's going to be able to catch people too, so that's going to be awesome to see. And
Kunkka starting to build his first Daedalus.
Ooh,
I'd like to see
baby.
at least 2 on him. That'd be nice.
so when does he get Blink? When do you like to get the Blink after you're grabbing these Daedaluses and stuff? Because, here we go. We got an X mark the spot. There's the Torrent. There's the boat. Everything is not going to connect. Actually, nothing connects.
dodged.
He dodged it all. I'm just going to shrug it off. Didn't happen. We've got some banter between Sophie and Bjorn.
I didn't see, but I think Warlock got his Hannah minus at 18 minutes.
Oh, Jesus. Shadow Team just got destroyed by the Sand King. Sand King epicentered on him, and he just went down with that Veil. But now Faceless Void and Nephilim able to catch him out of position, and the Chasers and Swag there too, they're going to be able to take him down. And look, our Mr. Moy, he has a Midas, and it looks like he got it a little bit before, around 18? Before 18?
Yeah,
I don't know.
It was like right on 18 a little bit before, because this was the first time he used it. Was like 40 seconds ago.
For sure. So once upon a time there was a Warlock, and now there's a Warlock with a Midas. But up in the top lane, we've got Bjorn with this Vlad's. He's going to look to be pretty aggressive here, trying to farm and things of that nature. He's going to get a Maelstrom next to try and get additional magic damage, to try and increase his damage output as a whole, and ignore the armor realistically. Terrorblade is going to get a Manta next, get a couple more illusions to help with that metamorphosis and that mass burst damage that he wants to do. And Thanatos has just finished his first Chrysalis, so that'll be coming out to him shortly too. Nephilim's still pretty far away from the Yules, but I'm sure he'll have that shortly. And Spectre does have his Radiance online. Vanguard will follow shortly after, only 400 gold away from that. My concern is this Luna is going to get out of control because they haven't really forced any team fights for a minute. Both teams have just been kind of like static farming. It's been 11-8 for a while now, and I think we need more kills. Maybe after Spectre gets a Vanguard, he'll feel confident enough to force a team fight with his squad. But, I mean, top lane does look like something could happen. Chasers is just here in the tree line, hanging out. By himself. TPing out now. Okay. What a sneaky guy. Look at that.
And this Luna is very close to her Manta style. Just actually this camp and she'll be able to buy it. There it is.
tower?
But 500 gold away for Shadow Demon for the Force Staff. Nephilim getting ever so closer to that Yules, and now Swagmaster getting in a farm level of his own. He has the Manta up to almost 12,000 net worth at this point. So BKB will be coming online soon too, and they're able to get a nice quick kill on the bottom. Terrorblade didn't even know what hit him. He just kind of died pretty quickly. But they did use the Haunt for it though. And now I guess they're going to look to try and continue to just push off and pressure from here. They'll be able to get this tier 1 tower bottom, I would say, with relative ease. And they might even get some good damage off on the next tower too. I think they would need a substantial rotation to be able to kind of thwart this sort of offense that they have here. Especially since Yoksup has his golems ready.
Tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Are we gonna get a base race?
You know, we could have a base race. Would that make you happy if we had a base race?
Slightly.
Tower has fallen.
I don't think the Radiants would be able to beat them because they don't have enough tower damage. They're gonna have to back out and go to the.
Yeah,
barracks.
we've got 5 Lunas here. Just kidding, it's only 3. But our Rubik has Time Walk, so he can now undo damage that he takes. But we've got a big old boat. We've got the Torrent. We've got an Epi potential. No Epi is going to be there. But lots of damage on Swagmander for sure. He's just going to go down. And I think, whoa, Rubik is going to jump forward and try and do a little bit more love here. But he's not going to be able to do anything on him. And ATR will be able to TP home too. So a couple of them will be A-okay. But we do have 2 deaths out of it from them. And I think we need to take a look at that gold graph, see where we're looking at this point. And it's definitely in Team 6 Trent's favor. Because what we're at, like plus 4k net worth at this point. And it might even be higher if we get this kill off in mid. TTDD going in ham. Chasers, I don't know what he's going to do. He's actually taking out the Rubik, and here comes the stun Epi from Gax. And there he goes too. And now ATR. Are they going to be able to follow up on him also? I don't think so.
The Rubik had stole Sunder and swapped health with ATR.
Hilarious.
They almost got him too.
Hilarious.
Dire's middle tower isn't going to last long.
The Fatal Bonds just so the creep wave dies in a second. So here goes Swagmanner. He's just using his illusions to try and push this out as much as he can. I think he could have been trying for the deny there, but wasn't going to be as fortuitous, to be quite honest. And here comes the Yasha for the Spectre. And I think he'll be okay.
Going for that pick off on Warlock in mid lane. They do get off the ult.
Yeah, and Gax actually uses the stun into the Chronosphere to try and keep him at bay. Tries to get the ult down, and he doesn't end up dropping the rock. TTDD able to kill out the Leshrac, but now he's trying to do a little bit more, and I'm not sure where it's going to come from, but there's a big old boat, and Swagmanner just running around like a crazy man with that Mask of Madness proc. Chaser actually sundering Swagmander to keep him up a little bit longer, but dying in the end to Sophie Turner. And now, with the Rubik jumping down, they're going to be able to take him out with TTDD as well.
Oh,
and now Sophie
Bjorn,
Turner, oh, he goes down! Bjorn jumping forward, able to take him out, but now Rubik is on the attack too. He's got Time Walk, he's got Blink Dagger, and he's going to be able to be all sorts of what in his face. And he's just going to continue to keep up the approach until right now, where he decides that he wants to run away. Because he just got disrupted by ETR, and he just Time Walks out of that, so that's a silly one to happen. But now Yoksup's back in the game too.
Yoksu has started his Aghanim Scepter. Did get the early point booster ready.
Yeah, he just procced the Midas again. Good boy. So he's keeping it moving.
Faceless almost has a Maelstrom up, which is... Oh, I think he just bought it. Yeah, no, it's actually on the way from the courier. So that'll helpful. That'll be really helpful too with all that mischance from Spectre, or damage reduction.
See, what's good about where both the teams are at is that the Radiant cores are in like a really strong place as a whole. You know, Sand Kunkka, and Spectre all really far ahead. And that's going to be what's going to allow them to kind of hold themselves into a really strong position where the Dire have so much invested in just the Luna, and you can kind of see that with how the supports are sacrificing themselves to just rotate around to either protect the Luna or try and guarantee farm or space for the Luna. So, you know, as a whole, it would be nice to see that gold spread out a little bit better for the Dire, but at the same time, these supports are just struggling, you know. Leshrac under 4K net worth at this point.
In that last fight, Terrorblade used Sunder on Luna to keep her alive instead of going in and trying to kill people.
Exactly. So that shows the type of priority that they're putting on him as a whole, rather than even themselves as cores. And Terrorblade, damage output-wise, should be doing numbers that far exceed what a Luna would do, you know, in Metamorphosis especially. Because you would get plus 80 bonus damage on top of the 240, so he'd be hitting at 320 with 3 illusions on top of that too. So like, I mean, you're talking about some serious damage here. I mean, yes, she's got a bounce, but uh-oh, Gax is using Epicenter. He blinks in. There, it's going to go off on everybody, and Yokesup's able to get off the Fatal Bonds and the Golem as well, and that's going to go off on everyone too. It's just Bjorn, and Bjorn's going to try and get always Stripe Imposter, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to have to try and TP out, but the X marks the spot is going to keep him in place, and the Fatal Bonds is going to persist, and Yokesup is going to end up getting a double kill in the end, and they are now going to take the Roshan, and that's going to be an easy kill for them, and this is going to be even further ahead for them. TTDD now having the Aegis in tow, this net worth being 10k ahead for them too. This is getting dangerous.
They 5-man smoked in, and immediately Radiant had scanned the Roche pit right as they started attacking, so they knew exactly, like, right when they started.
This is not good. This is kind of terrifying, to be quite honest. Sand King's going to have an Aether Lens coming out to him. Spectre's going to have the Manta coming out relatively shortly as well. But Warlock getting even closer to the Aghanims. We'll expect to see that out for the next Ags. The next ult will be an Ags Warlock ult for sure. But Gax in a really rough position, under 700 HP right now. He'll be able to get out though. And now it's Nephilim who's been struck with the X marks the spot. Here comes the boat. Boat is going to connect on 4 of them. Rubik will lift and drop Swagmander up in the front. He'll try to use the Eclipse to no avail because Gax jumps in and he's able to take him out of the fight. And now it's 3 down. Bjorn has been hit with X marks the spot. TDDD trying to look up to him in some sort of fashion to try and kill him here. But ATR exploiting the fact that he can make illusions of TTDD as well to try and use the Radiance Burn to his own benefit. And it looks like Sophie Turner is actually going to go down to Swagmander. Oh no, Gax able to go back in on ATR, and ATR is going to go down. Report Spec for killing me, says Sophie Turner. Oh boy.
Rubik stole Metamorphosis.
Yeah, look at him.
That is hilarious.
He is the
looks like
cutest little dude.
That is hilarious looking. I've never seen that.
That was the cutest little Rubik ever. I'm just saying. Uh-oh, we got a blink ult in on 2. Inspector and Sand King are both caught in it, but I don't think Bjorn's actually going to be able to do anything. He's just going to get dropped right back in. TDDD gets a double kill in the end, and now Chase is in here, and he does have Sunder, but I don't think he's really going to be in an opportunity to use it because TDD is low as well, and he does have Aegis. So Bjorn had to buy back for that to push them off, but they took out the melee Rax. The range of Rax has suffered a pretty substantial loss. It's down to 645 HP, and now, I mean, realistically, they're just going to look to try and force another fight. They still have Aegis. They're just going to heal and go. Epicenter is going to roll in here on 3, and now Swagmander, actually, he might just wipe on everybody. Gax is going to get CC'd out of here for now, and now he's godlike. TTD just going ham and a half with a double kill there. And now Bjorn, he's going to try and go back. He's going to TP back. Is he going to be A-okay? 1, 2. He does live. He does live. 200 HP. He's good. He lives. Sand King's going to go back to his home. He has an Aghanims now. He's happy. He's going to grab his Aether Lens from his stash as well. That'll be great. And Warlock, like I said, has his Ags. He'll be ready to use that in this next fight. Nephilim finally has completed his Yules. He'll be ready to go. I don't even know how they're going to continue to progress in this. TDDD is an absolute monster at this point. 2200 3,800 HP, still has Aegis. He is beyond godlike. He's sitting on 3,700 gold, for instance. He's just going to start plopping into that heart. Yeah, for sure. And like on the other side, Sophie Turner is looking towards getting his second Daedalus.
Before the blink.
Before a blink. So even more catastrophic. So
yeah, I guess Sophie realized doesn't really need that engage. They have a lot of engage already. Just easily walk up and smack someone in the face.
But Team Net Worth over 20k in +6 trans favor, so it is going well for them. This draft is turning out to be a great success for them right now, so they just need to maintain their control, push in, and take some smart continued fights. And we could very likely see them take this game, but then go into a third game of the series and hold on. This is getting to be incredibly intense, and now we have a second Daedalus picked up on Sophie Turner. He has 321 base attack damage that he's hitting for here. I can only imagine what a crit would be, especially if he's using the armlet as well, and I'm sure we'll see that relatively soon. It's going to be a 4-digit number for sure.
That Kunkka is going to be hitting hard.
I mean, a 4-digit number is going to be a big thing. Alright, so that's 740, but like, we're talking about, okay, a Tidebringer crit is 933, so then if he uses the armlet on top of that, we're going to be looking at an additional 31 damage, then 25 strength, which would be another 25 strength, so we're actually looking at 56 damage, and then 56 damage on top of the 324, so then we're going to have 380 damage with 2.3 multiplier. So, yes.
So, a lot of damage.
Yes.
Essentially.
Yes, it's a 4-digit number. Because we saw a 950-ish, 930 sort of crit without that sort of thing. But yeah.
Terrorblade going for that BKB. Hopefully, he wants to get his damage out and not get stunned in the process. A lot of stuns on their team. Spectre really close to that Heart of Tarask, only 500 gold short.
Ooh, this is pretty exciting. We've got a BKB on Luna finally, so we're not going to have to worry about the mischance anymore from TTDD. We're also going to be able to fight a little bit wholeheartedly going into that boat, going into the Torrent, going into the Rubik and the Golems, even the Sand King. That's going to be a big game changer, Luna having a BKB. And uh-oh, here goes TDDD. X marks the spot. He's trying to go in, get a little bit of harassment damage. He can just go back. I guess that's what they're doing. They're just going to do chip damage, and he can pull him back if he wants to. That's kind of silly.
Be better used on Kunkka to walk in, maybe hit the minion wave, get some of them in it.
Yeah, but he needs his blink, and that's what he's getting right now. So he's at 1680. Blink is next.
Oh.
He's going to X-mark the spot. He's going to top. He's going to try and get it off in time. Is he going to get it? He doesn't get it! He doesn't get it! Lol.
That's why you need the blink.
Rip Sophie Turner didn't get off his combo. He was trying for it though. Oh, he's giving it to Sand King now. He X'd the Sand King, and there's the Chronosphere off on his whole team though. Yokesoup dropping the rock. That's going to connect in on 4. BKB Swagmanner isn't really going to do anything there, but TTD is going to be beyond godlike with a triple kill with his ultimate, and Bjorn is going to go down 2, and there's the ultra kill. There goes 4. There goes 5. Everybody's dead. There's GG well played. And we are going into a game 3 in this series, sir.
How dare Kunkka steal that rampage?
+6 trans, taking it here. Game 2 in the best of 3 series of the finals here, guys. Absolutely insane in the membrane, guys. Guys! This is exciting, but
This is what everyone wants: the finals to be a best of three, truly a best of three.
You know,
Everyone
you
going
got to
for the
go
last
all in.
match.
Got to go all in, and that's what we're giving you here. But here we go. Quick break. We're going to get right on into the lobby for Game 3, best of 3, finals of the Dota 2 Social Sunday First Blood IO tournament. Here we go, guys. Stay tuned. Alright guys, we're just waiting on a couple more people to jump on in here. We'll be able to start this up here. I think they're just coming back from like bathroom breaks and whatnot. I mean, this has been a really long series, about 9.5 hours of streaming at this point, so thanks so much for everybody who's been here from the beginning and hanging out with me tonight and enjoying the stream, and especially everybody who is participating and playing in the tournament. I hope you're enjoying yourselves and you're enjoying the hype that we've got here too. So please be sure to bop that follow button, whether it's on my stream or the First Blood stream, and check us out on Twitter. There's the First Blood IO Twitter, there's Reach for Sky, and there's also Mr. Corncob Bob. So check us all out, and you'll be able to kind of keep up with us on the day-to-day. First Blood IO is going to be going live soon, so that's going to be something you're going to want to pay attention for as a new esports opportunity. Here we go. We are finally in it to win it. We are in the last game of the best of 3 of the First Blood IO tournament. I don't know about you, but I'm freaking excited for what we have in store for you here.
It's definitely been a long day, but these finals have been really good back and forth. These picks have been really crucial to these wins because they're all great players. It's just coming down to the picks, really. I'm really hoping for a Warlock pick. I don't know if they're gonna do it, but I'm really hoping for that Warlock pick.
You're really hoping for that Warlock pick, but 9.5 hours of Dota later, here we are, Game 3 of the, I guess let's say finals, not grand finals. We'll have more grand ones later, but this one's pretty darn grand in other sorts of ways. And we know there's not going to be any sort of Luna, no Ember, and again, no Meepo or Slardar, and your dreams have been made true. You're getting a Warlock game.
I don't know how I do that.
You're getting a Warlock game, man. Dude, you're getting a Warlock game.
Let's go for a 16-minute Midas.
You think we're going to get a Shadow Demon in this game too? What's your thoughts?
Probably.
Probability of Shadow Demon?
Shadow Demon is
100%?
definitely a really good early pick. I don't know who's going to pick it, but it's probably going to be picked within these first.
I don't think it's going to be for 6 Trance. I think 6 Trance are going to want to probably get an Ogre. But we could also see Ogre Void picked up here too. And we've definitely seen that happen a few times here. Like, a lot of times, actually.
There are definitely a few heroes that have been in almost every single game that we have seen today.
Yeah, right.
There's the Ogre.
Boom, there's Ogre, there's Venge. So now that leaves them open to have a really strong core that can get behind the attack speed that the Ogre's going to have in Venge. They're basically already setting up for a Faceless Void. Whether it's on their team or the enemies, they're ready for a Faceless Void.
I actually haven't seen an Ogre pick up an Aghanims at all today, even though that second stun is really good.
Yeah, I don't think we're just really getting that far along. We will see a Sand King for +6
Gax
Trance
again,
here.
hopefully?
Yeah, that'll probably be a Gax Sand King, and I would expect a Yoke Scoop Warlock. And for Mango Bay, I mean, we're going to see Ogre and Venge for probably Nephilim and ATR. But, you know, we'll see how they want to do it. They could want to run Venge more as a core rather than a support, so a little bit of flexibility there, I would say. No. Just a minute and 10 left. Overtime. Reserve time. Time to ban. What are we going to do here, buddy? They're putting a lot of thought into this one. What do they want to get rid of here for +6 Treants?
Maybe get rid of an OD. Definitely a solid pick for Soapy Turner.
There's also Invoker. I mean, there's lots of other things that could be detrimental, and now they're at 40 seconds here. They're running down the timer.
Pick up that Invoker.
30 seconds remaining on their reserve time. I hope we're able to get a conclusion here. Hopefully no DC. Whoa. 20 seconds? Oh, geez. Oh, God, the Winter Wyvern is banned out. What a decision has been made. I'm sure more decisions have been made aside from the Winter Wyvern one, but at least that one has happened initially, and Drought Ranger's going to get banned out too. So no Venge Drought or a Wombo combo either, unfortunately.
Kind of feel like that the Wyvern ban was a little hesitant last second. I don't know what to do, man.
Yeah, right. After running down the timer for over a minute and change. Classic
Do ban the
Warlock.
Magnus.
Yeah, no
Gotta get rid
RP
of
Reno, no Terrorblade either. I didn't think Terrorblade was that much of a problem, but maybe +6 Trance just doesn't want to run a Kunkka again. Or maybe they're going to do it again. Who knows? We got some attacker on our hands, right? Kappa? That's what I hear, I think. I don't know.
Kunkka is still definitely a very great choice as a mid hero.
For sure. And Mango Bay are going to opt for the Juggernaut with the Ogre this time, so they are going to have a ton of push potential, and that Bloodlust is going to be absolutely delicious for him. So one way that people used to build Juggernaut way back when would be a Mask of Madness build, where you would proc the Mask of Madness, then you would use your ultimate because you would get your attack speed up to a threshold where you would get 2 attacks per slash of the Omni Slash. You know, because you would do like X slashes per second of jumping around.
Yeah.
So you would just want to hit like certain attack speed thresholds with Juggernaut, and you can't do that with Mask of Madness anymore because it self-silences. But Ogre with the Bloodlust will allow him to hit those attack speed thresholds to be able to get off those bonus strikes between the Omni Slash. So they're going to have that big benefit going into these team fights.
Maybe they might pick up Invoker as well.
Get some Alacrity love? I don't know. I love it. I fucking love it. I fucking love it. Abaddon is going to destroy Rubik and Sand King and Warlock. They're going to be able to run forward with the Ogre. They'll lock down the Ogre. Abaddon will throw a shield to purge it immediately after the fact, and then they're just going to be able to continue turning and returning damage on them. This Abaddon is going to be huge, and I don't think +6 Trance was ready for this. This is a huge curveball. Abaddon's a great mech carrier. He's a great Vlad's carrier, and he's a great aura carrier as a whole to help with just like this whole 5-man pushing sort of presence that they're looking to accomplish
And
here.
Alchemist. Oh, now I'm excited.
Oh, man.
This is one I wanted to see today.
We got an Alchemist, guys. Oh, boy. The Dota God prayers have been answered of Game 3 of the series. We're getting the Alchemist out there. Everybody gonna get an Ags. He's even gonna get Ags for everybody on the enemy team too, you know? Everybody gonna get an Ags. That's what we're gonna see coming up in this game. I'm feeling it.
I want to see Abaddon get an Ags. That's always fun.
Abaddon Ags is so good, but there's 5 seconds on their reserve time, and they're able to ban out the Slark finally. And +6 Trance have 20 seconds on the clock, and then they have almost 2 minutes on reserve, so plenty of time for them to make bad decisions or good decisions for who they want to not go up against from the Mango Bay. And Mango Bay right now needing a mid. banning out the sniper probably being a good choice for them, since Alchemist would definitely suffer against that sort of range differential. As I'm anticipating that being a Thanatos Alchemist. What would you anticipate? What is next for them? They've got 2 minutes of reserve time. They've got a good amount of time that they can think about this here. What do you think would be perfect for them for their safe lane carry? Because I think that's kind of where we're looking right now. We're looking at a safe lane carry, and it's a Sven.
I was gonna say they're gonna need some heavy strength long term, because with that Abaddon, they're gonna have some long team fights and they're gonna want some survivability, and that Sven was actually the right pick.
Yeah, I mean, they've got survivability that's going to be coming from the Warlock, though, and I think that's kind of the sort of survivability you were talking about in terms of HP and sustain, right? I mean,
Yeah.
Sven's going to be durable, if that's also kind of what you were alluding to, but it's much different than having, like, the healing potential or the straight shields that Abaddon has. And they're going to get a Gyrocopter? Was that from the reserve time cooldown of not having any time remaining? But either way, I don't think it's a bad choice. Gyrocopter mid against an Alchemist.
This is going to be an interesting third match, for sure.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty exciting. Here we go. Game 3 of our best of 3 of our day of Social Sunday for firstblood.io. I am Sky. At Reach for Sky. You can see me at twitch.tv/SkyHighGaming. I am joined here with my co-caster, Mr. Corncob Bob, and we're going to just get right on into it. We're going to call it on out. Top lane, we've got applause. But, you know, we without further ado, we've got Gax on the Sand King, Sophie Turner, aka Thanatos, on the Alchemist, TTDD on the Sven, Yolk Soup on Warlock, and Always Strive and Prosper on the Rubik for, you know, our team 6+6 Treants. And, you know, for our Mango boys here, we're going to see a different side of things. The Mango Bays are going to have an Abaddon, and I'm looking so forward to this. But also the Gyro. Gyro is definitely new. I don't think we've seen any Gyros in any other games, though. So that's cool too, right?
Oh, definitely. There's going to be some stacking and farming of Ancients. Some juicy gold coming his way.
Juicy gold, as opposed to not so juicy gold. But
yeah, there's that pity gold.
The pity gold? I don't know anything about the pity gold. I just know the juicy gold. Not into it. Not into it. But we've got Nephilim here on the Vengeful Spirit, and he's saying we are ready to go, and ATR is going to follow up on after him on the Ogre Magi. Swagmander is going to be on Gyro. Chaser's on the Juggernaut. And we've got Bjorn on the Abaddon. Oh, Chasers is using the Blade Runner set. How fancy. So many swords. So, Sophie Turner has the Poor Man's Shield. He has Grievo's Greed level 1. I'm assuming he's going to get the Bounty Rune top, and then they're going to probably look to give the rune to TTDD bottom, and Always Strive and Prosper has the Broomstick emote, so that's pretty silly. But, oh, we've got a Smoke Up as 3 in the bottom lane. Nephilim leading the charge, not smoked. ATR also here. Everyone else is behind him. This is kind of interesting for them to choose to only smoke up a couple people, but they smell something bad here, and they're just going to back up, and they're not even going to look to fight. And they don't have a strong level 1 fight anyway, so this is a good decision from them. So I think Sand King's going to try and roam to the top and try to get that bounty rune off their hands. What a nice guy, you know? Look at Gax go. He got that bounty rune. But that's been a pretty strong commonality. We haven't seen any team get 3 bounties. We've only seen teams get 2. Even though they may get First Blood beforehand, we have not seen anyone get 3 bounties for a team yet. At least in my games.
So we actually have a Juggernaut mid lane.
Yeah, so
Gyro safe lane.
Jug
and
mid
then
versus
double off.
Alchemist is actually going to be pretty good for the Juggernaut because he has an Iron Talon and his raw DPS is going to scale for his right click a little bit harder than Alchemist is, so it should be easy for him to farm. Actually, right now they're on pretty even terms. Alchemist with the Quelling Blade, although Jug has Iron Talon. He'll speed it up a little bit further, but it just kind of balances out because, you know, he's got 50 damage and an Iron Talon versus 57 and a Quelling Blade, so, you know, take with it what you will. But Abaddon, actually, he's just going to get locked down and he's already destroyed. Whoa, he was way overextended. How unfortunate for Bjorn. What are they going to do? I mean, the stuns came out, the Shadow Ward came out, the telekinesis was there too. They lifted him, they dropped him, and nothing was really going to be able to happen. And right now, Juggernaut, he's taking a lot of pressure from this acid spray in the mid lane. He's going to have to salve up nice and early, too, which is only good for Sophie Turner. And, oh, geez, he's actually got all this vision in the middle. He's got the sentry down, too, so he might... Chasers is going to counter that Observer, I think. Wait, what? They've got 2 obs in the mid lane. You see that? I'm not crazy, right? They've got 2 obs for the Dire.
No, there's just one for the Dire and one for the... Oh, no, there is 2 for the Dire. Oh, what? Yeah.
Alright, I'm not nuts. Okay, they got 2 wards for the Dire, so that's happening right now, guys. We got some serious coverage here.
Great use of your only 2 wards you can have at the very early
Yeah, right.
game.
Let's get some serious coverage in the mid lane. Whatever. I don't know. But Chasers is going to be able to tangle that down. And oh wow, Bjorn actually able to dive and kill TDD in the end. And always driving proper and TDD able to get the return damage on Bjorn, finish him off. And now Nephilim, he's on the retreat. He's going to have to use these tangos here to heal himself up. And I guess we're going to have Bjorn coming right back into the lane. I'd really like to see Abaddon more ball on his own. He can do so much on his own, but they're laning him a little bit interestingly, having the Orb of Venom and stuff like that. He needs to get a stout shield, he needs to get a ring of protection, he needs to get a little bit tanky and durable, and really start trying to trade some blows. And it looks like he's going for Trank boots as his boots of choice. So, don't necessarily agree with it, but that'll at least keep him sustained in the lane. Chaser's getting a good amount of harassment damage off on Sophie Turner in the mid lane, though. Did he destroy that ward? Yeah, he did finally destroy that ward. He just used his Iron Talon, I would assume, from the low ground. Top lane, we're not really seeing much action. Swagmander is farming pretty easily against Gax. Gax is 10-2 at this point. Swagmander sitting at a really easy 21-1. Or excuse me, 13-2. I'm looking at the Alchemist. I'm losing it at this point. Guys, this is what happens when you're sitting around and you're at 9 hours and 48 minutes of casting Dota. But Sven is going to be under some serious fire at this point. Bjorn's just going to run around in circles with his Votic Field on him. And now Sven is going to get healed up by Shadow Ward by getting burned by Ignite. And this isn't really looking that good for him. It's looking probably great. Because I would say they're pressuring out the they're pressuring out the Ogre and the Abaddon appropriately enough that they're able to secure him good bits of downtime and farm, at least in phases like right here now. So they got to take all of these opportunities and try and get every single last hit. Except maybe that one.
Right now, Juggernaut's trying to go find Alchemist or try to take his bounty, but doesn't see it because Alchemist was already there.
Yeah. Good on Alk for being on point for those sorts of things. And it looks like Jack's actually just going to pop that Sank.
If Juggernaut went just a little bit earlier or later, he would have found him and then got him.
Yeah, I can imagine that. And now Chase is just going to go back to farming the mid lane. Yeah, his last hits are really sitting up there. Let's switch over to net worth just to kind of get an idea where Alk's sitting at. He's at 2,900. Now Chasers, he's going to spin to win on Sophie Turner. He's actually taking a lot of damage from this acid spray, but ATR is trying to flank here, and now he's in the acid play as well. But he has Fatal Bonds on him as too, and all the melee creeps are dying. That's naturally going to impact him also. But they're going to be able to sank up, and Chase just popped it a little bit early, and ATR not able to get up as much of the benefit. I don't think he really needed it as much anyway, though. I want to see Gax get a kill on Swagmander. That would make me happy.
He's almost level 6. He could get it off.
Well, I think he's kind of controlling the lane right now because he has a caustic finale and everything. But that's not really where the action's at. The action's going to be at the bottom lane with Bjorn and ATR, and Bjorn having the shield on himself. He's going to go in here on TTDD. Nephilim's going to throw out the stun, and one more ignite, and he's going to burn down to the ground. Nephilim getting the last hit in the end. And now we've got Yolksoup in the mid lane here with Chasers. Chasers just using his Blade Fury to immediately purge off the Shadow Ward. So Yolksoup's sitting at a pretty sad level 2, but that's nothing to discredit since there are others that are in other bad situations too. Yeah, 2 guys are at level 3 right now. This Abaddon, though, the way he's farming, he's staying at such low HP and mana, it will only take a quick stun for them to be able to take him out quickly in these fights. Uh-oh, top lane, Gax, he's in the Sandstorm, he's trying to stay alive. Swagmander did use the call down, and Chasers did use his Blade Fury too. He's going to salve up, he's running into the tree line, he's going to be able to throw out another stun. He chooses to get them both out, he's going to drop the Epicenter, he's turning around on them, he's able to get one out. The Epicenter is going to persist down, but he won't be able to finish Chasers in the end. He does get 1 kill, that's very worth Gax's time as an offlaner, going for that melee, that roll 1 core. So, good for him as an offlaner to kill the carry. But now Chaser's able to kind of capitalize on that by getting a little bit of gold for himself, though. Bottom lane, they are farming this Vengeful Spirit more as a core than the other characters, if you look at it. Because he has a Blightstone, he has a Sage Mask, so we can only assume he's going to be getting a Medallion here.
Sadly, this Sven has been trying to buy boots for the past 3 minutes, but he keeps dying right before he gets enough gold. Does catch out the Abaddon in bot lane jungle.
Yeah, but that's basically just his shield breaking, and he's going to have another shield in another couple seconds, so he'll be able to just shrug that off. And ATR throwing out the Ignite on the Rubik is going to be pretty helpful for him, because they're going to be able to keep applying the pressure on him and just absolutely keep him at bay. TDD now having the Morbid Mask is going to be helpful for keeping more sustain in the lane, but Nephilim is being really aggressive with these right clicks, and he can be because he has the backup of an Abaddon, and that shield is nothing to joke about. You know, we're talking about 140 absorbing, that's like 4 hits from a hero, maybe 3, depending on who it is. So if you could take 3 or 4 hits for free, and hit them with 3 or 4 hits, that's going to be good for you. But Chasers and friends are now smoked up, and they're going to look to just kind of come off into the jungle, and they found TDDD. There's the stun, there's the Ignite, Lift is on Chasers. The shield thrown out a little bit too early. He's going to be able to return a stun out on Nephilim, and it's going to be 2 that are going to fall, actually, in the end. Chasers going to... Oh, down goes Yolksoup. There's 3. Rip, rip. And, you know, this is just because Chasers is able to kind of rotate around the map, make plays happen.
Top lane,
He's trying to do stuff
trying
there.
to go after Sand King. Sand King doesn't, or Gyro ults on top of Sand King's Sandstorm. Both very low health. No one dies.
Quite unfortunate of events that we got going on there. But Alchemist has his armlet, and he's at 1,700 gold. He's working towards that Radiance, and, you know, he's getting there. He's 1,600 ahead of that Juggernaut. So he's keeping up the true Alchemist nature of having really high GPM and definitely capitalizing on those Greeble Greeds across the map. Unfortunate that they capped the Bounty Rune multiplier at 2 at all levels, because, oof, that would have been glorious with all these new Bounty Runes that spawn now, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Now you gotta jump back and forth across the whole map. Oi, it takes forever. Gotta have me schlep all over the place, jeez. But here we go. Abaddon has his Trank Boots. He's going to be going towards a Vlad as his next item. And we've got a 2-man rotation of the top lane here. They're going to look to try and save Swagmander or maybe turn on Gax. I'm not sure. But we have the Gyrocopter call down dropped, and it's not really going to follow up on anyone here. And it looks like we just kind of defuse the situation. Gax is sitting at the tower, and he'll be able to kind of progress from there. Maybe get a stun. He has his Epicenter ready. He would need help from his team, and Chasers is flanking. Nephilim is there too. They're basically 5 in the top lane, and they're going to be able to pincer in on him, and I don't think Gax is going to survive for very long. There he goes. They did infiltrate the jungle. They took that bounty rune away from the alchemist. And now Rubik is in kind of a dangerous situation right now.
Abaddon now building a, was that a headdress? Maybe going for that mech soon.
Yeah, I would imagine that Abaddon is actually going towards a Vlad's.
Oh, right, there's a Morbid Mask. He's going for that Vlad's first.
Yeah, so Vlad's for Abaddon is a pretty standard core item, and it helps the entire team just kind of push behind him because Abaddon is a really good aura carrier as a whole. So they're going to have the Juggernaut with the Helmet Dominator aura. They're going to have that the Vlad's coming off of him. Gyrocopter's going to be finishing up his Dragonlance relatively soon. Ogre has Mana Boots, so that's great for him. And then, on top of that, Vengeful Spirit has the Power Treads and is going to be looking towards building a Sanjin Yasha. Sophie, Turner, Thanatos, on the other hand, halfway across the map, sitting at roughly 4k gold, hoping to try and snipe their enemy's bounty rune here. But this could look to be dangerous here, and we've got a pause from TDDD with a claim of lag. And there's a disconnect.
And a quick reconnect.
Yeah, so interesting to know, there is like no wands in this game. Yolksoup has one, Sven doesn't have one, Sand King doesn't have one, Ogre doesn't have one, Abaddon doesn't have one, Venge doesn't, Gyro. Like, magic wands would be of great value to most people in this game for how they effectively use HP and mana. But
there's also a lot of spells being classed left.
Exactly.
Left
So it's just interesting that a lot of players are overlooking it, but that tends to be something that people forget about in a lot of these games, and they get tunnel visioned on these bigger items, and they don't realize how smaller items like a magic wand can sometimes expedite your survivability or potential and really allow you to kind of captivate in on some more kills here. So unfortunate, but c'est la vie. Gax is going to be able to get off a big epicenter here, and we've got a gyro ult off too, and a stolen gyro ult, so 2 gyro ults in this fight. Bjorn is going to continue to run in here, and ATR is in a rough situation. Shield's going to go out on Nephilim. Sophie Turner trying to continue in here. Gax getting a stun off on 2. Bjorn throwing out the ultimate, but that really doesn't do anything aside from delay the inevitable for just a brief moment, and he has the Aphotic Shield ready. But I don't really think they're going to look to try and continue the fight here. They're going to look to try and back up, maybe try to defend the tower, but Chasers is actually just staying in the lane. Yeah, so he's just going to push that out, and it's going to come down to Sophie Turner pushing out the lanes, maybe pressuring the top, maybe checking for the top bounty rune, and achieving.
Definitely a fight that was in favor with +6, only losing 1 person, while Mango lost 2.
Yeah, so absolutely ridiculous for them here in that engagement here. Item check across the board. Sand King does have a blank dagger. We are going to see magic wands coming out for Rubik relatively soon. Casual call down in the mid lane actually also. And he steals Blade Fury too. That's neat. So Juggernaut's going to have a Yasha coming out to him in a moment. Venge has his Blade of Alacrity already. So people are starting to get underway. Abaddon has the headdress, so there's progress being made. And one of those things is a Radiance. And he's immediately dead. Gets Radiance, immediately dies. Ellie giggle. It's really funny seeing a Rubik do Blade Fury, though. I love seeing a Rubik spin around like a crazy person. In Yolksoup, really rough situation. Didn't proc his magic wand. He could have stayed alive there. And now Rubik is going to be on the retreat here with TDDD. He does have the shield, though, so Aphotic Shield for Rubik is like one of those glory things. If you're a good Rubik, 0 cast point Aphotic Shield is amazing. And into the midst of things we go. They're taking the tier 2. They're going to probably look to secure the tier 2 bottom now. And then from there, they're probably just going to look to get a ward up deep in the jungle, maybe on this high ground pillar. And then from there, secure, lock down the whole jungle, They could look to take a later Roshan if they want. If they're able to take off this tier 2 and then get both the shrines, that would also be good for them. So a couple different ways that they could approach it. And Gyrocopter's going to have a Yasha coming out to him soon too. He's only about 800 gold away.
Juggernaut's looking to pick up that Manta style pretty... still ways out there. Maybe another 1,500 gold or so. Trying to steal these Ancients from the Radiant. Alchemist getting Boots of Travel next, 1,500 away from that. That'd be really nice with the split pushing. Maybe take this tier 1 finally in the top lane. Maybe try to get maybe a couple tier 2s if you can.
Yeah, I like that Alchemist is getting the Boots of Travel because that'll really help him with the split push potential. But at the same time, he needs to be pretty careful because he's not super durable if he gets caught out with his armlet not on, with his cooldown of his ultimate not up. Because he needs both of those things in order to be effective in these fights. And right now, he has his armlet, but he's not going to have his Chemical Rage. And here comes the call down from the Gyrocopter. Warlock Gold from Yolksoup going to be able to connect too. And there's the Juggernaut also, but he is able to get off the armlet of Mordigian. And he's going to be able to go into this fight. And he's going to try and posture in, and he's going to probably kill everybody. So there goes 4. Bjorn is going to be going down too. And bam, we've got a 5-man wipe on our hands, buddy. And that is lovely, 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 especially if you're an Alchemist, because you are now sitting at almost 11k net worth.
Funny thing was, Alchemist only hit once.
It's the Radiance. It's just the Radiance.
Yep.
It's all the Radiance. That's all it needs to be.
The call down slow is just too much for me. He's just walking towards people, got one hit off, and the Radiance just destroyed
Look at
it.
that net worth graph. It's like zigzagging back and forth. It was 2k plus for Radiance. Then it was, dire favor. Now we're back up to it going back in the Radiant favor. And I'm sure it'll only kind of increase from there. But
it's
again,
like my heartbeat monitor.
Right? But again, if we're looking at how this gold is spread across the cores, especially if you're looking at this Sven, who's supposed to be the carry, Sven only has 3,800 gold versus this Gyro that's sitting at 6,100. So there's a lot of faith put in this Alchemist carrying the game, and it's certainly not on the Sven. He's getting kind of controlled now, so I would kind of be worried if I was this Alchemist. Oh no, he's trying to be on the retreat, but he's going to get popped on down. Chasers will get the last hit in the end.
He did get his recipe right before he died, though, which was really nice.
So he minimized some loss.
Boots of travel.
Minimized some loss. He got his bots. Good on stuff. Good on stuff.
Sand King close to his Yules, just needs 400 more gold for that scepter.
The sad thing is, I think that this Roshan is really gonna surmount to some new big things, and that scan didn't pick up anything, because scans don't pick up inside the Roshan pit. Do you people keep forgetting that? I don't know.
I think people do.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, they just scanned in the Roshan pit. What are they gonna get? Nothing?
They're gonna get the vision around the pit.
Yeah, I guess. Like, whatever. Yeah. I don't know.
Sven does want to get that saber going. He's looking to get the Echo Saber. That'd be really nice. Little double hit, cleave right there. It's gonna be some good damage on him.
Yeah, TTDD is doing a work of wonder for everybody here. Because, man, if we're looking at it, he get a blink, he's going to be doing wondrous things. He needs to get an Echo Saber to at least be slightly relevant. And he's only at 4,700 net worth. I mean, Gyrocopter, his counterpart, well over 2k above him. And even the Juggernaut, he needs to be able to stand toe-to-toe with these guys. And, the farm just really isn't there, unfortunately.
Now, here's something interesting. Our friendly Warlock here has opted to go for a Refresher Orb.
He's going Refresher first.
Before anything else. He wants to get a Refresher.
Is that just so he can keep it off cooldown?
Maybe, I don't know. It's definitely
because he's not going to be able to have mana for double in a fight. Actually, he might. 200. I mean, he'd have 300 plus 400 plus 300, so we're looking at 600. Almost 1,000. Yeah, I mean, he might have enough mana by the time that... I mean,
assuming he doesn't want to cast anything else, too, as well.
Sure.
I don't know if the Refresher is the right order to go.
It's going to be close. I don't know. We'll see. We've seen all sorts of
almost has
interesting
the
choices here.
Vlads. Just 140 more gold and he
Gax
his
blinking
Vlads.
forward, stunning back on that Juggernaut. Juggernaut does have the Aegis though, and this is going to be pretty scary for them to kind of pursue forwards here. The Fatal Bond has been procced on the 2, and plenty of creeps. He'll break the Fatal Bonds off of himself, and he does proc the Manta too, so both of those Manta illusions actually just stay up there, and he doesn't do any chip damage with them in the meantime. Which I think was his original goal, so he just fed them like, I don't know, what do they give, like 18, 20 gold, something like that for the illusions? Either way, it doesn't really matter.
It's almost a ward.
Whew.
It's probably a branch.
But we got a big fight coming out
Great
here. There's the
epicenter.
call down. There's the epicenter. Gax is going to be dusted out though, so he's going to be in a bit of pain. He's going to try to use to get out of here. The Warlock Golem's going to go locked down here. There goes Yolksoup on the retreat. There is an Aegis that has now been consumed by Chasers, and Sophie Turner is going to try and continue to pursue one in here. Gax trying to be on the retreat. Sven already dead. Chasers with the Blade Fury. There comes a stun from ATR. Sophie Turner trying to turn on them. There comes Swagmander. He might go down. Sophie Turner going to try and do the armlet toggle. He won't be able to connect on it. He is going to go down, but now Chasers is on the retreat a little bit here. But Bjorn, he's going to have plenty of things to do in about 25 seconds, like hit his R button and fully heal up. But until then, he needs to run away. 30 seconds and we're going to have a healing word coming out from Juggernaut, but this is getting more precarious the longer the fight is going on. ATR does have a stun ready, but he's using Blade Fury, so Rubik is being relatively safe regardless how aggressive he is being. So honestly well played on part for the Radiant, but the Alchemist is now falling a little bit behind in terms of the GPM that he wants to be at comparatively to the enemy team because of how long it'll take for him to fall off. Although he needs to feed a few people Ags, and I would say everybody on the team. And that might be why Yolksoup is going right for a refresher versus getting an Ags, because it could be, you know, a Yasha into the Manta that we're going to see on the Alchemist, followed up with an Aghanims for the Warlock, you know? We don't know how they're going to prioritize their gold.
This Alchemist needs to start utilizing his boots of travel a lot more, getting into different lanes and just farming up, because he has been crazy quick pushing rate right now. Just start clearing jungles. He needs that gold.
Sun finally has the Echo Saber online. This is exciting. Gax has his Blink and the Yules. He's been using that Yules really effectively in some of these fights too, so good to see him continue to try to progress forward. But Chasers is on top of TDDD. And I think he might look to try and get a fight going off here. Gyrocopter's up behind him. There's Bjorn too. Chasers able to try to get him off away from everybody else. And then he's able to follow up with the Omni Slash too. With the Blades Fury. That's going to be the coup de grace. And down he's going to go. Chasers is going to be the winner there. And now we've got a... Oh my god, we've got spin to win on the Rubik. And he's going to go down too. Unfortunate. He just took so much right click damage so fast. He needs to.
You definitely need to be careful. All his big cooldowns are on cooldown. Got a TP in from Ogre.
Oh, they're losing some shrines. Oh no. No shrines. Sad day. If you don't have shrines, what are you for real? ATR is by himself. I'm surprised that he's not being more aggressive, but he may not know that he's by himself too. The shrine is there as a very close-by TP resource, so maybe he would recognize that and understand that it's a bad idea for him to kind of go into that. But let's get a check on the net worth, kind of see where we're at. It's stabilized again, back in the Dyer's favor by a little bit over 400 gold. So that means, again, that this gold spread, although it appears as if it's close to even, it really isn't. Because that's a lot of money invested in the Alchemist that is not invested in your supports, and it just isn't distributed as effectively as it would be, as an overall at least, for the Dyer. But Sand King now in the mid lane, he's just going to get popped down with a quick little stun. Easy follow-up for them there. And now they need to defend the mid lane, and right now it's high ground is where we're sitting. Quick wave of terror to give us a little bit of vision, know what's in front of us. didn't really catch anybody out there, but Sven now is in a bit of a predicament, and he may go down. Yoksup getting a great golem off. They're able to take out one. It's going to be Nephilim's death that Sophie Turner will be able to secure, and now they're going to try and get ATR, and I think Sophie Turner will be able to claim his death too, but it is unfortunate because there comes the Omni Slash, and now they're turning back in on Chasers. He spins to win. It doesn't stun him, but it does hit Ogre by proxy. The Aphotic Shield is going to be enough to keep ATR from really dying at this point, but the Force Staff is going to be enough to continue the chase even further. And Sven doesn't have a Blink Dagger or anything like that. Rubik will in a couple seconds, but the stun really isn't going to be enough there. He's going to be able to continue running away, and all in all, we're only going to have, what, as a whole from that engage? One death?
One death.
One death. And that was a lot of spells used.
Not a lot.
So we've got the Manta for the Alchemist now. He'll be able to really be effective with that split push potential. He's going to get an Octarine as his next item, and then I guess from there we'll look at finally getting an Aghanims for one of his allies to, increase their power in a fight. Again, hopefully the Warlock. I mean, if Warlock's committing in on this refresher, like he's got another ring of health in the stash, I mean, that's going to still take him time, because 1,800 gold recipe, good luck, good luck, Warlock.
There's definitely a lot of gold to have to hold on to, especially if you're dying as much in these team fights that are happening so often within their base.
I'm going to have to agree with you. And now Gax, he went in with the Glimmer Cape, so that's a new pickup for him. Scouted out a little bit, and then blinked back. Where are we at? Any other new pickups as a whole? Venture Spirit is at his Saint Yasha. Chasers is going to spin to win away. He uses a Diffusal proc on Sophie Turner, so they're going to try and keep him back and keep him at bay a little bit longer, but now we've got this giant Epicenter coming off on Swagmander. Almost takes him out of the fight, but not going to be enough in the end, and I guess Sophie Turner is going to throw out that stun on Bjorn and try to split the fight here. And I guess we're just going to end up disengaging here. Bjorn might end up dying now because he does have his borrowed time, but as a whole, he really isn't going to do much aside from TP out, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Man, this Rubik is so low. Good thing he's able to get out of the fight and go back and heal.
Another big fight that ended really small, only 2 deaths. A little over 1,400 gold exchanged. It seems like every time 6+6 is getting twice as much damage out on Mangoes, but not really getting anything. Their focus may be a little too sporadic.
Gonna have to agree with you, and it's kind of unfortunate how that's gonna pan out. But hey, we're gonna have big opportunities for a few more minutes into the game here. Hopefully after this Alchemist just starts buying Ags for everybody. You get an Ags, and you get an Ags, and you get an Ags.
Got a 3-man smoke from the Dire up in their jungle. Let's see what they're going to do with that.
Everybody gets an Ags. Yeah, they're smoked up. It's night as well, so they're going to have that cover in addition to that. The Radiant are nearby. +6 Trience knows that Mango Bay are nearby as well.
Looks like Gyro is looking to pick up an MKB.
TTDD is going to be able to break that smoke. He's on the high ground. I don't know if they saw them in the mid lane, but woof. That's a quick kill. Chaser is able to use that Omni Slash and the Nephilim able to throw out that stun, and down goes Gax, and they're throwing out the scream for the high ground there. Oh, great Manta dislodge of that stun coming out from Nephilim, but we've got the Manta proc here too. We've got the Fatal Bonds. We've got a call down being dropped out. Rubik still is flat cannon for himself now casually too. And, Warlock is going to get dropped, and he's not even going to... Oh, he does drop the rock, so rock gets out at the last second, but it really doesn't do anything in the end. He throws out the Unstable Concoction. It lands on 2, but they're just going to disengage. They got what they wanted. They got the racks. And now it looks like they're going to position to cut the wave bottom and continue to press in there and take that. So TTDD throws a stun off on Nephilim. He immediately gets shielded out, so now he's not stunned anymore. And TTDD hitting the Sanctuary to try and continue in and apply pressure. Sophie Turner's able to take out Nephilim. And now they've got this chase going here where they've got this illusion who's now going to get stunned out by this homing missile. And it really doesn't even matter because it's an illusion. But TTDD is going to try and apply a little bit of pressure, and I don't really think it's going to get anywhere. Concoction's going to connect. He's trying to go in here. Oh, we got an epicenter. Stalin's going to connect on 2 here. Actually 3. And Swagmaster is forced to use his BKB down to an 8-second stun. Bjorn is actually getting hit with the Yules, so his ult's entirely negated. ATR is going to force staff back in, throw out the stun on at least 1. And now he's going to try and trickle away at this point. And Sophie Turner's throwing back his illusions in to just try and do as much Radiance Burn damage and to keep that lane push back as possible. So, you know, they're not actually having enough heals from the Dire, and they're doing a great job on the Radiant to keep these games, keep them pushed out. But they still don't have these racks in mid. Rip. No mid racks.
Looks like Ogre is actually going for that Aghanims, which would be great for a second stun whenever he wants.
Yeah, they need that extra control for this Alchemist. I don't know.
Freeze stun whenever, even if he has no mana.
We're looking at an hour-long game here, guys. I'm sorry. This is going to end up being a 12-hour marathon cast. Fuck.
Especially if this Alchemist decides once they get racks, he's gonna look for that Maelstrom to pick up, just for that defense.
Yeah, he's gonna get a Mjolnir. He's gonna start eating He's gonna eat a Hyperstone. He's gonna eat an Ags. He's gonna give everyone on the team an Ags. But no, he procced a Glimmer. He went in. He tried to get the stun off there, but he got hit by a couple different forms of CC. And now he's stunned out completely. And Sophie Turner actually may go down here. The regeneration is really strong. I don't know if it's going to be enough. Yep, they're going to get him.
Swap.
He is
could have
down.
gotten it off on high ground, but that swap brought him right back down.
They're going to be able to get the last hit on the Roshan. And now 5-man against 2. They've only got buyback on Sven. And I don't really know how much good that's going to give him. If we look at this net worth, we've just plummeted down to 5,400 or 54,000 Dire versus 50,000 Radiance. So only 4K in their favor, but it's increasing at an astronomical rate, up to 6K now. And they're taking these racks, they're taking these buildings, and you'd expect it only to continue. And with no buyback on Thanatos, he's not going to be in the fight in order to help against this final push that's really coming in from them. And they're going to be dealing with Megas. And here they are,
Now,
Megas.
Quick rotation to bot to get the Megas.
Here come the Megas. Down go the tower bottom. TTDD trying to do something here with the stun, but it's not going to really do anything with Chasers because he has that extra value. They get a great Epicenter and a great Yolk Soup Warlock Chaotic offering too. The Fatal Bonds is there too, but I don't really think it's going to be enough. They're going to be 4 down at this point, and the call down is going to be there. And we've got the GG Well Played coming out from Always Strive and Prosper. And it looks like it's going to be the Mango Bay that are going to take it. They're going to take the game. They're going to take the series. They're going to take Social Sunday. Social Sunday 2 is going to go way of Mango Bay. They are the champions. 2-1 in this series. Absolutely fabulous performance from both teams here. Thanatos trying to hold on as long as he could. Not able to really do it in the end, but Mango Bay taking it. 3 in the best of 3 series, 2-1, 32 minutes and 42 seconds. So congratulations to them. We're going to go to the draft in the post-game screen and just kind of see where we're going from there, if we're ending or anything additional for us tonight. But thank you everybody for tuning in with us. My name is Sky. You can see me at Reach for Sky or on Twitch at twitch.tv/SkyHighGaming. Again, I'm joined with Mr. Corncob Bob. Great co-caster getting up into the series, and I want to thank firstblood.io for doing the second edition of the Social Sunday tournament. Ton of fun to cast, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of more exciting things to come from this up-and-coming Dota 2 community. So more fun to be had, but for now, GG well played, and more First Blood action.
Thank you.
I'm seeing things in chat for the request of a post-game interview, but alas, guys, we are at about 10 and a half hours of broadcasting at this point, and unfortunately, I don't think that's something that we can do tonight, but in the future, when we break this out, we could be looking at the Social Sunday being more of a social weekend sort of ordeal, so maybe earlier start times, later ends, panels of discussion between these games and things of the nature, more games being casted and carried, so new things to look forward to in the future, but at this point, that is going to be it for us tonight. So thanks again for tuning in for the First Blood Social Sunday tournament. And I guess, you know, firstblood.io is going to be looking to do these a little bit more consistently. So I'm sure there's going to be more fun tournament opportunities for you guys to be looking at as a whole in the future on the weekends. So more games and more fun. And I think their platform's launching next week too. So, or this week, so that should be pretty exciting. So keep an eye on them at Twitter, firstblood.io. Keep an eye on me at Twitter, reach the number 4, SKAI, and of course my co-caster, Mr. Corncob Bob. And from all of us here, thanks for tuning in and have a nice night.
Get down to the baseline.
There's a distance between us. It's getting hard to reach out. Haven't seen you in seasons, but all I hear is your voice. I know my limits, you can break me down, but I'll stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get